Prologue.
Marmalade's preliminary observations. If only humans paid attention to the important things, like the way a woman's gloves tremble when she claims perfect composure, or how certain visitors carry the scent of mysteries beneath their lavender water, secrets that cling to fabric like smoke to curtains, or perhaps, and this seems rather obvious to those of us with superior senses, how the rhythm of footsteps can betray a heart heavy with guilt. But Clara doesn't notice these things. She's too occupied with her newfound confidence, her growing reputation as the woman who assists Scotland Yard, though she pretends it is merely coincidence, and her habit of glancing toward the door whenever bootsteps pause outside, as if she expects a certain inspector to materialize for tea at any moment. He will, actually. His pattern is as predictable as sunrise, though I maintain dignified silence on that matter. If Clara had simply watched the elegant woman's hands when she spoke of her son's promising future, how they clutched her reticule like a shield, how her fingers worried the clasp until the metal sang, she might have realized motherly pride wasn't the only emotion in the room. The too careful politeness and the way her eyes lingered on the shop's corners told their own story of someone cataloguing more than herbs. If she'd noticed how the woman's smile never quite reached her eyes, or how she spoke of transitions with the gravity of someone preparing for battle, perhaps Clara would have been prepared for what was coming. But no one ever listens to me. I'm just a cat, a very observant one who has already guided his humans through one murder. Thank you very much. And now I'm obliged to watch another mystery unfold because humans insist on trusting pleasant manners over predatory instincts. They've learned so little from our previous adventure. Clara may have gained confidence, but she's lost none of her tendency to see kindness where calculation lives. I suppose I'll have to shepherd them through it. Again. Though I must admit, watching Clara and the inspector pretend they're not drawn to each other like tea leaves to hot water does provide considerable entertainment. At least this time I know they'll listen to me eventually. They always do.
Chapter 1. Clara was just finishing her case notes from the Fairfax matter when the morning rush began, another instance where botanical evidence had revealed what conventional investigation had missed. The success of her recent consultation with Scotland Yard had surprised everyone, not least Clara herself. 3 months since Inspector Redgrave had first sought her unofficial consultation, and already word was spreading quietly through certain circles that Hawthorne and Wetherly offered more than healing tinctures. She set down her pen and surveyed the rebuilt shop with quiet satisfaction. The morning light caught the brass labels on the herb drawers, each one carefully reorganised after the fire. Everything in its proper place, yet somehow the shop felt more alive than it had in her grandmother's time. Perhaps it was the steady stream of visitors who came not just for tonics, but for Clara's particular insights. Clara looked up from her preparation table where she'd been weighing out ingredients for an oxymel. The recipe wasn't quite standard. Her grandmother had once annotated it with the phrase, "For burdens no man can name." Clara paused, her fingers still holding the measure of California poppy, and found herself looking toward the corner where her grandmother's chair had once sat. The fire had taken everything. Furniture, linens, the carefully collected herbs of decades. Everything except the gilded leaf, her grandmother's book of botanical wisdom and remedies that Clara had managed to salvage from the flames. For 3 years now, since Genevieve Hawthorne had passed, Clara had felt her presence most acutely here in the shop. 3 generations of Hawthorne and Wetherly women had run this apothecary in Bloomsbury, each adding her own knowledge to the accumulated wisdom. Clara's grandmother had raised her here after her parents died, teaching her not just the properties of herbs, but the deeper art of understanding people's unspoken needs. "What did you mean, grandmother?" Clara murmured to the empty shop, reading the faded annotation again. "Burdens no man can name." She could almost smell the faint scent of lavender water that had always clung to Genevieve's clothing, could almost hear the soft rustle of skirts as her grandmother moved between the herb jars with practised efficiency. Clara shook her head, chiding herself for such fanciful thoughts. The shop was rebuilt, but it was still just wood and glass and carefully labelled drawers. Her grandmother was gone, and what she felt was surely nothing more than memory and wishful thinking. The bell above the door chimed, interrupting her reverie. "Miss Wetherly." Mrs. Bloom stepped inside, her usual composure slightly strained. "I hope I'm not too early." "Not at all." Clara wiped her hands on her apron. "I have your order nearly ready." "You're very kind to prepare something so specific." Clara nodded, adding a careful measure of California poppy to the mixture. The blend she prepared, lemon balm, skullcap, tulsi, wasn't for simple nervousness. "For a friend of the family, you mentioned?" "Yes, someone in delicate circumstances." Mrs. Bloom's fingers worried the edge of her shawl. "Your discretion means everything." "Naturally." Clara sealed the bottle with wax. "1 teaspoon in warm water, morning and evening. And Mrs. Bloom, if your friend needs stronger support, please don't hesitate to call." Mrs. Bloom's relief was palpable as she departed, leaving Clara with the distinct impression she'd just dispensed more than medicine. The bell chimed again almost immediately. "Good morning, Miss Wetherly." Mrs. Winters entered briskly, her practical manner a contrast to Mrs. Bloom's anxiety. "I do hope you have my usual remedy prepared." "Certainly. The willow bark compound for your headaches." Clara retrieved a familiar bottle from the shelf. "How has it been working?" "Wonderfully, thank you. Much better than those dreadful powders the physician prescribed." Mrs. Winters counted out her coins with efficient movements. "Though speaking of remedies, my nephew at the registry office mentioned you've been making quite a name for yourself. Something about helping with that terrible case where you were accused yourself." Clara felt heat creep up her neck. That was a rather unusual situation. Unusual indeed. Proving your own innocence and catching the real killer. Everyone said it was impossible. But here you are, thriving again. Mrs. Winters lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Though speaking of impossible situations, I wonder if you might have anything for, shall we say, matters of the heart?" Clara looked up from organising her coins. "Oh? Well, you didn't hear this from me, but that poor Thorne boy, Isaac, you know him, has been acting quite peculiar lately. People are saying he proposed to that lovely Miss Wrenley just last week, and she turned him down. Right there in the square, bold as brass." "Miss Wrenley?" "Beatrice Wrenley. Sweet girl, though some say she's got her sights set rather high. Lives in that boarding house on Crescent Street." Mrs. Winters shook her head sympathetically. "Poor Isaac looked positively devastated afterward. Been seen wandering the streets at odd hours, muttering to himself. His aunt, Mrs. Bloom, is beside herself with worry." Clara glanced toward the door where Mrs. Bloom had just departed, understanding dawning. "I see. Men do take rejection rather hard, don't they? Though between you and me, I heard Miss Wrenley's been receiving callers from several gentlemen lately. Perhaps young Isaac simply wasn't substantial enough for her aspirations." Mrs. Winters picked up her remedy with a knowing look. "Still, one does worry what a young man might do when his pride's been wounded so publicly." After Mrs. Winters departed, Clara had barely returned to her preparation table when the bell sounded a third time. Mrs. Marsh entered with her usual elegant bearing, though something in her movements seemed more careful than usual. "Good morning, my dear." Mrs. Marsh's smile was warm as she approached the counter. "I hope you don't mind another early caller." "Not at all. How may I help you?" "I wanted to tell you how wonderfully you've rebuilt after that dreadful business. Such resilience." Mrs. Marsh's gloved hands folded neatly at her waist. "The neighbourhood seems quite lively these days. So many interesting developments." Clara busied herself organising already tidy jars. "Indeed. I actually came to ask about something for nerves. Nothing serious, just the sort of unsettled feeling that comes with transitions." Clara looked up. "Transitions?" "My son Edward is recently engaged. Such an exciting time, but also rather overwhelming for a mother. One worries about the future, about ensuring everything goes smoothly. Chamomile and lavender are always soothing for nervous feelings." "Yes, that sounds perfect." Mrs. Marsh opened her reticule. "Edward has such a bright future ahead of him. I simply want to ensure nothing interferes with his happiness." As Clara measured herbs into a packet, Mrs. Marsh continued in a lighter tone. "Young people today have so many opportunities, though I suppose they also face different challenges than we did." "Indeed. Still, a mother does what she can to smooth the path. Mrs. Marsh accepted the packet with a grateful smile. "Thank you, my dear. You're always so understanding." The door had barely closed behind Mrs. Marsh when it opened again, with more force than necessary. Inspector Redgrave stepped inside, bringing with him the scent of London fog and an air of barely contained irritation. "Miss Wetherly." His tone was clipped, professional. "Inspector." Clara straightened, suddenly aware of her work-stained apron. "This is unexpected. I need clarification on some details from your Fairfax testimony." He moved to the counter with economical steps. "The magistrate has questions about the botanical evidence." Clara retrieved a folder from beneath the counter. "Certainly. Which aspects?" "The timeline of decomposition you described. How certain were you of the dates?" "Quite certain. The state of the plant matter was consistent with exposure to moisture for approximately 6 days." Clara opened the folder, scanning her notes. The deterioration of the plant tissues was distinctive. Redgrave studied the papers she handed him. "The defence attorney claims such precision is impossible." "Then the defence attorney understands little about botanical knowledge." Clara's tone sharpened. "The evidence doesn't lie, Inspector, even if people find it inconvenient." "I'm not questioning your conclusions." "Are you not?" Clara raised an eyebrow. "You sound rather sceptical for someone whose case I helped solve." A muscle ticked in Redgrave's jaw. "The Fairfax matter was an unusual circumstance." "Unusual how?" "It required specialised knowledge that isn't typically available to the Metropolitan Police." Clara leaned against the counter, studying his carefully neutral expression. "I see. And now that you have your conviction, you're back to dismissing such specialised knowledge?" "I'm not dismissing anything." "No? Then what would you call it?" Redgrave set the papers down with deliberate precision. "I would call it maintaining appropriate professional boundaries." "Appropriate." Clara repeated the word with faint amusement. "How very proper of you, Inspector." "Someone has to be." "Indeed." Clara's smile turned knowing. "Though I notice you keep finding reasons to consult with me. For someone maintaining professional boundaries, you seem remarkably present." "The Fairfax case required your expertise. That doesn't mean—" "That you need me?" Clara interrupted. "Because I think we both know you do." Redgrave's eyes flashed. "Miss Wetherly?" "You could partner with Scotland Yard officially, you know." Clara spoke over his protest. "I could consult on cases requiring botanical knowledge. It would certainly help with the repair costs from the fire." "Absolutely not." "Why not?" "The Fairfax case proved my methods work." "The Fairfax case was a singular event." Clara laughed, a sound both amused and exasperated. "Singular? Inspector, London is full of crimes involving plants, poisons, and natural substances. You need someone who understands these things. The Metropolitan Police has perfectly adequate resources." "Do they? Then why are you here asking me to clarify testimony your adequate resources couldn't provide?" Redgrave's jaw tightened. "That's different." "Is it?" Clara moved closer to the counter, her voice dropping to a more intimate register. "Or is it that you know I'm right, but you're too stubborn to admit Scotland Yard needs what I can offer?" "What I need," Redgrave said carefully, "is for you to stay out of police business unless specifically requested. And yet here you are, again, for clarification on existing testimony." "Naturally." Clara's tone suggested she didn't believe him for a moment. "Well, when you decide you need my help with your next impossible case, you know where to find me." Redgrave gathered the papers with sharp movements. "There won't be a next case, Miss Wetherly." "Won't there?" Clara's smile was knowing. "We shall see." He moved toward the door, then paused. "The magistrate was quite impressed with your testimony, actually. Called it remarkably precise and invaluable to the prosecution." Clara blinked, surprised by the admission. "Oh." "Yes. Oh." Redgrave's expression softened almost imperceptibly. "Your reputation is growing, Clara. That brings opportunities. It also brings risks." "What sort of risks?" "The sort that come with being noticed by the wrong people." His tone had shifted from professional irritation to something closer to concern. "Just Be careful who you trust." Before Clara could ask what he meant, he was gone, leaving her alone with a shop full of morning sunlight, a distinctly unsettled feeling, and the growing certainty that despite his protests, Inspector Redgrave would indeed be back. She picked up the coins Mrs. Marsh had left on the counter, still warm, and found herself thinking about Mrs. Winter's gossip. Poor Isaac Thorne, publicly rejected, and now the subject of neighbourhood speculation. And Miss Wrenley, with her multiple suitors and lofty aspirations. Clara shook her head. The affairs of the heart were often more complicated than any botanical formula. Outside, the fog was beginning to lift, revealing a London morning that looked perfectly ordinary. Clara couldn't shake the feeling that appearances, as always, were deceiving. Chapter 2. The next morning, Clara was grinding dried chamomile when the shop door burst open with such force that the bell struck the frame twice before settling into frantic chimes. Mrs. Penfield swept in like a storm cloud, her steel-grey curls dishevelled, and her face flushed with the particular excitement that came with being first to deliver terrible news. "Miss Wetherly," she gasped, one hand pressed to her chest. "Oh, my dear, the most dreadful thing." Mrs. Bloom appeared behind her, moving with less theatrical haste, but far more genuine distress. Her face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed, and her hands trembled as she closed the door. "What's happened?" Clara set down her mortar and pestle, alarmed by their expressions. "Murder," Mrs. Penfield announced with grim satisfaction. "Right here in Bloomsbury. That poor girl, Beatrice Wrenley, found dead at the bottom of the stairs in her lodgings this morning." Clara's heart stuttered. "Miss Wrenley? But she's so young." 24 years old, Mrs. Bloom whispered, sinking into the chair Clara kept for elderly customers. Just 24, with her whole life ahead of her. "The landlady found her when she went to collect the rent," Mrs. Penfield continued, settling into her role as chief narrator. "Crumpled at the bottom of the staircase, like a broken doll, they say. Neck twisted at an unnatural angle." Clara moved to pour water from the kettle, her hand steady despite the shock. How terrible. But surely it was an accident. Those boarding house stairs are notoriously narrow. "That's what we all thought at first," Mrs. Penfield said, accepting the cup gratefully, until Scotland Yard arrived and started asking questions. And then, she leaned forward conspiratorially, they arrested Isaac Thorne. The teacup in Clara's hands rattled against its saucer. "Isaac? But that's impossible." "Tell that to Inspector Redgrave," Mrs. Penfield sniffed, marched right up to the poor boy's lodgings and took him away in shackles like a common criminal. His trial is set for 3 weeks hence. Clara looked between the two women, trying to process the information. Kind, quiet Isaac Thorne, who had repaired her shutters without being asked, and always tipped his hat when they passed on the street. There must be some mistake. "That's exactly what I told Mrs. Bloom," Mrs. Penfield said, patting the other woman's shoulder. "Though I must say, after what happened with that public rejection." "It wasn't like that," Mrs. Bloom said quietly, her voice thick with unshed tears. "Isaac would never hurt anyone, never. He's gentle as a lamb, always has been." "But what about that gentleman she was supposed to marry?" Mrs. Penfield continued. "That James Weston fellow. Surely the police have spoken to him." Clara looked between them. "Miss Wrenley was engaged?" "Oh, my dear, that's just it." Mrs. Penfield leaned forward. "Nobody's quite sure about the engagement. She was living in that dreadful boarding house on Crescent Street, owing rent to Mrs. Littledown. If she was truly marrying into money, why wasn't she better provided for?" Mrs. Bloom nodded emphatically. Something wasn't right there. A girl expecting to marry a gentleman of means doesn't live in such circumstances. Clara frowned. "Perhaps the engagement was recent." "Recent or not, it doesn't matter now," Mrs. Bloom said, her voice breaking. "They've decided Isaac is guilty, and that's that. But I know he didn't do it, Miss Wetherly. I know it as surely as I know my own name." Clara knelt beside Mrs. Bloom's chair. "How can you be so certain?" Mrs. Bloom's hands twisted in her lap. "I can't say exactly, but a woman knows her family, and Isaac wouldn't hurt a soul. He's all I have left of my dear sister, and if they hang him for something he didn't do..." Her voice broke entirely. Clara felt the weight of their expectation, the desperate faith in her abilities, after proving her own innocence in such impossible circumstances, word had spread quietly through Bloomsbury's network of observant women that Miss Wetherly could see what others couldn't. "Certainly I'll help," Clara said softly, "though I'm not sure what I can do that Scotland Yard cannot." "You can listen," Mrs. Bloom said simply. "They've already made up their minds, but there's more to this than what appears on the surface." "There always is," Clara murmured, already reaching for her shawl. "I'm going to see the scene for myself." Mrs. Penfield looked uncertain. "Oh, my dear, I don't think they'll let you—" "They will," Clara said with more confidence than she felt. Inspector Redgrave always appreciates a second perspective. Mrs. Bloom's face brightened with the first hope Clara had seen since she'd entered. "You really think you can help?" "I think Isaac Thorne deserves someone who believes in his innocence." Clara fastened her shawl with quick, decisive movements. "And I think the truth has a way of surfacing when someone takes the trouble to look for it properly." The boarding house on Crescent Street was a narrow 3-storey building squeezed between a milliner's shop and a tobacconist. Clara could see why Mrs. Penfield had described it as grim. The brick facade was streaked with soot, and the windows were small and poorly cleaned. A constable stood guard at the front door, looking supremely bored with his duty. Clara approached, with the confident bearing she'd learned, served her well when dealing with official resistance. "Good afternoon. I'm Miss Wetherly. I believe Inspector Redgrave is inside." The constable straightened uncertainly. Yes, miss, but I'm not sure he's expecting—" "He'll see me," Clara said with more confidence than she felt, stepping past him toward the door. The narrow staircase was even more treacherous than Clara had imagined. The steps were worn smooth by decades of use, barely wide enough for a single person, and so steep that she had to grip the banister tightly to maintain her balance. Halfway up, she understood why so many accidents happened in places like this. She found Redgrave on the first-floor landing, crouched beside chalk marks that outlined where Beatrice's body had been found. He looked up as her footsteps approached, his expression shifting from concentration to distinct irritation. "Miss Wetherly, what are you doing here?" "I thought you would appreciate another perspective," Clara said, gesturing toward the chalk outline. "I do not need another perspective on this case." "Mrs. Bloom asked for my help." She gestured toward the chalk outline. "I assume this is where Miss Wrenley was found?" "This is a police investigation, not a social call." Redgrave stood, brushing dust from his knees. "You shouldn't be here." Clara ignored his tone and studied the scene. The landing was small, perhaps 4 feet square, with Beatrice's door directly at the top of the stairs. The chalk outline showed where she had fallen, at the bottom of the flight, a good 10 feet from the landing. If someone pushed her, she would have landed much further out, Clara said, thinking aloud. The force required to send someone that distance down a staircase would have to be considerable. "What makes you think she was pushed?" "Well, wasn't she? You arrested Isaac Thorne." Redgrave's jaw tightened. Isaac Thorne was seen arguing with the victim yesterday afternoon. Witnesses heard raised voices. This morning, Beatrice Wrenley is found dead, and Thorne has no alibi for last night. "But the physics of the fall suggest—" "I'm not here to discuss physics with you, Miss Wetherly." She turned toward Beatrice's door, noting it stood slightly ajar. "May I?" "Absolutely not. This is—" "A crime scene, yes." Clara pushed the door open before he could stop her. "But if you've arrested someone, surely the immediate investigation is complete." The room was small but tidy, with a narrow bed, a writing desk, and a small table set for tea. Clara's attention fixed immediately on the table. 2 cups sat there, both with tea remnants in the bottom. One had a delicate floral pattern, the other was plain white china. "Inspector," she called, "these teacups suggest Miss Wrenley had a visitor yesterday evening." Redgrave appeared in the doorway. "We're aware of that." "Both cups have been used. The tea in both has been partially consumed." Clara moved closer to examine them. "Someone was here with her. Someone she knew well enough to serve tea to." She paused, studying the room more carefully. "I'm surprised she was living in such modest circumstances. I understood from the neighbourhood talk that she was engaged to a gentleman of means." "James Weston. and his circumstances appear to be somewhat exaggerated. You've spoken to him? He was dining at his club last evening. Multiple witnesses confirmed it. Clara turned to face him fully. What evidence do you have, Inspector, to indicate that Isaac Thorne killed Beatrice Renly? From what I can see, Miss Renly could simply have fallen down these stairs by accident. They're treacherous enough to trap an angel. The evidence, Redgrave said in a clipped tone, includes multiple witnesses who heard Thorne arguing with the victim yesterday. His public proposal of marriage and her equally public rejection. The fact that he has no alibi for last evening. And a letter. A letter found beside the body, signed only with the initial I, clearly from Isaac, expressing his anger over Miss Renly's rejection. Clara felt a chill. May I see it? You may not. It's evidence in a murder investigation. But you believe it was murder, then? I believe Isaac Thorne followed Miss Renly home last night, forced his way into her room, and in a fit of rage over her rejection, pushed her down those stairs. Clara studied his face, seeing the certainty there, the neat conclusion that fit the evidence like pieces in a puzzle. How convenient that Mr. Weston has such a solid alibi when Miss Renly's other suitor does not. Redgrave's eyes flashed. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Simply that it's fortunate Mr. Weston has such a solid alibi when Miss Renly's other suitor does not. Miss Wetherly, Redgrave's voice held a warning. I know why you're here. Mrs. Bloom is Thorne's aunt. Naturally, she's going to claim he's innocent. But this isn't like your situation when you were fighting for your own life. This isn't some botanical puzzle where you're the prime suspect. This is a straightforward crime of passion. Is it? Clara gestured toward the teacups again. Because I find it curious that someone would come here in a murderous rage, sit down for a civilised cup of tea, and then push Miss Renly down the stairs. That suggests a very different sort of encounter than the crime of passion you've described. The person who was with her was Isaac Thorne. The neighbours heard arguing. Did they hear Isaac's voice specifically? Or did they simply hear raised voices and assume? Redgrave was quiet for a moment, and Clara pressed her advantage. What about the landlady? Surely she would have seen Isaac if he forced his way in. Mrs. Littledown was visiting her sister in Whitechapel yesterday evening. She didn't return until this morning. How convenient for our mysterious visitor. Clara moved toward the door. Inspector, I don't believe Isaac Thorne killed Beatrice Renly. The evidence you've described is circumstantial at best. The evidence is sufficient for the magistrate. Perhaps, but is it sufficient for you? Something flickered in his eyes briefly, gone too quickly for Clara to interpret. My job is to follow the evidence where it leads, not to entertain alternative theories when the facts are clear. And my concern is ensuring an innocent man doesn't hang for a crime he didn't commit. They faced each other across the small landing, and Clara could feel the tension crackling between them. Finally, Redgrave stepped aside. This investigation is concluded, Miss Wetherly. Isaac Thorne will stand trial in 3 weeks. I suggest you prepare Mrs. Bloom for that reality rather than encouraging false hope. Clara moved past him toward the stairs, then paused. Inspector? Who exactly told you they heard Isaac arguing with Miss Renly yesterday? That's not your concern. Humour me. Redgrave was quiet for so long Clara thought he wouldn't answer. Then Mrs. Winters mentioned seeing them in heated discussion near the square, and young Timothy Fletcher said he heard shouting from this direction around 6 o'clock. Clara nodded thoughtfully. Mrs. Winters, who had been so eager to share gossip about Isaac's rejection, and Timothy Fletcher, who would have been walking home from work at precisely that time. Thank you, she said simply. Miss Wetherly. Redgrave's voice stopped her once more. I meant what I said. This is police business, not the subject of ladies' neighbourhood gossip. Stay out of it. The dismissive word stung. Ladies' neighbourhood gossip, as if her insights in the Fairfax case had been mere feminine intuition rather than careful observation and analysis. Of course, Inspector, she said, her voice carefully neutral. I wouldn't dream of interfering with official police business. But as she made her way carefully down the treacherous stairs, Clara's mind was already working, sorting through what she'd learned. 2 teacups meant Beatrice hadn't been alone. The physics of the fall suggested accident rather than violence, and the only evidence against Isaac was circumstantial at best. Mrs. Bloom was waiting in the shop when Clara returned, her face anxious with hope. "Well?" she asked as soon as Clara entered. Clara set down her shawl thoughtfully. "Mrs. Bloom, has Isaac given any account of his whereabouts yesterday evening?" Mrs. Bloom's face crumpled. "That's just it. He won't say a word. Won't defend himself. Won't explain where he was or what he was doing. Just sits there silent as stone while they prepare to hang him. He won't speak at all. Nothing. The solicitor says he's never seen anything like it, as if Isaac has simply given up." Mrs. Bloom's voice broke. "Even when I know, even when there are reasons, he won't let me help him." Clara studied the older woman's face, sensing there was more she wasn't saying. "Mrs. Bloom, do you know where Isaac was yesterday evening?" Mrs. Bloom's hands twisted in her lap. "It doesn't matter what I know, Miss Wetherly. Isaac made me promise not to speak of it. And even if I broke that promise, they wouldn't believe me. They'd think I was lying to protect him." Her voice grew desperate. "That's why I need you. You must find the real truth. Find who actually hurt that poor girl. Because Isaac would never..." Clara moved to her preparation table, reaching for a piece of paper and a pencil. "Then we'll have to find the truth another way." "What will you do?" Clara began writing names across the top of the paper. Isaac Thorne, James Weston, Mrs. Littledown, unknown visitor. "I'm going to find out what really happened to Beatrice Renly," she said quietly, "whether it was accident or something more deliberate, because the truth deserves to be known, whatever it may be." After the ladies left, Clara set down her pencil and stretched. Marmalade had positioned himself beside the gilded leaf on the shelf, his amber eyes fixed on the leather-bound book with unusual intensity. As she watched, the book's pages fluttered open seemingly of their own accord. Clara frowned, glancing toward the windows, all closed against the evening chill. Curious, she approached and read the page that had fallen open. "Truth is like a shy herb. It reveals itself only to those who seek with patience and tend with care." Clara looked at Marmalade, who regarded her with the satisfied expression of a cat who had accomplished something important. "Did you do that?" she asked softly. Marmalade's only response was to begin grooming his paw with studied indifference. Chapter 3. Clara had learned that the most efficient way to gather intelligence in Bloomsbury was to appear at Mrs. Penfield's sitting room, with a plate of biscuits and an air of casual curiosity. The combination never failed to summon at least 3 other ladies within the hour, each eager to share what they knew while sampling Clara's offerings. This morning, she arrived with lavender shortbread and what she hoped was an appropriately concerned expression. "My dear Miss Wetherly," Mrs. Penfield said, ushering her into the familiar morning room with its faded William Morris wallpaper. "How thoughtful of you to call. Though I suppose you're as unsettled as the rest of us about this dreadful business with poor Isaac." Indeed. Clara arranged the biscuits on Mrs. Penfield's best china plate. "I keep thinking there must be something we're missing. Some detail that might help clear his name." "Oh, you're quite right to think so." Mrs. Penfield's eyes lit with the particular gleam that preceded a thorough dissection of neighbourhood affairs. "I was just saying to Mrs. Vaughan yesterday, she'll be along presently, I'm sure, that the whole thing seems rather hasty. Arresting poor Isaac before they've even spoken properly to that Weston fellow." As if summoned by the mention of her name, Mrs. Vaughan appeared at the door, followed closely by Mrs. Chester, a thin woman with sharp eyes who lived near the square, and made it her business to observe everyone's comings and goings. "Miss Wetherly!" Mrs. Vaughan exclaimed, settling into her customary chair. "How lovely! And with biscuits. You spoil us. Though I suppose we could all use a bit of sweetness after such unpleasant news." "We were just discussing Mr. Weston's whereabouts the evening poor Beatrice died," Mrs. Penfield said without preamble. "I seem to recall you mentioning something about his dining arrangements." Mrs. Vaughan reached for a biscuit, with the air of someone settling in for a proper conversation. "Oh, yes, indeed. I heard from my cousin, you know Mrs. Thornbury, she moves in rather elevated circles, that Mr. Weston claimed to be dining with Mrs. Hallingford that evening. Family friend, apparently. Very respectable." "How fortunate for him," Clara murmured. "I don't suppose Mrs. Hallingford confirmed this." "Well, that's just the thing," Mrs. Chester interjected, her voice carrying the satisfaction of someone with contradictory information. "I made some inquiries of my own. One does worry about the truth coming out properly, and it seems Mrs. Hallingford departed for Bath the very morning they found Miss Wrenley. Rather convenient timing, wouldn't you say?" Clara set down her teacup carefully. "Convenient indeed, though perhaps she had long-standing plans." "Perhaps," Mrs. Chester said, with obvious scepticism, "though I also heard from young Timothy Fletcher, he's Mrs. Winter's nephew, you know, that Mr. Weston was seen at his gentleman's club that same evening. Around 8 o'clock, Timothy said." Mrs. Vaughan frowned. "But if he was dining with Mrs. Hallingford... ... "Exactly my point," Mrs. Chester said triumphantly. "Either the man was in two places at once, or someone's story isn't quite accurate." Clara felt a familiar quickening in her pulse, the same sensation she'd experienced when examining the 2 teacups in Beatrice's room. Did Timothy mention what time Mr. Weston left the club? Before 10, he thought, though he wasn't entirely certain. Mrs. Chester leaned forward conspiratorially. "What I find curious is that everyone seems so eager to account for Mr. Weston's whereabouts, almost as if they've been asked to remember, if you take my meaning." "Now, Mrs. Chester," Mrs. Penfield said mildly, though her eyes were bright with interest, "we mustn't go about making accusations without proof." "Certainly not," Mrs. Chester replied smoothly. "I'm simply observing that it's fortunate for Mr. Weston to have so many people willing to vouch for his movements." Clara excused herself 20 minutes later, her mind buzzing with possibilities. If James Weston had been at his club from 8 to 10, that left the entire evening after 10 o'clock unaccounted for. Plenty of time to visit Beatrice's lodgings. She walked slowly toward home, considering her options. The club in question, the Athenaeum, was hardly the sort of establishment that welcomed female visitors, but Clara had learned that determination and a plausible story could overcome most social obstacles. By the time she reached Hawthorne and Wetherly, she had formulated a plan that was either brilliantly simple or simply foolish. An hour later, Clara stood before the imposing facade of the Athenaeum Club, wearing her best dark blue walking dress and carrying a sealed envelope addressed to Mr. James Weston, Esq., in her most elegant handwriting. The envelope contained nothing more than a recipe for digestive tea, but she trusted that the doorman wouldn't inquire too closely about its contents. "I beg your pardon," she said to the uniformed gentleman who opened the door, "but I'm afraid I have rather an urgent message for Mr. Weston. A family matter, you understand." The doorman, a man whose impressive moustache seemed to have been waxed specifically for the purpose of intimidating unwelcome visitors, looked her up and down with obvious scepticism. "Mr. Weston is not currently in residence, miss. Perhaps you might leave the message with me." "Oh, how disappointing." Clara arranged her features into an expression of genteel distress. "You see, it concerns his dear mother's health, and I was so hoping to catch him. Might you tell me when he was last here? I've been trying to locate him for days." The doorman's expression softened slightly. "I believe Mr. Weston dined here Tuesday evening, miss, though I wasn't on duty myself. Williams handles the evening shift." "Tuesday evening?" Clara repeated thoughtfully. "That would be the evening of the 15th. "Indeed, miss. Though, as I said, Williams would know more about the particulars." "Certainly. That is, would it be terribly improper to ask Williams directly? I do so hate to impose, but my mistress will be quite beside herself if I return without some word of Mr. Weston's whereabouts." The doorman hesitated, clearly torn between club protocol and sympathy for what appeared to be a distraught servant on an errand of mercy. "Well," he said finally, "I suppose there would be no harm." "Williams," he called over his shoulder. "A moment, if you please." Williams proved to be a thin man with observant eyes, and the sort of precise manner that suggested he took pride in remembering details. When Clara repeated her story, with a few embellishments about her mistress's declining health and her urgent need to contact Mr. Weston. He nodded gravely. Indeed, Mr. Weston dined here Tuesday evening, arrived around 8 o'clock, took his meal in the smaller dining room. Quiet gentleman, kept to himself. Left before 10, I believe. Said he had another engagement. Another engagement, Clara repeated. How demanding for him, having such a busy social calendar. I don't suppose he mentioned where he was bound. Williams shook his head. Not specifically, miss, though he did seem rather purposeful, if you take my meaning, like a man with something particular on his mind. Clara thanked both men profusely and turned to leave, but something nagged at her. As she reached the street, she turned back. I beg your pardon, she called to Williams, who was still visible in the doorway. But might I ask, does Mr. Weston typically sign the guest register when he dines here? Naturally, miss. Club policy. How thorough of you. I don't suppose I might take a quick look, just to confirm the date for my mistress. She's quite particular about such details when she's unwell, you understand. Williams hesitated, but the first doorman had apparently taken pity on Clara's supposed plight. Oh, let her have a look, Williams. Poor girl's just trying to do her duty. The guest register was brought forth, and Clara examined the entry for Tuesday evening with what she hoped appeared to be appropriate relief. James Weston's signature was there, perfectly legible, along with the time, 8:15 p.m. But something about the handwriting struck her as odd. It was too perfect, each letter formed with the sort of careful precision that suggested conscious effort rather than natural penmanship. The signature looked less like someone casually signing a register, and more like someone deliberately creating evidence. How fortunate, she murmured, running her finger along the entry. Such clear handwriting. One can always rely on a gentleman's proper education. She handed back the register with appropriate gratitude and made her way home, her mind working furiously. James Weston had indeed been at the club Tuesday evening, but something about his presence there felt carefully orchestrated, and his departure before 10, with another engagement, left him with plenty of time to visit Beatrice's lodgings. As she reached her shop, Clara realised with a start that Marmalade was sitting in the window, his amber eyes fixed on her with what appeared to be distinct disapproval. "Don't look at me like that," she murmured as she unlocked the door. It was perfectly respectable. Marmalade's tail twitched once, his equivalent of a sceptical snort. That evening, Clara sat at her small writing desk with a sheet of paper before her, reviewing what she'd learned. At the top of the page, she wrote James Weston and circled it once. Below that, she began listing the inconsistencies in his alibi. Dining with Mrs. Hallingford, but Mrs. Hallingford conveniently departed for Bath at club 8:15 to 10. p.m. Leaves entire evening after 10. p.m. unaccounted for another engagement after club. Where? Handwriting and guest register too careful, too perfect. Multiple witnesses eager to vouch for him. Why? The more she wrote, the more convinced she became that James Weston's alibi was not the solid wall of respectability it appeared to be, but rather a carefully constructed facade designed to deflect suspicion. She set down her pen and leaned back in her chair, watching Marmalade as he conducted his evening patrol of the shop. The cat moved with his usual confidence, but she noticed he paused longer than usual near the front door, his head tilted as if listening to something she couldn't hear. "What is it?" she asked softly. Marmalade's only response was to settle himself on the windowsill, his gaze fixed on the darkening street outside. But Clara had learned to trust the cat's instincts, and something in his stillness suggested that their investigation into James Weston's alibi had not gone entirely unnoticed. Outside, the gas lamps flickered to life one by one, casting pools of yellow light along the cobblestones. Clara pulled her shawl closer and made a mental note to be particularly careful in her comings and goings for the next few days. She had the distinct feeling that someone else was taking notice of her activities, and she wasn't entirely certain that was a good thing. Chapter 4.
Marmalade's observations, in which my human ignores obvious warning signs while I maintain proper surveillance. Clara was muttering over her papers again, sketching timelines and circling names with the determined focus of someone who believes handwriting analysis constitutes detective work. Charming, really, though utterly inadequate without proper feline oversight. I positioned myself on the herb cabinet where I could observe both her amateur scheming and the street beyond. Experience has taught me that when Clara begins investigating, trouble follows with predictable regularity. Mrs. Bloom arrived with her usual anxiety, clutching her reticule like a shield and glancing towards shadows that held no threat. Humans are remarkably poor at identifying actual danger. The scent of fear clung to her clothing, sharp metallic worry beneath her lavender water. After she departed, Clara returned to her papers with renewed intensity. Too absorbed in her scribbling to notice the figure who paused outside our window, studying the shop with calculating attention. I, however, noticed immediately. The woman stood perfectly still on the pavement, her breathing too controlled, her gaze methodical. When Clara glanced up briefly, the watcher stepped smoothly out of sight with practised ease. Most concerning. Clara gathered her shawl with decisive movements, another unauthorized expedition in the making. "I shan't be long, Marmalade," she announced, as if I were merely decorative furniture rather than her primary source of protection. As the door closed behind her, I slipped through the back window. If my human insisted on wandering about oblivious to obvious threats, she would do so under proper supervision. After all, someone had to maintain standards.
Clara arrived at the boarding house on Crescent Street with a plausible story and what she hoped was an appropriately sorrowful expression. She had spent the morning rehearsing her approach, grief-stricken friend seeking closure through the recovery of a treasured book that poor Beatrice had borrowed. The narrow building looked even more dismal in the afternoon light. Paint peeled from the window frames and the front steps sagged under decades of use. As Clara approached the entrance, the acrid scent of coal smoke mixed with boiled mutton drifted from the open windows above, while the sweet sick smell of carbolic soap couldn't quite mask the underlying odours of too many lives pressed into too little space. Clara could see why Mrs. Penfield had described it as grim, though she suspected Beatrice had chosen it more for its modest rent than its appearance. Mrs. Littledown answered her knock with obvious reluctance. The landlady was a thin woman with grey hair pulled severely back and the sort of pinched expression that came from years of dealing with tenants who couldn't pay their rent on time. "Yes," she said, not bothering to hide her irritation at being disturbed. "Mrs. Littledown, I'm Clara Wetherly. I was a friend of Miss Renly's." Clara's voice carried just the right note of subdued grief. "I was hoping I might retrieve a book she borrowed from me, something of sentimental value from my late grandmother." Mrs. Littledown's expression softened slightly, though wariness remained in her eyes. "I suppose that would be permissible, though the police have been through everything already." She led Clara up the treacherous staircase, and Clara took the opportunity to examine the scene more carefully than Inspector Redgrave had allowed during her previous visit. The steps were even more worn than she'd remembered, their edges rounded smooth by countless feet. Scuff marks scored the banister where hands had gripped for balance. "Dangerous stairs," Clara observed as they climbed. "Dangerous enough," Mrs. Littledown agreed grimly, "though in 30 years we've never had anyone fall down them, until now." They paused at the landing where Beatrice had lived. Clara studied the narrow space, noting how little room there was to manoeuvre. The chalk outline had been scrubbed away, but the memory of where Beatrice had been found lingered like a shadow. "Such a tragedy," Clara murmured. "Miss Renly seems such a careful young woman." "Careful about some things," Mrs. Littledown said with obvious bitterness, "less careful about others." "Oh?" Mrs. Littledown unlocked Beatrice's door with sharp, efficient movements. "She owed me 3 months' rent, Miss Wetherly. 3 months. Always had some excuse, some promise that payment was coming. 'Just wait until Mr. Weston and I are married,' she'd say. 'Everything will be settled then.'" Clara stepped into the small room, her gaze moving carefully over the sparse furnishings. But surely if she was engaged to a gentleman of means... That's what she claimed, though I never saw evidence of it myself. Mrs. Littledown's voice carried years of frustration with unreliable tenants. She had a way of making you feel it would all be paid, eventually. Very persuasive, was Miss Renly, but persuasion doesn't pay the bills. Clara moved toward the small writing desk, noting the stack of papers there. bills, mostly, and what appeared to be personal correspondence. "May I?" she asked, gesturing toward the papers. The police looked through all that. "Nothing of importance," they said. Clara examined the bills with growing surprise. Rent to Mrs. Littledown, yes, but also payments to a doctor. Harrison in Kent. Regular payments, substantial ones, dating back months. "Dr. Harrison?" she murmured, studying the receipts. "Oh, that." Mrs. Littledown waved dismissively. Something about an aunt who needed medical care. Miss Renly was always sending money down to Kent for that. Sentimental girl, though it left her short here in London. Clara felt pieces clicking into place. Despite Beatrice's debts in London, she had been faithfully supporting an elderly relative's medical expenses. It explained both her financial desperation and her determination to marry well. "How admirable of her," Clara said softly. Admirable, perhaps, but it didn't help with the rent situation. Clara noted the obvious tremor in Mrs. Littledown's hands as she straightened the papers on the desk. The slight stiffness in her movements and the way she favoured her left side when walking suggested the joint stiffness that often came with age. "Mrs. Littledown," Clara said gently, "if you ever find yourself troubled by those tremors, please do call at my shop. I prepare a very effective willow bark compound with meadowsweet that many of my older customers find helpful for such discomfort." Mrs. Littledown looked surprised by the offer. "That's very kind of you, Miss Wetherly. The physician's powders are so dear, and they don't seem to help much anymore. I went to speak with Miss Renly about the rents just this week. Tuesday afternoon it was. Told her I couldn't wait any longer for payment." Clara looked up sharply. "Did the two of you argue?" "I wouldn't call it arguing exactly. More like explaining the situation." Mrs. Littledown's voice carried defensive notes. She got rather emotional about it. Said I didn't understand her circumstances, that she was doing the best she could. That must have been distressing for both of you. It was, rather. Mrs. Littledown moved toward the small table where the 2 teacups still sat. She offered me tea afterward, tried to smooth things over. Sweet girl, really, despite her financial troubles. Clara studied the woman's shaking hands, noting the genuine regret in her voice. "Mrs. Littledown, when the police questioned the other tenants, did everyone tell them what they heard that evening?" "Well, they spoke to most everyone, I suppose, though Mrs. Fletcher from down the hall was quite upset by all the commotion. She's elderly, you know, and not fond of constables tramping about." "Mrs. Fletcher heard something that night." Mrs. Littledown nodded. "She mentioned it to me the next day, after all the police had gone. Said she heard women arguing Tuesday night. Raised voices, she said. Thought it might have been another creditor come to call." Clara felt her pulse quicken. Women arguing? She was certain it was women's voices. Oh yes, definitely women. Mrs. Fletcher was quite clear about that, though she couldn't make out the words through the walls. Mrs. Littledown paused, looking puzzled. "Why do you ask, Miss Wetherly?" "It's just that the police seem convinced that Isaac Thorne was here that evening. But if Mrs. Fletcher heard women arguing..." "Well, Mrs. Fletcher didn't mention it to the constables when they questioned her. She was too flustered by all the official business, I think. Only told me about it later, when things had quieted down." Mrs. Littledown frowned. "Do you think it's important?" Clara's mind raced. The police had built their case against Isaac based on his public rejection, his lack of alibi, and the mysterious letter signed I. But if a neighbour had heard women arguing the night Beatrice died, it suggested an entirely different scenario. "It might be very important indeed," Clara said carefully. "Mrs. Fletcher, would she be willing to speak about what she heard?" "I suppose so, though she's rather nervous about police matters. Lives just down the hall, number 3. Mrs. Littledown's expression grew concerned. "Miss Wetherly, you don't think the police have arrested the wrong person, do you?" Clara made a show of looking through Beatrice's small collection of books while considering her answer. "I think the truth is often more complicated than it first appears. Mrs. Littledown, might I have a quick word with Mrs. Fletcher, just to express my condolences? Miss Renly spoke of her so fondly." Mrs. Littledown nodded. "Of course, dear. Just down the hall, number 3. Clara knocked softly at Mrs. Fletcher's door, but received no answer, despite the sound of movement within. She tried once more, calling gently, "Mrs. Fletcher. I'm Clara Wetherly, a friend of Miss Renly's." But the sounds inside ceased, and no response came. "She's quite nervous about the whole business," Mrs. Littledown explained when Clara returned. "Hasn't been herself since it happened." As Clara prepared to leave, she paused at the threshold. "Mrs. Littledown, you mentioned that Miss Renly owed money to several people. Did she ever seem particularly worried about any of them? More than just the usual financial stress, I mean." "Well, there was that seamstress, Nora Talbot, I think her name was. Miss Renly dismissed her quite suddenly a few weeks ago. The girl was rather upset about it, came by here demanding her final wages." Mrs. Littledown lowered her voice. "Between you and me, Miss Wetherly, I think Miss Renly was living far beyond her means, hoping that marriage would solve all her problems." Clara nodded thoughtfully and made her way carefully down the treacherous staircase. As she reached the front stoop, she noticed Marmalade sitting in the shadow of the building's corner, his orange bulk unmistakable, despite his attempt at concealment. "What are you doing here?" she whispered, though she was secretly glad to see him. The cat's presence usually meant he'd observed something important. Marmalade's attention wasn't focused on her, however. His ears were pricked forward, his body tense with alertness as he watched something beyond Clara's line of sight. Clara followed his gaze and caught a glimpse of a well-dressed figure slipping around the side of the building. A figure in a dark coat and polished shoes, moving with the sort of careful haste that suggested he didn't wish to be observed. By the time Clara stepped into the street for a better view, the figure had vanished. "Did you see who that was?" she asked Marmalade, but the cat had already begun his dignified retreat toward home. As Clara walked slowly back to Hawthorne and Wetherly, her mind worked through what she'd learned. Beatrice had been supporting an elderly aunt, explaining her financial desperation. Mrs. Littledown had argued with her Tuesday afternoon, but claimed their discussion ended amicably. Most importantly, Mrs. Fletcher had heard women arguing Tuesday night. Not Isaac Thorne, not any man, but women. The police had built their case against Isaac based on his public rejection, his lack of alibi, and that mysterious letter. But if women had been arguing in Beatrice's room the night she died, it raised serious questions about their conclusions. Clara paused at her shop door, key in hand, and looked back toward Crescent Street. If Mrs. Fletcher's account was accurate, then someone else had been with Beatrice that final evening. Someone female, someone who had cause to argue with her. And someone had been watching the boarding house this afternoon. Someone who didn't wish to be seen. The pieces didn't fit as neatly as Inspector Redgrave believed. There were too many contradictions, too many unanswered questions. Isaac Thorne might well be innocent, but proving it would require uncovering the real truth about who had visited Beatrice Renly on the last night of her life. The question was, would she be able to find that truth before an innocent man paid the price for someone else's crime? Chapter 5. Clara reached for the dried lemon balm, then paused, struck by a sudden memory that made her hand still over the herb jar. Mrs. Bloom's request from just days earlier echoed in her mind with uncomfortable clarity. This had been before Isaac's arrest, before any of this terrible business began. The ingredients Clara had chosen, lemon balm, skullcap, tulsi, California poppy, weren't the sort of blend one prescribed for simple nervousness or grief. These were herbs for someone managing deeper distress, profound nervous affliction, trembling, perhaps withdrawal from laudanum or worse. At the time, she had assumed it was for some elderly relative with nervous troubles, perhaps grief over a lost spouse, or chronic pain. But now, with Isaac's situation weighing on her mind, Clara found herself wondering about that mysterious patient. Mrs. Bloom had been so specific about discretion, so careful in her phrasing about delicate circumstances. She set down the mortar and pestle, moving to her personal recipe ledger. In careful script, she wrote, "Oxymel for hidden pain, patient unknown. Ingredients suggest one recovering from unfortunate medicinal habits or profound distress of the nervous system." The notation felt significant, though she couldn't say precisely why. Something about Mrs. Bloom's request nagged at her, a loose thread that didn't quite fit the pattern she was trying to weave. Clara closed the ledger and reached for her shawl. Mrs. Littledown had mentioned that Beatrice dismissed her seamstress suddenly. Nora Talbot. If Isaac truly was innocent, Perhaps someone else harboured resentment rooted in financial injury and public humiliation. The afternoon was crisp, with the sort of autumn clarity that made London's soot-stained buildings look almost picturesque, and the walk would give her time to think through the contradictions in Beatrice's case. Clara made her way through the familiar streets, her mind turning over what she knew. A public rejection, yes, but neighbours who heard women arguing the night Beatrice died. A fiancé with a perfect alibi who seemed strangely absent from the investigation, a victim who appeared to live beyond her means while secretly supporting an elderly relative's medical expenses. She found herself turning toward the narrow street where Nora Talbot kept her small seamstress shop. The shop was tucked between a baker and a cobbler, its window displaying an array of carefully mended garments. A small painted sign read, "N. Talbot, Fine, Needlework and Alterations." Clara pushed open the door, setting a small bell to chiming. Nora Talbot looked up from her work table, where she was carefully stitching lace onto a petticoat. She was younger than Clara had expected, perhaps 22, with ink-stained fingertips and the sort of sharp, intelligent eyes that suggested she missed very little. Her dark hair was pulled back in a practical knot, and her dress was well made, but showed the careful mending that marked someone who lived by her needle. "Good afternoon," Clara said, approaching the counter. "I'm Clara Wetherly. I was hoping you might be able to help me with a small alteration." Nora's expression was cautious but professional. "Of course, Miss Wetherly. What sort of work do you need?" Clara lifted the hem of her skirt slightly. "Just a small matter with this hemline. It's caught on something and frayed slightly." Nora came around the counter to examine the supposed damage, her movements precise and economical. As she knelt to inspect Clara's hem, Clara took the opportunity to study the shop more carefully. It was clean and well organised, with careful attention to detail that spoke of professional pride. Several finished garments hung on hooks, including a dove grey silk gown that was clearly expensive work. "I can certainly repair this," Nora said, standing, "though it's quite minor. A few stitches should set it right." "You're very kind. I must say, your work is beautiful. That grey gown particularly. Such elegant construction." Something shifted in Nora's expression, a tightening around her eyes. "Thank you, though I'm afraid that piece represents rather more trouble than it was worth." "Oh?" I hope the client wasn't difficult. Nora moved back behind her counter, her fingers drumming nervously against the wood. "She was complicated." A pause. "You said your name was Wetherly. Are you the Miss Wetherly who runs the herbal shop on Belrose Lane?" "I am." "I thought so. Are you investigating Miss Renly's death? Everyone in the neighbourhood is talking about how you helped yourself when you were accused, and now—" Nora's eyes brightened with sudden excitement. "You are, aren't you?" Clara chose her words carefully. "I'm concerned that an innocent man may be paying for someone else's crime." "I knew it." Nora's excitement was palpable. "I knew you would, Miss Wetherly. You knew Beatrice, didn't you?" "Only slightly," Clara replied. "I believe we may have been introduced once, but I didn't know her personally." Nora's mouth tightened. "Her death was a tragedy, though I can't say I'm surprised it came to a violent end." "What do you mean?" Nora glanced toward the window, then back to Clara. "Miss Renly had a talent for making enemies, Miss Wetherly. She dismissed me without warning, after I'd made her that dove grey gown she was so proud of. Said she couldn't afford me any more." A pause. "But she'd just ordered lace from Paris. Expensive lace." Clara felt her pulse quicken. "Were you angry with her?" "I was humiliated," Nora said flatly. "She made it sound as though I was some sort of charity case she could no longer afford to support. But the truth is, Miss Renly was the one living beyond her means. Still, dismissing you so suddenly does seem harsh." "It was more than harsh. It was calculated." Nora's voice carried real bitterness now. "She owed me 3 weeks' wages, and when I asked for payment, she claimed I was being grasping. Said a woman in my position should understand the difficulties of genteel poverty." Clara studied the young woman's face, noting the anger that still simmered beneath her composed exterior. "That must have been very difficult." "It was, though I suppose I should have expected it. Miss Renly had a way of using people when it suited her, then discarding them when they became inconvenient." You sound as though you knew her quite well." Nora was quiet for a moment, her fingers returning to their nervous drumming. "Well enough. I worked for her for nearly 6 months. One learns things about a person when one sees them regularly." "What sort of things?" "Well..." Nora glanced toward the window again, then seemed to make a decision. "Miss Wetherly, I don't wish to speak ill of the dead, but there was something not right about that supposed engagement of hers." Clara felt her attention sharpen. "What do you mean?" "That Mr. Weston she was always talking about. If he was truly a gentleman of means, why did he never pay for any of her clothing? I sent bills to him directly. Miss Renly gave me his direction, but they were always returned with excuses. Temporary difficulties with the bank, or slight delay in quarterly payments. Always something. Perhaps he was having genuine financial troubles. Perhaps, but his clothing told a different story. Nora's professional eye was clearly offended. I happened to see him once or twice when he came to collect Miss Renly for their outings. His coat was well made but old, and it had been let out at the seams. His boots were good quality but resoled at least twice. Those aren't the possessions of a wealthy man, Miss Wetherly. They're the possessions of someone who was once wealthy, or someone trying very hard to appear so." Clara felt pieces shifting in her mind. How did they meet? They seem rather an unlikely couple by all accounts. At Mrs. Pemberton's charity ball last spring, Miss Renly attended as companion to some lady, I never did learn who, but she didn't present herself as a servant. Oh, no. Nora's voice carried a mixture of admiration and disapproval. She spun tales about family estates and inheritance coming due, said her father had been a gentleman farmer in Kent, that there were properties and investments that would soon be settled in her favour. And Mr. Weston believed these stories. Men believed her readily enough. Nora's expression grew wistful. Miss Renly was the most beautiful woman I ever saw, Miss Wetherly. Golden hair like spun silk, violet eyes that seemed to look right through you, figure like a porcelain doll. When she smiled, gentlemen lost their wits entirely. I suppose Mr. Weston was no different." Clara studied Nora's face, noting both the professional assessment and genuine sadness there. So she was living an elaborate fiction. From what I could see, yes. Always talking about her circumstances changing soon, and how her inheritance would resolve everything. I think she truly believed that if she could just marry into wealth, all her problems would disappear. Nora's voice softened. In a way, I almost admired her for it. It takes courage to reinvent yourself so completely. Clara felt pieces shifting in her mind. Did you share these observations with Miss Renly? I tried to. That's why she dismissed me. Nora's voice carried bitter satisfaction. I suggested she might want to be more cautious about her engagement, given what I'd observed. She became quite angry and accused me of jealousy. Said I was trying to ruin her happiness because I couldn't bear to see her rise above her circumstances. How did you respond? I told her the truth, that Mr. Weston wasn't what he appeared to be, and that she might find herself in worse circumstances if she tied her fate to his. Nora's expression was grim. She dismissed me that very afternoon. Clara studied the young woman's face, trying to read the emotions there. Anger, certainly, and wounded pride, but also something that might have been genuine concern. I just don't understand why the police aren't looking into Mr. Weston more closely, Nora continued, her voice carrying conviction. They should be examining him instead of arresting that poor boy Isaac Thorne. That man was no more a gentleman than I am a duchess. Mark my words, Miss Wetherly, there was something very wrong about James Weston. Clara felt a chill of possibility. If Nora was right about James Weston's deception, it cast the entire case in a different light, but she couldn't ignore the possibility that Nora might be deflecting suspicion from herself toward a more convenient target. So you don't think that Isaac Thorne caused Miss Renly's death? Nora's expression softened immediately. That sweet man. I cannot imagine the police have the right of it. The genuine distress in Nora's voice was unmistakable, and Clara found herself reassessing her initial suspicions. If Nora was acting, she was remarkably skilled at it. Miss Talbot, Clara said gently, I hope you don't mind my asking, but where were you Tuesday evening? The night Miss Wrenley died. Tuesday evening? Nora's voice pitched slightly higher. I was here naturally, working late. I had several pieces to finish. Urgent orders, you understand. Anyone who might have seen you? A neighbour, perhaps? No, Nora's fingers resumed their nervous drumming against the counter, and she glanced toward the window. Why would there be? I work alone in the evenings. More peaceful that way. Less interruption. She straightened defensively. Surely you don't think I had anything to do with poor Beatrice's death? Clara watched the young woman's face carefully, noting the tension that had crept into her posture. No, certainly not. Nora's relief was palpable, but her eyes didn't quite meet Clara's. As Clara walked home, through the gathering dusk, her mind considered new possibilities. Nora's observations about James Weston aligned uncomfortably well with her own suspicions, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the seamstress might be a very clever young woman, deflecting suspicion from herself. After all, Nora had clear motive, financial injury, and public humiliation. She had opportunity, she knew Beatrice's habits and living situation, and she had the sort of sharp intelligence that might allow her to manipulate both the investigation and well-meaning neighbours like Clara herself. But her distress about Isaac had seemed genuine, and her observations about James Weston were too specific to dismiss entirely. The shop was dark when Clara returned, and she lit a candle before hanging up her shawl. Marmalade appeared immediately, weaving around her legs with insistent meows and bumping against her skirts. "Hello to you too," Clara murmured, scratching behind his ears. "I suppose you're hungry. Tuna tonight, Marmalade?" But instead of heading toward the stairs that led to the kitchen, Marmalade leaped onto the shelf beside the gilded leaf, his amber eyes fixed meaningfully on the leather-bound book. As the warm candlelight filled the familiar space, Clara moved toward her grandmother's book, guided by her cat's obvious intent. She found the book already open. Clara stopped short, staring at the displayed page. She was certain she'd closed the book that morning, just as she always did. But there it lay, open to a page she had never seen before, with a pressed violet lying across the text like a bookmark. Over the 3 years since Genevieve's death, the gilded leaf had developed what Clara could only describe as a mind of its own. Pages turned with the slightest breeze, or sometimes with no breeze at all, always landing on passages that seemed remarkably relevant to whatever troubled her. She knew how it sounded. Her rational mind catalogued each incident as coincidence, draft, or simple wishful thinking. Yet she couldn't ignore the pattern. Marmalade would position himself beside the book at the most peculiar moments, as if he could read the pages himself. And sometimes, more often lately, with the 3rd anniversary of Genevieve's death approaching, Clara felt a presence in the shop that had nothing to do with memory or grief, a warmth at her shoulder when she worked late, the faint scent of lavender water when no lavender bloomed. Her grandmother had believed in such things. Tarot cards, spirits, the old ways of healing that went beyond herbs and into territories Clara's scientific mind preferred not to examine too closely. Genevieve had called Clara's analytical nature intuition in disguise, insisting that recognising patterns was itself a form of seeing. Clara had always been more comfortable with logic than mystery, but standing here now, with Marmalade watching her expectantly, and the book open to precisely what she needed, she couldn't quite dismiss the possibility that some things defied rational explanation. Her grandmother's flowing script covered the page, but below the familiar writing, in ink that looked fresher than the rest, were words. "Trust carefully. False friends wear many faces, and the most dangerous enemies are those who offer help. The truth you seek lies not in what people say, but in what they choose to hide." Clara's hands trembled as she touched the violet's delicate petals. The flower crumbled at her touch, releasing the faint scent of lavender water that always accompanied her grandmother's presence. "Grandmother?" she whispered to the empty shop. "What are you trying to tell me?" The candle flame flickered once, and for a moment Clara could have sworn she felt a gentle touch against her cheek. Then the sensation was gone, leaving only the weight of her grandmother's warning. She closed the gilded leaf carefully. Whether Nora Talbot was friend or foe remained to be seen, but one thing was certain. The truth about Beatrice Wrenley's death was more complicated than anyone realised. Well then, she murmured to the empty shop. "I suppose we'd better find out what really happened." Marmalade meowed pointedly from his perch, reminding her of more immediate concerns. Yes, Clara said, moving toward the stairs. "Tuna it is." Chapter 6. Clara was grinding dried willow bark when the shop door burst open with enough force to set the bell clanging like an alarm. Mrs. Bloom swept in, her usual composure completely shattered, followed closely by Mrs. Penfield and Mrs. Winters, both wearing expressions of grim determination. "Miss Wetherly?" Mrs. Bloom's voice trembled with barely controlled panic. "Oh, my dear, the most dreadful news." "Steady on, Eleanor," Mrs. Penfield said, placing a firm hand on Mrs. Bloom's arm before turning to Clara. "I'm afraid there's been a development in young Isaac's case." Clara set down her mortar immediately, wiping her hands on her apron. "What's happened?" "The trial," Mrs. Bloom managed, sinking into the chair Clara kept for elderly customers. "They've moved it up. The magistrate says the court calendar has shifted, and Isaac must appear in just 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Miss Wetherly." Clara felt her stomach drop. 2 weeks? But that's barely any time to find the real killer, Mrs. Winters finished grimly, "which is precisely why we're here." Mrs. Penfield nodded with military precision. "We've come to discuss what can be done. That poor boy won't defend himself, won't give an account of his whereabouts, and meanwhile the real murderer walks free." Marmalade appeared from behind the counter, weaving between the women's skirts with unusual attentiveness. He settled himself in the centre of the group, as if presiding over their council of war. "We need a plan," Mrs. Winters said, pulling off her gloves with efficient movements. "A proper strategy to clear Isaac's name." Clara moved to put the kettle on, her mind already racing. "The question is what sort of evidence might convince the magistrate that Isaac is innocent?" "Character witnesses," Mrs. Bloom said immediately. "Isaac has helped dozens of people in this neighbourhood. Surely someone would speak up for him." "But would they?" Mrs. Penfield asked practically. "Speaking against the police's case requires considerable courage." Clara paused in her tea preparations, considering. If I could find people who've witnessed Isaac's gentle nature, his reliability, it might help. The problem is identifying them and giving them a way to recognise Isaac that isn't based on the police sketch. "Oh," Mrs. Bloom's face brightened slightly. "I have his miniature. It was painted for his 25th birthday 3 years ago. He looks so like himself there, so hopeful." "A miniature would be perfect," Clara said. "With his picture, I could speak to shopkeepers and neighbours who might have witnessed his kindness firsthand." Mrs. Winters leaned forward. "My nephew Timothy works various positions around the neighbourhood. He might know which families Isaac has helped recently." "That's excellent," Clara said, making notes. "What else do we know about the people involved in this case?" Mrs. Penfield's expression sharpened. "Speaking of people involved, I've been thinking about that James Weston fellow. Mrs. Thornbury mentioned something rather curious about his behaviour at Mrs. Pemberton's charity ball." Clara looked up from her notes. "What sort of behaviour?" "Well, according to Mrs. Thornbury, Mr. Weston was asking very specific questions about Miss Renly's family background, not the sort of romantic interest you'd expect from a smitten gentleman, but more like..." Mrs. Penfield paused delicately. "More like someone checking credentials." "Checking credentials?" Mrs. Winters repeated. "Whatever for?" "Perhaps to verify her claims about wealth and inheritance," Clara said slowly. "If he was courting her for financial reasons." "Then discovering she was deceiving him would provide quite a motive for murder," Mrs. Penfield concluded with satisfaction. Clara felt pieces shifting in her mind. That's valuable information. It suggests premeditation on his part, that he deliberately sought out information about her rather than being caught off guard. "There's something else," Mrs. Penfield continued. "Mrs. Hartford mentioned something about Miss Renly's former companion, Ivy Beaumont. Apparently she was dismissed quite suddenly, and there was considerable talk about her being unusually devoted to Miss Renly." "Unusually devoted how?" Clara asked. Mrs. Penfield chose her words carefully. "More than a servant's normal attachment, according to Mrs. Hartford. The sort of devotion that might make someone quite distraught if suddenly dismissed." Mrs. Winters frowned. You think this Ivy person might have had reason to harm Miss Wrenley? Or to protect her, Mrs. Penfield said. Strong emotions can lead to unexpected actions. Clara made careful notes about both James Weston's investigative behaviour and Ivy Beaumont's unusual attachment. 2 more threads to pursue in her increasingly complex web of suspects and motives. This is precisely what we need, she said. Information the police haven't bothered to gather because they're convinced they have their culprit. Marmalade rose and padded over to Mrs. Bloom, rubbing against her legs with unusual gentleness. She reached down to stroke his orange fur, and some of the tension left her shoulders. Mrs. Bloom, Clara said carefully, I hope you won't take this amiss, but I need to understand why Isaac won't defend himself. Surely he could account for his whereabouts that evening. The 3 women exchanged glances, and Clara noticed Mrs. Bloom's hands tighten in her lap. It's complicated, Mrs. Bloom said finally. How complicated? Mrs. Penfield asked, her tone gentle but persistent. Eleanor, if there's something that might help Isaac. There are circumstances, Mrs. Bloom said, her voice barely above a whisper. Reasons why Isaac can't speak. But Miss Wetherly... She looked up with sudden intensity. I'm confident you can find the real killer without Isaac's help. You have the skills, the insight. You don't need him to tell you what happened that night. Clara blinked, taken aback by the certainty in Mrs. Bloom's voice. Mrs. Bloom, I appreciate your faith in me, but surely Isaac's own account would only complicate matters, Mrs. Bloom interrupted. Trust me, Miss Wetherly. Some truths are better left unspoken, especially when they're not necessary for justice. Mrs. Penfield and Mrs. Winters looked as puzzled as Clara felt. What circumstances could be so complicated that Isaac would rather face the gallows than reveal them? I don't understand, Mrs. Winters said slowly. What could be worse than hanging for murder? Mrs. Bloom's expression closed off entirely. Some burdens are meant to be carried alone. Isaac knows this. But it doesn't matter. Miss Wetherly will find the truth another way. The confidence in her voice was almost unsettling. Clara found herself wondering what Mrs. Bloom knew that she wasn't saying, and why she seemed so certain that Clara could solve the case without Isaac's cooperation. Well, Mrs. Penfield said after a moment of uncomfortable silence, mysterious circumstances aside, we have our work cut out for us. 2 weeks to gather evidence and find the real killer. It's not impossible, Mrs. Winters said with determined optimism. Miss Wetherly already has leads to pursue. Clara poured tea for everyone, using the familiar ritual to organise her thoughts. The truth is, I need to investigate all of them more thoroughly. James Weston, this Ivy Beaumont, even the seamstress who was dismissed so suddenly. Nora Talbot, Mrs. Penfield said knowingly. Yes, I've heard she was quite bitter about her treatment. What do we know about her current circumstances? Clara asked. Mrs. Winters considered this. My nephew mentioned seeing her near Miss Wrenley's lodgings the day before the murder. Seemed to be watching the building, he said. When he greeted her, she claimed to be looking for work, but it struck him as odd behaviour. Watching the building, Clara repeated thoughtfully. That does seem suspicious. Or desperate, Mrs. Penfield observed. Perhaps she was hoping to appeal to Miss Wrenley directly for her wages. Clara made another note. Every piece of information revealed new complexities, new possibilities for motive and opportunity. Then we have our assignments, Mrs. Penfield said decisively. Eleanor, you'll fetch that miniature, so Miss Wetherly can begin finding character witnesses. Margaret, you'll have Timothy make inquiries about Isaac's recent activities with families in the neighbourhood. And I'll investigate Mr. Weston's social connections more thoroughly. Mrs. Bloom nodded slowly. I'll also speak to the shopkeepers Isaac has helped. Make sure they understand what's at stake. Clara felt a surge of gratitude for these determined women. That would be invaluable. All of it. When Mrs. Bloom returned that afternoon with Isaac's miniature, Clara studied the small portrait carefully. The young man painted there had Isaac's gentle features, but none of the haunted desperation she'd glimpsed during his arrest. His eyes held hope, kindness, and quiet strength. He was so happy that day, Mrs. Bloom said wistfully. Just gotten word that he'd be able to help with the new church roof. Clara tucked the miniature carefully into her reticule. I'll take very good care of it. As evening fell, Clara moved to her desk to organise her notes about the lady's assignments. She pulled open the small drawer where she kept her writing materials and froze. The hanged man lay face up in the drawer, though she was certain it hadn't been there that morning. The card showed a man suspended upside down, his face serene, despite his dire circumstances, waiting, helpless, dependent on others to change his fate. Clara's hands trembled as she picked up the card. Isaac's face from the miniature seemed to overlap with the figure in the painting. Both young men whose lives hung by a thread, both trusting others to save them. 2 weeks, she whispered to the empty shop, feeling the weight of responsibility settle around her shoulders like a shroud. She stared at the card thoughtfully. Her grandmother's tarot deck, old and exquisite, with gold-trimmed edges, worn smooth by decades of use, was kept safely upstairs in her living quarters, stored in the rowan oak box that sat on the mantel. The box itself was a work of art, its lid carved with an intricate tree of life that Genevieve had traced with reverent fingers during her readings. For the hanged man to appear here, in the shop, meant it had travelled quite deliberately from its proper home. Just like the pages that turned in the gilded leaf, like the pressed flowers that appeared with warnings, like the scent of lavender water that drifted through empty rooms. Perhaps her grandmother was speaking to her after all, and if so, this card was no gentle guidance. It was an urgent plea. Clara climbed the narrow stairs to her apartment and opened the carved box. The remaining cards lay nestled in their silk-lined compartment. She placed the hanged man carefully back among its companions, then stared out at the fog-shrouded street, her mind turning over everything she'd learned. She had 2 weeks, a miniature, new information about James Weston's deliberate investigation of Beatrice, knowledge of Ivy Beaumont's unusual attachment, and a growing network of determined women ready to help fight for justice. But somewhere in London, a killer walked free, while an innocent man counted down the days to his execution, and if Clara failed, Isaac would hang. Marmalade settled beside her on the windowsill, his amber eyes reflecting the gaslight from the street. Together, they watched the fog thicken around the lampposts, both lost in their own thoughts about the mysteries and dangers that lay ahead. Chapter 7.
Marmalade's observations, in which someone disturbs my evening nap and leaves litter at our door. The fool woke me up. I was having an excellent dream about sardines when footsteps outside pulled me from sleep. Decent cats don't prowl at this hour. Clearly this was a human problem. From my windowsill, I watched some overdressed buffoon creep toward our door like he was stalking mice. Terrible technique. Far too much shuffling. Not nearly enough patience. If I wanted to approach prey undetected, I certainly wouldn't clump about in those ridiculous boots. He knelt and shoved paper under our door. Honestly, humans and their obsession with leaving things everywhere, as if the world were their personal storage cupboard. His scent drifted through the window gap, expensive tobacco that made my whiskers twitch, and some flowery hair nonsense. Beneath all that preening, though, something sour. The smell of lies, perhaps, or guilt. Humans always reek of one or the other. I'd encountered this particular combination before, though I couldn't be bothered to remember exactly when. Too many suspicious humans pass by our shop. They all blur together after a while. Same desperation, different hats. The man slunk away into the fog, leaving his paper gift behind like a cat depositing a dead mouse. Except cats bring useful presents. This felt more like trouble wrapped in politeness. Clara would find it in the morning, no doubt. She'd read it with that intense frown she gets when puzzling over herb measurements, and probably do something foolish as a result. I settled back onto my cushion with a dismissive flick of my tail. Really, the lengths humans go to complicate their lives. A simple hiss and a well-placed claw would solve most of their problems. But they never ask my opinion.
Clara nearly stepped on the folded paper when she unlocked the shop that morning. She bent to retrieve it, her fingers immediately recognising the weight of expensive stationery, the sort of thick cream paper that whispered of money and consequence. Ask around Shoreditch. He's been seen there 3 times. Her breath hitched. Isaac. Someone knew something about Isaac's movements. But why slip anonymous notes under her door like a character from a penny dreadful? Shoreditch. Clara's stomach tightened at the name. Opium dens and worse lurked in those narrow streets, places where gentle souls like Isaac Thorne had no business venturing. Unless... She turned the paper over, studying the precise script. Whoever had written this owned fine stationery as casually as she owned dried herbs. Money, then. Position. But afraid to speak openly. A trap? Her grandmother's voice seemed to whisper from the shadows. When gifts arrive without givers, Clara, ask yourself what the giver hopes to gain. But Isaac's miniature sat heavy in her reticule. Mrs. Bloom's desperate hope wrapped around it like a prayer. If someone had seen him in Shoreditch, if there were witnesses who could speak to his character, his whereabouts. Clara folded the note carefully and slipped it beside the portrait. Her hands trembled slightly as she locked the shop door behind her. Providence or peril, only one way to discover which. An hour later, Clara stood before Scotland Yard's imposing facade, gathering her courage like armour. Before venturing into Shoreditch's murky depths, she would make one final attempt to reach Isaac directly. Surely even stubborn inspectors could see the value in that. The desk sergeant's face brightened with recognition. "Miss Wetherly, come to solve another case for us, have you?" "Nothing so ambitious, Sergeant Mills. I merely hoped for a word with Isaac Thorne." His expression shifted to polite alarm. "Ah, well, that's rather..." "Highly irregular," Redgrave's voice carried from behind her, rich with familiar exasperation. "Unprecedented. Completely against regulations." Clara turned, lifting her chin. "I was going to say reasonable, actually." "Of course you were." He approached with that measured stride that somehow managed to convey both authority and barely leashed irritation. "Let me guess. You've discovered some crucial evidence that will exonerate poor Isaac." "Not yet, but I might if certain obstinate officials would permit me 5 minutes of conversation with the accused." "Obstinate?" One dark brow arched. "How refreshingly direct of you, Miss Wetherly." "I find directness saves time, Inspector, unlike the meandering pace of official investigations." Redgrave's lips twitched. Whether with annoyance or amusement, Clara couldn't tell. "I'm devastated to disappoint your faith in our efficiency. However, prisoners don't receive social calls from unqualified investigators." "Unqualified?" Clara's voice took on a dangerous sweetness. "How odd. I could have sworn you once called my observations surprisingly astute." A moment of weakness, clearly. "Clearly." She smiled with mock sympathy. "Don't worry, Inspector. I won't hold one instance of good judgment against you." Sergeant Mills cleared his throat pointedly. Several constables had slowed their passage through the reception area, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Redgrave's jaw tightened. "Miss Wetherly, a word. Privately." He guided her toward a quieter corner, his hand barely grazing her elbow, a touch so brief it might have been accidental, if not for the way her pulse quickened. "Your request is impossible," he said, voice lower now. "Isaac Thorne refuses to speak to anyone. His solicitor, his aunt, even the chaplain. His silence suggests guilt, not innocence. Or protection of someone he loves." Clara met his gaze steadily. "Surely you've considered that possibility." "I've considered many possibilities, including the ones where interfering women place themselves in considerable danger by pursuing theories best left to trained professionals." "Trained professionals who've already decided the case is closed?" "Trained professionals who follow evidence rather than sentiment." Clara tilted her head, studying his face. "You know, Inspector, when you're particularly condescending, that little muscle in your jaw twitches. Did you know that?" Redgrave's hand moved unconsciously toward his jawline before he caught himself. "I am not being condescending." "Certainly not. Merely pedagogical." "I'm trying to keep you safe." The admission hung between them, more honest than either had intended. Clara felt her breath catch at the unexpected vulnerability in his voice. "Why?" she asked softly. For a moment, something unguarded flickered in his hazel eyes. Then his professional mask slammed back into place. "Because explaining your untimely demise to Mrs. Penfield would require more tea and sympathy than I possess." Clara's laugh surprised them both. "How practical of you." I am nothing if not practical, Miss Wetherly. His voice had returned to its usual dry formality, but something warmer lingered beneath. Promise me you'll abandon this investigation. I'm afraid that's quite impossible. Why? Because you haven't convinced me you're right, she smiled sweetly, and I do so hate being wrong about my convictions. Redgrave closed his eyes briefly, as if praying for patience. You are the most infuriating woman in London. How flattering. I was aiming for the most infuriating woman in England. Give it time, he muttered. I'm sure you'll succeed. Clara stepped out of Scotland Yard with her jaw set and her temper simmering. Interfering women indeed. She could still hear the condescending edge in Redgrave's voice, see that infuriating arch of his eyebrow when he dismissed her theories as sentiment. For a brief moment on those steps, she'd actually considered showing him the anonymous note. Perhaps if she'd explained about Shoreditch, about the possible witnesses who might provide Isaac with an alibi. But no, he'd made his position abundantly clear. Follow proper channels, leave it to the professionals, promise to abandon her investigation like a good little woman who knew her place. Clara's fingers tightened around her reticule, feeling the reassuring weight of Isaac's miniature and the mysterious note within. If the great Inspector Redgrave was too proud, or too blind, to pursue every lead, then she would simply have to do it herself. Trained professionals, she thought with a snort that would have scandalised Mrs. Penfield. We'll see about that. Back at the shop, Clara found the gilded leaf lying open on the counter, where she was certain she'd left it closed. The page displayed her grandmother's flowing script, alongside a pressed violet, its petals still holding traces of purple despite their age. Beware gifts from the shadows, the entry read. False friends bear the sweetest assistance, and the most dangerous traps wear the face of Providence. Clara stared at the words, her skin prickling with sudden awareness. The anonymous note crinkled in her reticule as she shifted, and she couldn't shake the feeling that her grandmother was trying to warn her about something specific. I hear you, grandmother, she whispered to the empty shop, but Isaac needs help, and I may be his only hope. She moved to her preparation area, gathering what she might need for an expedition into London's less savoury quarters. From a high shelf, she retrieved a small leather pouch and began measuring out finely ground cayenne pepper, the sort she used in circulation remedies for those suffering from cold extremities. The powder was potent enough to bring tears to the eyes and fire to the throat when used medicinally. In the wrong hands, or perhaps the right ones, depending on circumstances, it might serve other purposes entirely. Clara tucked the pouch into her reticule alongside Isaac's miniature and the mysterious note. If Shoreditch proved as dangerous as its reputation suggested, she intended to be prepared. As evening shadows began to gather, Clara checked her preparations one final time. She pulled the anonymous note from her reticule, studying the elegant script by the light of the candle on her counter. Something about the careful precision of the letters troubled her, too perfect perhaps, as if the writer had taken great care to disguise their natural hand. The candle flame suddenly guttered and went out, despite the complete absence of any draught. The shop plunged into twilight gloom. Clara's breath caught. Grandmother! Silence. Then, so faint she might have imagined it, the scent of lavender water drifted through the air. I'll be careful, Clara said aloud, her voice steady, despite the chill that had settled over the room. But I won't abandon Isaac to his fate, not when I might be able to help him. She gathered her shawl and stepped into the gathering darkness of Bloomsbury's evening streets.
Marmalade's observations, in which humans demonstrate their complete inability to coordinate anything properly. Clara was stomping around the shop again, muttering under her breath with the particular ferocity she reserved for occasions when the tall human with silver buttons had said something especially stupid. She'd been like this since returning from Scotland Yard, reorganising herb jars with unnecessary force, checking her reticule 3 times, and generally radiating the sort of indignation that made my whiskers twitch with second-hand irritation. Interfering, she grumbled, shoving a jar of dried chamomile into place with more vigour than required. Proper channels, we'll see about proper channels. Clearly their interview had not gone well. As evening shadows began to lengthen, Clara finally gathered herself for whatever expedition she'd been planning. I positioned myself at the windowsill to observe her departure. Someone had to maintain proper surveillance after all. Across the street, the tall human with silver buttons had taken up position behind Mrs. Henderson's hat shop. His cologne drifted on the evening breeze, something with bergamot that made my nose wrinkle. At least, he was following Clara, finally showing some sense. But then, disaster. Another human in uniform approached with papers, gesturing frantically about something urgent and official and undoubtedly tedious. I watched in horror as my Clara strode purposefully down the street while her would-be protector got trapped in bureaucratic nonsense. No, this was not acceptable. Clara was wandering off toward whatever trap that midnight paper dropper had laid, and her guardian was discussing reports like the world's most poorly timed civil servant. My tail lashed with frustration. By the time the tall human finally escaped his colleague and hurried after Clara, she had quite the head start. He moved with the sort of controlled urgency that suggested he knew exactly how badly he'd miscalculated. I settled back with the resigned irritation of a cat whose humans had once again proven their complete inability to manage the simplest arrangements. Really, they were lucky I was keeping watch.
Chapter 8. Clara had never ventured into Shoreditch after dark, and within minutes of stepping off the omnibus, she understood why respectable women avoided the district entirely. Gas lamps flickered uncertainly through the fog, casting wavering pools of yellow light that seemed to emphasise the shadows rather than dispel them. The cobblestones beneath her feet were slick with moisture, and things she preferred not to contemplate, and the air carried scents that made her grateful for her experience with pungent herbal preparations. She pulled her dark shawl closer and checked that Isaac's miniature remained secure in her reticule, alongside the anonymous note and her small pouch of cayenne pepper. The weight of these items provided some comfort as she made her way deeper into the narrow streets, following the rough directions a cab driver had given her before refusing to take her any further. The first tavern she encountered squatted between a pawnbroker's and what appeared to be lodgings of questionable repute. The painted sign above the door had faded beyond recognition, but raucous laughter and the smell of gin marked it clearly enough. Clara straightened her shoulders, lifted her chin, and pushed through the heavy wooden door. The conversation died the moment she entered. Every face in the dimly lit room turned toward her with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright suspicion. Clara felt heat rise in her cheeks as she realised how utterly she failed to blend in. Her carefully mended gloves and modest but clean dress might as well have announced her origins with a brass band. "What's this, then?" called out a man near the bar, his voice slurred with drink. "Lost, are you, miss?" "Not lost," Clara replied, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. "I'm looking for information about someone who may have been seen in this area." Snickers arose from several corners of the room. The barman, a large fellow with arms like tree trunks, leaned across the scarred wooden bar. "Information, is it? And what makes you think anyone here's got any to give?" Clara approached the bar, acutely aware of the scrutiny following her every step. She withdrew Isaac's miniature from her reticule, holding it where the barman could see. "This man. He may have visited establishments in this district. I'm hoping someone might remember seeing him." The barman glanced at the portrait without interest. "Don't know him. Don't know nothing about nothing." He turned away with pointed finality. Clara tried showing the miniature to several other patrons, but met with either hostile stares or elaborate displays of ignorance. After 10 increasingly uncomfortable minutes, she retreated to the street, her heart hammering against her ribs. The second tavern, identified by a creaking sign depicting a black dog, proved marginally more welcoming. At least no one actively threatened her, though the atmosphere remained distinctly unwelcoming. The clientele here seemed slightly less rough, labourers finishing their day rather than dedicated drunkards beginning their evening. Clara approached the barmaid, a woman of middle years with sharp eyes and greying hair pulled back in a practical knot. "Excuse me," Clara began, producing the miniature again. "I wonder if you might have seen this gentleman. He may have visited here recently." The barmaid studied the portrait more carefully than anyone had in the previous establishment. Her expression grew thoughtful. I might have, she said slowly. Well-dressed fellow, speaks proper. Doesn't belong here if you take my meaning. Clara's pulse quickened. You have seen him? 3, maybe 4 times over the past month or so. Always looks uncomfortable, like he's not sure he should be here. Orders ale, but barely touches it. Did he seem to be meeting anyone? Conducting business, perhaps? The barmaid shook her head. That's what was odd about him. Kept looking around, like he was searching for someone. But he never seemed to find them, if you know what I mean. And he didn't look like our usual sort of customer, if you catch my drift. Clara frowned, not entirely certain she did catch the woman's drift, but unwilling to appear ignorant. Searching for someone? I, nervous about it too. Always checking the door, scanning the room, but he wasn't here for drink or company. The barmaid's meaningful look helped Clara understand that last reference. Just looking. Always looking. This was more information than Clara had dared hope for. Isaac had indeed been in Shoreditch, just as the anonymous note claimed. But he'd been searching for someone. But who? And why? It didn't clear him of suspicion in Beatrice's death, but it suggested his presence in the district had a purpose beyond the unsavoury activities typically associated with the area. Thank you, Clara said, then hesitated. I don't suppose you could recall when you last saw him. Was it perhaps Tuesday before last? The barmaid's face scrunched in concentration. Tuesday? Lord, miss, I couldn't tell you what day it is half the time, let alone what day someone was in here a fortnight ago. Could have been Tuesday, could have been any day. We're busy every night, and the faces all blur together after a while. Clara's heart sank. Even if Isaac had been here the night Beatrice died, this woman couldn't provide the specific testimony that might clear him. But I do remember him being nervous about something recent like, the barmaid added thoughtfully. Last time I saw him, he seemed more agitated than usual, kept checking his pocket watch, as if he was late for something important. Clara pressed a coin into the woman's palm. You've been most helpful. She turned to leave, her mind already working to piece together this new information, when the barmaid called after her. Miss, you might try the Lamb and Flag down the next street. He was asking directions there last time I saw him. Clara nodded her thanks and stepped back into the fog-shrouded street, feeling more optimistic than she had since beginning this expedition. She was making progress. Isaac's mysterious behaviour was beginning to make sense, even if she didn't yet understand the full picture. The Lamb and Flag sat at the intersection of 2 narrow streets, its windows glowing with warm light that seemed almost welcoming after her previous experiences. Clara approached with renewed confidence, straightening her shawl and checking that her reticule remained secure. The moment she entered, however, she knew something was different. This establishment was more crowded than the previous 2, filled with men whose clothes and bearing suggested they were employed in trades requiring both strength and a certain disregard for legal niceties. The conversation level was higher, the atmosphere more charged. Clara made her way to the bar, where a thin man with calculating eyes looked her up and down with uncomfortable thoroughness. Well, well, he said, loud enough to be heard over the general noise. What have we here? I'm looking for information, Clara began, but the man held up a hand. Wait a moment, he said, his voice growing excited. I know you. You're that woman. What's your name? Wetherly. Miss Wetherly. Aren't you the lady what works with that inspector from Scotland Yard? Clara's blood turned to ice water. Every conversation in the tavern ceased, as if a switch had been thrown. Dozens of eyes fixed on her with expressions that ranged from curious to distinctly unfriendly. Someone had recognised her. But how? Her growing reputation was supposed to be confined to respectable circles, not this. Unless word travelled faster through London's underbelly than she'd imagined. You're that one what caught the poisoner last month? Called out someone from across the room. Read about it in the papers. Police business, muttered another voice, dark with suspicion. Don't like police business here. Now, said the thin man behind the bar, though his smile had turned predatory. Let's not be unfriendly to our distinguished visitor. What brings the famous Miss Wetherly to our humble establishment? Clara realised with growing alarm that her reputation had preceded her in the worst possible way. She glanced toward the door, calculating distances and obstacles, when a voice from the back of the room made her stomach plummet. "That's her, all right. Been asking questions all over Shoreditch tonight. Someone's paying good money to know what she's up to." The speaker was a large man with scarred knuckles and the cold eyes of someone accustomed to violence. The scars were old, but numerous. This wasn't a man who settled disputes with words. His posture suggested military training, perhaps, or years of employment in trades where intimidation was a required skill. He stood up slowly, and Clara noticed two other men rising with him, men who had been watching her rather than participating in the general revelry. They'd been waiting for her. This wasn't coincidence. Someone had stationed watchers here, knowing she might come. "Asking questions about what?" demanded the barman. "About Isaac Thorne," Clara said quickly, hoping honesty might diffuse the situation. "The man accused of murdering Beatrice Renly. I believe he's innocent." "Innocent or not," said the scarred man, moving closer. "Some folks would prefer you stopped asking questions. Some folks who pay better than the Metropolitan Police." Clara's hand tightened on her reticule. These men weren't random tavern patrons annoyed by police interference. They were here specifically for her. Someone with enough money to hire watchers. But who knew about her investigation well enough to predict she'd come to Shoreditch? Who felt threatened enough to pay for professional intimidation? The anonymous note had led her here. Had it been bait all along? "I don't know what you mean," she said, edging toward what she hoped was the door. "Course you don't," the man replied with a laugh that held no humour. "Just like you don't know you've been poking your nose where it doesn't belong. Time someone taught you better manners." "Here now," shouted the barman suddenly. "I'll have no trouble in my establishment." But his protest was drowned out as someone near the back shouted, "She's working with the peelers." "Probably here to spy on us." The accusation hit the room like a match thrown into gunpowder. Voices rose in anger, chairs scraped back, and Clara found herself in the centre of a rapidly escalating confrontation. "I'm not spying on anyone," she protested, but her voice was lost in the growing chaos. A tankard flew through the air, shattering against the wall near her head. Someone shoved someone else, and suddenly the entire tavern erupted into violence. Clara dropped to her knees as a chair sailed over her head, crawling desperately toward what she hoped was the door. Bodies crashed around her as men settled old scores with their fists, and whatever makeshift weapons came to hand. The air filled with curses, breaking glass, and the solid thump of flesh meeting flesh. A hand grabbed her arm, hauling her upright. She found herself face to face with one of the scarred man's companions, his breath reeking of gin and malice. "Come along, miss," he growled. "Time to leave." Clara twisted away from his grip, remembering the pressure points Redgrave had once shown her for dealing with overly aggressive men during one of their earlier investigations. Her elbow connected with the man's solar plexus, and he doubled over with a surprised grunt. She used his momentary incapacitation to dive under a table, as another wave of fighting surged past. The brawl had taken on a life of its own now, with participants who had forgotten entirely about Clara in their enthusiasm for settling unrelated grievances. Staying low, Clara crawled toward the wall, following it toward what had to be the door. Behind her, she could hear the scarred man shouting orders over the din, trying to organise his associates to pursue her. She reached the door just as a tremendous crash announced the destruction of what had probably been the establishment's largest table. Clara burst out of the tavern and into the fog-shrouded street, her heart hammering so hard she could barely think. Behind her, the sounds of the brawl continued unabated, but she could also hear heavier footsteps, her pursuers following her escape. She ran blindly down the first street she came to, her boots slipping on the wet cobblestones. The fog seemed to close around her like a living thing, muffling sound, and making every shadow a potential threat. She could hear at least 2 sets of footsteps behind her, gaining ground despite her head start. The streets of this district had clearly grown without plan or purpose, twisting back on themselves like a maze designed to trap the unwary. Clara found herself in a maze of narrow alleys and dead-end courts, each turn taking her further from the main thoroughfares and deeper into the district's most questionable areas. Think, Clara. These alleys must lead somewhere. Follow the sounds of traffic, the scents that might indicate a main road. She turned a corner and realised with growing panic that she was thoroughly lost. The fog muffled everything, making it impossible to navigate by sound. The pursuing footsteps echoed off the close-pressed buildings, seeming to come from all directions at once. Ahead, the alley narrowed to a passage barely wide enough for a single person. Clara ran toward it, hoping it might lead to another street, only to discover that it terminated in a brick wall. She was trapped. The footsteps stopped. 2 men appeared at the mouth of the alley, breathing hard, but smiling with unpleasant satisfaction. "End of the road, miss," called the scarred man. "Nowhere left to run." Clara pressed her back against the brick wall, her mind racing. The trap was well laid, led her to Shoreditch with genuine information about Isaac, then have her cornered by professionals when she was isolated and vulnerable. Someone understood her well enough to predict she'd investigate alone rather than bring Redgrave, someone who knew her methods. "What do you want?" she asked, proud that her voice remained steady despite her racing heart. "Just a friendly conversation," the second man replied, "about the benefits of minding your own business." They advanced slowly, clearly confident in their advantage. Clara's hand slipped into her reticule, finding the small leather pouch she'd prepared before leaving the shop. The finely ground cayenne pepper represented her only weapon against 2 larger, stronger opponents. "I understand you've been asking questions about things that don't concern you," the scarred man continued. "Questions that make certain people uncomfortable." "Isaac Thorne is innocent," Clara said firmly. "If that makes someone uncomfortable, perhaps they should examine their own conscience." "Perhaps," the man agreed. "But innocent or guilty, some folks would prefer you stop stirring up trouble. Some folks who pay good money for peace and quiet." He was close enough now that Clara could see the scars on his knuckles more clearly, and the calculating look in his eyes as he assessed her for weaknesses. He moved with the confidence of someone who had never failed to complete an assignment. His companion flanked him, cutting off any possibility of escape. "Now," the scarred man said, reaching toward her, "let's discuss your future plans." Clara threw the contents of the leather pouch directly into both men's faces, the fine cayenne pepper creating a burning cloud that had immediate effects. Both men staggered backward, clawing at their eyes as tears began streaming down their faces. "Bloody hell," one of them cursed, rubbing frantically at his streaming eyes. "Can't see." The other began coughing violently as the powder burned his throat and nostrils. Clara darted between them while they were distracted, their vision blurred by tears and their attention focused on their discomfort rather than pursuing her. She ran toward what she hoped was a main street, but behind her she could hear the men's voices growing clearer as they began to recover from the initial shock. A sudden chill swept through the alley, and for just a moment Clara could swear she caught the faint scent of lavender water on the fog-laden air. Her grandmother's presence, perhaps, offering what protection she could from beyond. The thought steadied Clara's nerves as she pressed forward. "She went that way," one called out, his voice hoarse but determined. "After her." Heavy footsteps began pursuing her again, though she could hear them stumbling occasionally and muttering curses about their burning eyes. She burst onto a broader street and spotted a familiar figure emerging from the fog ahead. Inspector Redgrave, moving with urgent purpose. "Clara," he called out, then immediately took in her dishevelled state and the sounds of pursuit behind her. "How many?" "2 men," she gasped, "from the alley behind me." Without hesitation, Redgrave drew his truncheon and pushed past her toward the narrow street she'd emerged from. "Stay behind me." The first thug appeared just as Redgrave reached the alley mouth, still wiping tears from his eyes and breathing heavily. The man's vision was clearly impaired, but he was mobile and still clutching what appeared to be a cudgel. "Metropolitan Police!" Redgrave barked. The thug, caught off guard by the appearance of official authority, hesitated just long enough for Redgrave to close the distance. A brief but decisive struggle ensued, ending with the man face down on the cobblestones, with his arms twisted behind his back. "Where's the other one?" Redgrave demanded. "Gone," the captured man wheezed, his eyes still streaming. "Ran off when he heard you coming." Redgrave signalled to the local constable who had arrived with reinforcements. "Take him to the station," he ordered, hauling the captured man to his feet. "I'll question him properly tomorrow." "What about?" the constable began. "Tomorrow," Redgrave repeated firmly, then turned to Clara with an expression that brooked no argument. "I'm escorting you home. Now." 20 minutes later, safely ensconced in a hired cab, making its way back toward Bloomsbury, Clara finally had the opportunity to properly assess her evening's adventures. The immediate danger had passed. The captured thug was secured with the local constabulary, and she could at last process what she'd learned. Isaac had indeed been in Shoreditch, just as the anonymous note claimed, but he'd been searching for someone, nervous and agitated, checking his pocket watch as if late for something important. Someone he cared about enough to venture into dangerous territory. But who? A woman, perhaps? Someone in trouble who couldn't come to him? The mystery deepened rather than cleared. The anonymous note had contained truth, but had it been meant to help Isaac or damn him further? And most troubling of all, who cared enough about her investigation to pay for professional intimidation? Someone who knew she would follow any lead about Isaac, no matter how dangerous. Clara's reflection was interrupted as Redgrave finally allowed himself to transition from protective mode to what appeared to be barely controlled panic. "Clara, you could have been killed." His voice carried a tremor that spoke of genuine fear rather than mere professional concern. For a moment, the weight of what had just happened seemed to settle on both of them. Clara saw her own mortality reflected in Redgrave's tense expression, the way his hands gripped his knees, as if anchoring himself. She had been in real danger. They both knew it. But Clara Wetherly had never been one to dwell on what might have been when there was work still to be done. "But I wasn't," she replied, brushing soot off her sleeve with remarkable composure. "Really, Inspector, if these hooligans think a little chase through an alley is going to discourage me, they're quite mistaken." Redgrave stared at her in disbelief. "A little chase? Clara, you were cornered by thugs." "Well, yes, but consider my previous experiences. Someone attempted to poison me, tried to run me down with a carriage, and burn me to death in my sleep. Comparatively speaking, this was rather manageable." "That's supposed to be reassuring?" Redgrave ran his hands through his hair. A gesture Clara was learning indicated extreme frustration. "Those are exactly the reasons you should be more careful, not less." "On the contrary, Inspector," Clara said with perfect Victorian logic, "each attempt has only proven that I'm getting closer to the truth. And clearly, I'm becoming quite proficient at handling these situations myself." "Proficient at?" Redgrave's voice climbed another octave. "Clara, you could have been killed." "But I wasn't. In fact, I'd say my botanical knowledge served me rather well this evening." Redgrave opened his mouth to respond, then seemed to think better of it. Instead, he took a deep breath and asked with obvious effort at calm, "What exactly did you do to them?" "Cayenne pepper," Clara replied proudly. "Finely ground. Quite effective for irritating the mucous membranes, though I suspect they found the treatment rather more unpleasant than they expected." "And that actually worked?" "Well enough to give me the advantage I needed, though I must admit the effects weren't quite as comprehensive as I'd hoped." The cab drew to a halt outside Hawthorne and Wetherly, and Redgrave stepped down first, offering Clara his hand with unusual solicitousness. "I'll see you safely inside," he said, and his tone suggested this was not a matter for discussion. More importantly, her investigation had progressed far enough to warrant professional intimidation. Someone was very concerned about her questions regarding Isaac's case, concerned enough to pay for her to be discouraged from continuing, which meant, Clara concluded with satisfaction, that she was definitely on the right track. Though she suspected Inspector Redgrave was about to have some very pointed questions about exactly how she'd found herself on that particular track in the first place. Chapter 9. Clara pushed open the door to Hawthorne and Wetherly, her hands still trembling slightly from the evening's ordeal. The familiar scents of dried herbs and beeswax candles wrapped around her like a protective embrace, a sharp contrast to the acrid fog and violence of Shoreditch. She moved quickly to light the oil lamps, casting warm circles of light throughout the shop. "Marmalade," she called softly, and was rewarded by a low trill from behind the counter. The orange cat emerged with regal composure, as if he hadn't spent the evening worrying about his absent human. He wound around her ankles briefly before settling onto his windowsill perch to observe the proceedings. Redgrave followed her inside, closing the door firmly behind them and checking the lock with obvious professional habit. His presence filled the intimate space with barely contained energy. part protectiveness, part frustration, and something else Clara couldn't quite identify. She moved toward the small preparation area to check her supplies, then stopped short. 2 delicate porcelain teacups sat on the counter, positioned precisely side by side. The good china, with tiny painted roses that had been her grandmother's pride. Clara stared at the cups, her jaw tightening. Of all the... She turned toward the empty air and spoke with exasperated affection. Really, grandmother? Tonight? Redgrave looked from Clara to the teacups and back again, his expression carefully neutral. I beg your pardon? Nothing, Inspector. Clara waved a dismissive hand, though her tone carried fond irritation. My grandmother has opinions about hospitality. Before Redgrave could respond to this cryptic explanation, a soft knock sounded at the door, followed by a familiar voice calling through the glass. Clara, dear, I saw the lights. Clara exchanged a look with Redgrave, then moved to unlock the door. Mrs. Penfield stood on the threshold, her steel grey curls slightly dishevelled and her shawl hastily thrown over her nightgown. My dear child, Mrs. Penfield bustled inside, her sharp eyes immediately taking in Clara's torn skirt and Redgrave's protective positioning. When I saw Inspector Redgrave escorting you home at this hour, I simply had to make sure you were quite all right. And, Inspector, how lovely to see you again. Mrs. Penfield, Redgrave replied, with a slight bow. Always a pleasure. Oh, pish. Mrs. Penfield settled herself into the chair beside Clara's counter as if she owned it. Now then, what's all this about? Don't tell me you've been out investigating at this hour, Clara Wetherly. Clara opened her mouth to deflect, but Mrs. Penfield's knowing look suggested evasion would be futile. We encountered some difficulties, Clara said carefully, but nothing that couldn't be managed. Mrs. Penfield's gaze sharpened. Well, I'm sure Inspector Redgrave kept you quite safe, though I must say, Clara, you do seem to attract the most extraordinary adventures. Redgrave made a sound that might have been agreement or exasperation. Speaking of adventures, Mrs. Penfield continued, clearly settling in for a proper gossip session, have you heard about poor Ivy Beaumont? The girl is struggling terribly since her dismissal. Living in some tiny flat in Bloomsbury now, can barely afford the rent from what I hear. Clara's attention sharpened. Ivy Beaumont? Miss Renly's former companion. Sweet girl, though always rather devoted to her mistress. Perhaps too devoted, if you catch my meaning. Mrs. Penfield's tone carried the weight of neighbourhood wisdom. The dismissal quite broke her heart, poor thing. What do you mean by too devoted? Redgrave asked, his professional interest clearly piqued. Mrs. Penfield glanced between them, reading the sudden tension in the room. Well, Inspector, some say she was unusually attached to Miss Renly. You know how these companion arrangements can become complicated. The girl had no family to speak of, and Miss Renly was her whole world. Clara felt pieces shifting in her mind. Another woman with motive. Another person whose life had been disrupted by Beatrice's choices. I see, but when it comes to murder, Redgrave said with the authority of professional experience, it's usually the rejected suitor who's to blame. Crime of passion, wounded pride. Well, Inspector, Mrs. Penfield said with a sly smile, it's not always the rejected suitor. Sometimes it's the betrothed, or the almost betrothed, men who have the most to lose when their plans go awry. Clara caught Redgrave's eye. Mrs. Penfield had just articulated exactly what Clara had been thinking about James Weston. That's an astute observation, Mrs. Penfield, Redgrave admitted. Oh, I've lived long enough to see all manner of human foolishness, the older woman replied airily. Then, noticing the 2 teacups and the obvious tension in the room, she rose with strategic grace. Well, I can see you have important matters to discuss. I'll leave you to your consultation. Her meaningful glance at the tea service made Clara's cheeks warm. Do take care of our Clara, Inspector. Always, madam, Redgrave replied, and something in his tone made Clara's pulse quicken. She pushed the unwelcome flutter of awareness aside immediately. This was hardly the time for such foolishness, and Inspector Redgrave was certainly not the sort of man to entertain romantic notions about practitioners of botanical medicine who attracted dangerous trouble. Mrs. Penfield swept out with the satisfied air of someone who had gathered excellent intelligence while providing the same. Clara locked the door behind her and turned to find Redgrave studying the teacups with bemused concentration. "Should I ask?" he said finally. "Probably best not to," Clara replied, moving toward the small stove. "Would you care for tea, Inspector? We have rather a lot to discuss." "That would be welcome," he said, still eyeing the cups with curiosity. Clara busied herself lighting the stove and preparing the kettle, grateful for the familiar ritual after the evening's chaos. The domesticity of the moment felt oddly comforting, even with the lingering questions about who had arranged the teacups in the first place. They settled at the small table behind the counter, the intimate space somehow making the evening's dangers feel more distant. Marmalade repositioned himself to maintain optimal surveillance of both humans. "Right then," Redgrave said, reaching for his cup. As he lifted it, his sleeve pulled back slightly, revealing a thin black band around his wrist. Mourning jewellery, Clara realised, worn close to the skin, where it wouldn't be obvious. "I'm sorry for your loss, Inspector," she said quietly. Redgrave's hand stilled on the cup handle. For a moment, his professional mask slipped entirely, revealing something raw and unguarded. "It was some time ago." "Time doesn't always heal, does it?" "No," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of old grief. "It doesn't." The moment stretched between them, filled with shared understanding of loss and the scars it left behind. Clara found herself wondering who he mourned. Family? A friend lost in military service? The possibilities flickered through her mind, but something in his expression warned her away from asking. Some wounds were too private for casual inquiry, no matter how genuine the sympathy. Then Redgrave straightened, drawing his professional composure around himself like armour. "But we're here to discuss your evening's expedition into Shoreditch," he said, his tone resuming its familiar clipped authority, starting with what precisely you were doing there in the first place. Clara had been dreading this conversation, but she found herself oddly relieved to finally share the burden of her investigation. She withdrew the anonymous note from her reticule and placed it on the table between them. "I received this last night. Slipped under my door while I slept." Redgrave examined the paper carefully, his detective's eye noting details. Expensive stationery, quality paper, careful penmanship. This isn't from some common informant. That's what I thought. Someone with education means social position, but afraid to speak openly. Or someone setting a trap. Redgrave's voice carried sharp disapproval. "Clara, this could have been bait to lure you into danger. Did you consider that possibility?" "Indeed I did." Clara lifted her chin defensively. "But it contained genuine information. Isaac has been seen in Shoreditch, just as the note claimed." "Information that makes him look more guilty, not less. Why would someone want you to know Isaac was frequenting that district unless they wanted to damn him further?" Clara paused, studying his face with growing suspicion. "Speaking of which, Inspector, what exactly were you doing in Shoreditch tonight? Rather convenient that you happened to be in the area when I needed rescue." Redgrave shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "I had business in the district." "What sort of business?" "Police business." Clara's eyes narrowed. "Inspector, were you following me?" "I was." He cleared his throat and looked distinctly uncomfortable. "Someone had to look after you." "You were following me?" Clara's voice rose with indignation and something that might have been pleased surprise. "How long?" "From the moment you left your shop," he admitted reluctantly. "And it's a damned good thing I did, considering how the evening ended." "You've been spying on me." "I've been protecting you," he corrected sharply. "There's a difference." "Is there? And how long has this protection been going on?" Redgrave's jaw tightened. "Since your reputation began attracting the wrong sort of attention, which, I might point out, proved to be entirely justified tonight." Clara stared at him, torn between fury and an unwelcome flutter of warmth at his protective instincts. "You impossible, high-handed, presumptuous man." "Guilty on all counts," he replied evenly. "But you're alive to call me names, which I consider a successful outcome." Clara set down her teacup with deliberate precision. She sighed, some of the fight going out of her. Whoever wrote this didn't expect me to dig deeper. They assumed I'd hear Isaac in Shoreditch and conclude he was seeking unsavoury entertainment. They didn't count on me actually investigating. And what did your investigation reveal? That Isaac wasn't behaving like a typical customer. He was searching for someone, nervous and agitated, checking his pocket watch as if late for something important. The barmaid was quite clear. He didn't belong there, wasn't seeking the usual services. Redgrave frowned, clearly working through the implications. Someone he cared about, then. Someone who couldn't come to him. That's what I think, and it explains his silence. He's protecting someone. But who? And from what? Clara shook her head. I don't know yet. But there's more we need to discuss. I learned things about Beatrice during my earlier investigations that you should know. Over the next several minutes, Clara shared what she'd discovered from Nora Talbot, Beatrice's elaborate deceptions about her wealth, her true circumstances as a paid companion, the way she'd manipulated her way into James Weston's circle by presenting herself as an heiress. So both Beatrice and James were lying about their financial circumstances, Redgrave mused. Two fortune hunters who found each other. Exactly, which means when each discovered the other's deception. Motive for murder on both sides. Redgrave leaned back in his chair, though I still maintain it's more likely to be James. Men are more prone to violence when their plans are thwarted. Clara raised an eyebrow. Are they? Or are they simply more obvious about it? Clara, surely you don't believe a woman could overpower Beatrice and throw her down those stairs? I believe a woman could argue with Beatrice at the top of the stairs and cause her to fall, Clara replied tartly, especially if that woman felt betrayed or threatened. Women are quite capable of violence when protecting what they love, Inspector. That's rather cynical, don't you think? Your point is rather naive, don't you think? Clara shot back. You heard Mrs. Penfield. We have at least 3 women with motives. Ivy Beaumont dismissed and heartbroken. Nora Talbot, unpaid and publicly humiliated. Even Mrs. Littledown owed months of rent she desperately needed. Redgrave looked genuinely troubled by this line of reasoning. But ladies, they don't typically resort to physical violence. Their upbringing, their nature. Inspector, Clara said with dangerous sweetness, has your gentlemanly upbringing perhaps limited your exposure to what ladies are capable of when pushed to desperation? He opened his mouth to respond, then seemed to think better of it. You may have a point. I certainly do, and it brings us to our next steps. Clara straightened in her chair. We need to investigate all our suspects properly, not just focus on Isaac because he's the obvious choice. We? Redgrave's tone carried warning. Clara, after tonight's attack, you're not investigating anything alone. I quite agree, which is why I propose we divide the tasks efficiently. Clara smiled with the confidence of someone who had thought this through. You can look into James Weston's background and financial circumstances while I speak with Ivy Beaumont. Absolutely not. Redgrave's response was immediate. I'll speak with Ivy Beaumont and look into James Weston's background. Actually, Inspector, I think I should be the one to visit Miss Talbot. After tonight's attack. But surely you agree that such a delicate matter would be better handled by a lady? Clara's smile turned pointed. A woman who's recently lost her position and suffered heartbreak might be more forthcoming with another woman. Don't you think a gentleman's presence might intimidate her? Redgrave paused, clearly sensing a trap but unable to identify it. That is. After all, you've always said ladies are more fragile creatures who require gentle handling. I'm simply applying your own wisdom. A look of realisation crossed Redgrave's face. You're using my words against me. I'm using your insights, Inspector, Clara replied innocently. Surely you wouldn't want to traumatise the poor dear with aggressive questioning. Redgrave stared at her for a long moment, clearly recognising that he'd been expertly outmanoeuvred. You're going to be the death of me, Clara Wetherly. I certainly hope not. We're just beginning to work well together. Clara rose and began clearing the teacups. I'll visit Miss Talbot tomorrow and report back to you immediately. You can focus on James Weston's financial situation and that suspiciously perfect alibi of his. And if you encounter any danger whatsoever, I'll send word to you immediately, Clara promised. I have no desire to repeat tonight's adventure. Redgrave stood as well, clearly reluctant to leave, but aware that the evening's business had been concluded. Clara, be careful. Whoever sent that note, whoever hired those men tonight, they're still out there, and they know you're a threat to their plans. Which means we're getting close to something important, Clara replied. All the more reason to press forward. All the more reason to be cautious. He moved toward the door, then paused. Thank you for the tea. It's been pleasant. Clara felt warmth spread through her chest at the unexpected admission. You're welcome any time, Inspector. After he left, Clara extinguished the lamps and made her way upstairs, Marmalade following at her heels. As she prepared for bed, she reflected on the evening's revelations. She and Redgrave were finally working together, sharing information and dividing tasks like partners. Well, mostly sharing. Clara found herself holding back certain theories, certain connections she wasn't quite ready to voice. Until she knew what really happened to Beatrice and who was truly responsible, some thoughts were safer kept to herself. Below her, in the quiet shop, a soft breeze stirred the curtains despite the closed windows. On the counter, the 2 teacups sat side by side, their contents long finished, but their purpose clearly accomplished.
Marmalade's observations, in which humans finally share a proper meal and I am completely ignored. The tall human stayed for tea. About time. I've been watching him lurk around our street for days, and frankly, his stalking technique needed work. My Clara made a decent job of trapping him with his own stupid rules. Humans are so easy to manipulate once you understand their weaknesses. Though I could have managed it in half the time with strategic ankle weaving. Still no sardines offered. The tall human brought nothing useful. No fish, no cream, not even a mouse. What sort of courtship gift is that? The ghost knocked over my best sleeping jar while rearranging those teacups. I'll be finding lavender in my whiskers for days. She's becoming insufferably meddlesome with her hospitality arrangements. At least they've stopped glaring at each other and started working together. Now maybe they'll solve this murder business, and I can get back to proper napping schedules. Though watching the tall human try to drink tea while pretending he wasn't staring at Clara was almost entertaining enough to make up for the lack of sardines. Almost.
Chapter 10. Clara stood before a narrow building in Bloomsbury, checking the address Mrs. Penfield had provided. The conversation had given her exactly what she needed, a new lead to pursue while Isaac's trial deadline loomed ever closer. 10 days. The weight of that timeline pressed against her shoulders as she climbed to the second floor and knocked softly at the door marked with a small card reading, I. Beaumont. The young woman who answered was prettier than Clara had expected, with dark hair, arranged in a practical style, and intelligent brown eyes that immediately showed wariness at finding a stranger at her door. Miss Beaumont, I'm Clara Wetherly. I was hoping we might speak about Beatrice Renly. Ivy's expression immediately shifted to one of carefully controlled pain. Are you with the police? No, nothing like that. I'm asking as a friend of Isaac Thorne's family. Clara kept her voice gentle. I don't believe he killed Beatrice, but I hoped you might tell me if you knew of anyone who would have wanted to harm her. For a moment, Ivy stood frozen in the doorway. Then her composure cracked slightly. You'd better come in, she said quietly. The small flat was neat and simply furnished, with evidence of careful economy in every detail. A stack of mending sat beside the window, and Clara noted the quality of the fabrics, expensive work that suggested Ivy's skills were in demand among better families. I should be honest from the start, Clara said as Ivy gestured her toward a chair. I heard you were once close to Beatrice. I hoped you might share what you knew about her circumstances, her relationships, anyone who might have wished her ill. Ivy stiffened, but after a moment she sank into the chair across from Clara. Beatrice dismissed me quite suddenly 3 weeks before her death, she said carefully. She claimed financial difficulties, but you weren't convinced. She just ordered new gloves from Harrods. Ivy said with bitter precision. Expensive ones. When someone can afford luxury items but claims they can't pay their companion's wages, it suggests other priorities. Clara studied the young woman's face, noting the genuine hurt beneath her composed exterior. That must have been very difficult. It was. Ivy's voice caught slightly. Beatrice was... She was everything to me. I'd worked for her for nearly 2 years. I thought we understood each other. The pain in Ivy's voice was unmistakable, and Clara felt pieces clicking into place. This wasn't the detached grief of a dismissed employee. This was the raw anguish of someone who had lost much more than a position. "You loved her," Clara said gently. Ivy's composure finally broke entirely. "I did," she whispered, tears sliding down her cheeks. "God help me, I did. And I thought. I hoped she felt something similar. But I was wrong." Clara reached into her reticule for a handkerchief, offering it silently. "What makes you think you were wrong?" "Because she dismissed me the moment it became inconvenient to keep me." Ivy accepted the handkerchief gratefully. "When Mr. Weston began pressing for their engagement, having a companion around became awkward. I was a reminder of her previous circumstances, her need to maintain appearances." "Tell me about James Weston," Clara said. "What did you think of him?" Ivy's expression hardened. "I thought he was a fortune hunter, and I told Beatrice so, which probably sealed my fate." She dabbed at her eyes with the handkerchief. There was something false about him, something that didn't match his claims of wealth and position. "Did you share these concerns with Beatrice?" "I tried, but she was so determined to believe in their romance, in the security he promised." Ivy's voice grew stronger. "You have to understand, Miss Wetherly. Beatrice lived in constant fear of poverty. She'd grown up comfortable, but after her father's death, there was nothing left. She was determined never to be vulnerable again." Clara nodded, understanding dawning. "So when Mr. Weston appeared with promises of financial security, she convinced herself it was love." Ivy stood and moved to the window, looking out at the street below. But I could see the strain it caused her. The lies she had to tell, the performance she had to maintain. It was exhausting her. "Performance?" "Oh, yes." Ivy turned back to Clara with sad certainty. Beatrice wasn't the wealthy heiress she claimed to be. She was a paid companion herself before she met James, to old Mrs. Hartwell in Bath. When Mrs. Hartwell died and left Beatrice a small legacy, she used it to reinvent herself entirely. This confirmed what Clara had suspected about Beatrice's deceptions, but hearing it from someone who had loved her added a tragic dimension to the story. "Miss Beaumont," Clara said carefully, "I need to ask about the night Beatrice died. Where were you?" Ivy's expression grew guarded again. "Why do you need to know that?" "Because I'm trying to eliminate anyone who might be considered a suspect. Isaac Thorne has been charged with murder, and I believe he's innocent. That means someone else killed Beatrice." For a long moment, Ivy was quiet. Then she seemed to make a decision. "I was working," she said. "I found a new position, almost immediately after Beatrice dismissed me." "May I ask with whom?" "Mrs. Helena Ashworth. She's a widow who requires a companion for social engagements." Ivy's voice grew steadier. "The evening Beatrice died, I was chaperoning Mrs. Ashworth at the Opera House. We attended a performance of La Traviata." Clara felt a surge of relief. The Opera House would have hundreds of witnesses, with precise records of attendance and timing. "That's easily verified," Clara said. "Yes, it is." Ivy returned to her chair, her composure fully restored. "Mrs. Ashworth can confirm our whereabouts, as can several of her acquaintances who joined us for dinner afterward. We weren't home until well past midnight. And this position, Mrs. Ashworth was satisfied with your credentials." A small, sad smile crossed Ivy's face. "Actually, yes. Despite everything, Beatrice provided me with an excellent reference. She wrote to Mrs. Ashworth personally, praising my discretion, my education, and my ability to move comfortably in society." Ivy's voice softened. Whatever her reasons for dismissing me, she wanted to ensure I found good employment. Clara felt a pang of sympathy for both women. Ivy, whose love had been dismissed, but who had been helped nonetheless, and Beatrice, who had tried to do right by someone she couldn't keep close. "That was generous of her," Clara said. "It was." Ivy looked down at her hands. "Which is why I can't bear to see her death blamed on that poor boy, Isaac Thorne. Beatrice could be calculating, yes, and she made choices I didn't agree with, but she didn't deserve to die. And Isaac, he was never anything but kind to her, even after she rejected his suit." "You witnessed that rejection?" "It happened in the square near her lodgings." Ivy's expression grew troubled. Isaac seemed genuinely concerned about her engagement to Mr. Weston. He tried to warn her, said something didn't seem right about the man. But Beatrice? She became quite angry. Angry? She accused Isaac of jealousy, of trying to ruin her chance at security and happiness. The argument grew heated. She said some rather cruel things about his prospects, his station in life. Ivy looked down at her hands. It was painful to witness. Isaac was only trying to help, but Beatrice saw it as an attack on her judgment. How did it end? Isaac finally gave up trying to reason with her. He walked away, but you could see he was deeply hurt by her words. Ivy met Clara's eyes. "But hurt isn't the same as murderous rage, Miss Wetherly. He looked heartbroken, not dangerous." Clara leaned forward. "Miss Beaumont, in the weeks before your dismissal, did Beatrice seem worried about anything specific? Did she mention feeling threatened or concerned about anyone in particular?" Ivy considered this carefully. She was anxious about the engagement, about maintaining the fiction of her circumstances. The strain of pretending to be someone she wasn't was taking its toll. Ivy's voice softened. She would have nightmares sometimes, wake up in a panic about being found out. The fear of poverty had marked her deeply. Was she concerned about Mr. Weston specifically? She wanted desperately to believe in him, but I could see doubt creeping in. Little things, the way he avoided certain topics about his family, how he never seemed to have ready money despite his claims of wealth. Ivy shook her head. But she dismissed my concerns as jealousy, said I couldn't bear to see her happy. Clara rose as well, her mind already working through the implications. "Miss Beaumont, you've been enormously helpful, and I'm truly sorry for your loss." Ivy nodded, walking Clara to the door. "Find whoever really killed her," she said quietly. "Beatrice deserves justice, and Isaac Thorne deserves his freedom." As Clara made her way back through Bloomsbury's familiar streets, she felt both relief and growing frustration. Ivy's alibi at the Opera House would be simple to verify. Mrs. Ashworth could confirm their evening's activities, and such public venues kept meticulous records. More importantly, Ivy's genuine grief and the generous reference Beatrice had provided painted a picture of complicated but not murderous emotions. But that left Clara with a troubling realisation. She was systematically eliminating suspects without finding the real killer. Nora Talbot had seemed suspicious, but her bitterness felt more like wounded pride than murderous rage. Mrs. Littledown owed money, but Clara had seen her trembling hands, hardly capable of overpowering a younger woman. And now Ivy, whose love for Beatrice was genuine, but whose alibi would surely prove solid. If none of the women in Beatrice's life were responsible, then perhaps Clara had been right from the beginning about James Weston. But if so, why hadn't Inspector Redgrave pursued that angle more thoroughly? 10 days until trial. Clara could feel the weight of that deadline pressing against her shoulders as she turned the corner toward Hawthorne and Wetherly. Isaac Thorne was counting down the hours to his execution while she chased leads that led nowhere. The shop came into view, its windows glowing warmly in the afternoon light. Clara could see Marmalade's orange bulk, positioned strategically on the windowsill, maintaining his usual vigilant watch over their domain. As she approached the door, she noticed the cat's tail was twitching, with unusual agitation. His ears were pricked forward, and his entire posture suggested alertness rather than his typical regal repose. Clara paused, following Marmalade's gaze down the street. The sensation of being watched had become increasingly frequent, a prickling awareness that made her glance over her shoulder and quicken her pace. She turned now, scanning the familiar street for anything out of place. For just a moment, she thought she saw a figure at the far corner, someone who stepped quickly back into the shadows the moment her gaze found them. But when she blinked and looked again, The street was empty, except for the usual evening foot traffic. Clara fumbled with her keys, suddenly eager to be safely inside with the door locked behind her. Inside the shop, Marmalade descended from his perch to wind around her ankles with unusual urgency, as if confirming that yes, someone had indeed been watching, and no, she shouldn't ignore the warning signs any longer. "I know," she murmured to the cat as she lit the oil lamps against the gathering dusk. "I feel it too." But feeling watched wasn't enough. Clara moved to her small writing desk and pulled out a sheet of paper. If eliminating female suspects only led her back to James Weston, then it was time to challenge the investigation that had so easily dismissed him. She dipped her pen in ink and began writing a list. James Weston. Questions requiring answers. Exact time of departure from club. Destination after 10 p.m. Witnesses to whereabouts between 10 p.m. and morning. Financial verification of claimed wealth. The more she wrote, the more obvious it became that Scotland Yard had accepted a gentleman's word without proper verification. A working man like Isaac faced immediate suspicion and arrest, while a man who claimed the right social connections received perfunctory questioning and benefit of doubt. Clara set down her pen with growing determination. 10 days until Isaac faced trial. But tomorrow, she would demand answers that should have been demanded weeks ago. If Inspector Redgrave wouldn't push harder, then Clara would push for both of them. And if that meant making a scene at London's most exclusive gentlemen's club, so be it. Some truths were worth a little scandal. Chapter 11. I need to speak with whoever took Mr. James Weston's statement regarding Tuesday fortnight, Clara announced to the startled doorman at the Athenaeum Club. It concerns a murder investigation. The afternoon crowd had gathered in earnest, gentlemen with brandy glasses, and the particular smugness that came from excluding half of London based on accidents of birth. The scent of expensive tobacco and even more expensive cologne couldn't quite mask the underlying mustiness of old leather and older assumptions. Clara had spent her morning at the Opera House, where the manager's meticulous records confirmed Ivy Beaumont's whereabouts with the precision of a well-kept ledger. Mrs. Helena Ashworth had indeed chaperoned Miss Beaumont to La Traviata, their box clearly recorded, their evening accounted for until well past midnight. Another suspect eliminated, another dead end reached, which left only James Weston and his conveniently vague alibi. The doorman, clearly a man more accustomed to refusing entry to tradesmen than determined women, looked as though he'd swallowed something bitter. Ladies are not permitted. "I'm not here for leisure." Clara's tone carried the same authority she used when explaining to stubborn customers that mixing foxglove with their morning tea was inadvisable. "Inspector Redgrave has asked me to verify certain details. I'm Miss Wetherly. I assist Scotland Yard with their investigations." The mention of official business seemed to tip some invisible scale. Within minutes, she found herself facing Mr. Henderson, the club manager, whose expression suggested he'd rather be anywhere else in London. "Miss Wetherly," he began with careful neutrality, "you have questions regarding Mr. Weston?" "I need precise details about his visit on Tuesday fortnight." Clara pitched her voice to Carrie, noting how conversations began to pause in the adjoining rooms. The evening Miss Beatrice Renly was murdered. Henderson's discomfort was palpable as distinguished heads began turning in their direction. "Perhaps we might discuss this more privately." "Mr. Henderson, privacy seems to be what allowed an inadequate alibi to stand unchallenged." Clara smiled with the sort of sweetness that preceded particularly bitter medicine. "According to your records, Mr. Weston dined here from 8 until 10 o'clock. "Well, yes, but..." "And afterward? Where did he go?" Several gentlemen had now emerged from the dining room entirely, brandy glasses forgotten, as they observed this unprecedented breach of club decorum. Henderson glanced nervously at his audience. "We don't typically monitor our members' departures." "How convenient." Clara's voice carried the sort of sweetness that preceded being given a particularly bitter dose of medicine. "So you have no knowledge of Mr. Weston's whereabouts after 10 o'clock on Tuesday fortnight. The entire evening after his departure remains unaccounted for." Henderson shifted uncomfortably. "Well, I wouldn't say no knowledge." "Ah, so you did observe his departure?" Clara leaned forward slightly. the way she did when examining a particularly interesting specimen. Did he seem eager to leave? Preoccupied, perhaps? Did he mention having pressing business elsewhere? The club manager's composure began to crack like poorly mixed tincture. He did seem rather intent on leaving. Said he had somewhere important to be. Where? He didn't specify. Gentlemen don't typically question each other about their private affairs, Clara finished, and yet those unaccounted hours are precisely when Miss Wrenley met her death. The collective intake of breath from the assembled gentlemen was audible. Clara turned slightly, addressing not just Henderson, but the entire room with the confidence of someone who had spent years explaining uncomfortable truths to people who preferred pleasant fictions. Mr. James Weston claims this establishment as his alibi for the evening Miss Wrenley died, but no one knows where he went after 10 o'clock. No one thought to ask. A woman is dead, and Scotland Yard accepted this as adequate. Henderson made a desperate attempt to regain control. Mr. Weston is a gentleman of impeccable reputation. Is he? Clara's laugh held no humour. I have reason to believe his reputation resembles a carefully cultivated garden. Beautiful on the surface, but examine the roots, and you'll find nothing but borrowed soil and artificial supports. She straightened to her full height, letting her gaze sweep across the room of stunned faces. His financial circumstances, his background, his very feelings for Miss Wrenley, all as false as hothouse flowers in December. This is highly irregular. Murder is highly irregular, Mr. Henderson. Clara's voice carried the absolute conviction of someone who had seen death too often to be cowed by social convention. And I intend to see justice done, whether Mr. Weston's connections find it convenient or not. With that, she turned and walked toward the door, her footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. Behind her, she could already hear the explosion of conversations beginning, voices raised in shock, speculation, and the sort of gleeful scandal-mongering that would ensure her words reached every corner of London's gentlemen's society by evening. Perfect. Clara stepped into the afternoon air, feeling not anxiety, but fierce satisfaction. Let James learn that his carefully constructed facade was crumbling. Let him discover that some truths refuse to remain buried beneath pretty lies and social connections. 9 days until Isaac faced the gallows. But now she had momentum, and more importantly, she had forced the truth into daylight, where it could no longer hide behind privilege and presumption. The familiar streets of Bloomsbury welcomed her back, with their honest soot and straightforward commerce. No pretense here, no artificial airs, just people making their way through life with whatever tools they possessed. Clara's confidence grew with each step toward home. She was no longer afraid of what the truth might reveal. Indeed, she was eager for it. But as Hawthorne and Wetherly came into view, Clara's footsteps began to slow. Something was wrong. Marmalade was not in his customary position on the windowsill, surveying his domain with regal composure. Instead, she could see him pressed low against the glass, his orange fur standing on end like dried marigold petals. His ears lay flat against his skull, and his tail had puffed to twice its normal size, the unmistakable signs of a cat confronting serious threat. Most alarming of all, his amber eyes remained fixed on something in the shop's interior, something Clara couldn't see from the street. As she drew closer, other details crystallised with uncomfortable clarity. The shop door stood slightly ajar, though she distinctly remembered securing it that morning. One of her precious herb jars lay shattered near the window, its contents scattered like spilled secrets across the floor. The curtain separating the main shop from her private room swayed gently, despite the complete absence of any breeze. Marmalade suddenly hissed, a low, menacing sound that carried clearly through the window glass. His warning was unmistakable. Predator in the territory. Clara's hand reached automatically for the door handle, then froze as understanding struck her like ice water. Her public challenge to James Weston's alibi would have spread through London's gentleman network faster than poison through an untreated wound. Someone had clearly been inside her shop. But why? What had they been searching for? Her fingers hovered over the brass handle as Marmalade's urgent yowl cut through the evening air. The cat's message couldn't have been clearer. Danger had visited this place. Clara squared her shoulders and turned the handle. Whatever damage had been done, she needed to assess it. The shop was her livelihood, her sanctuary, her grandmother's legacy. She wouldn't be driven away by whoever had violated it. But as the door swung open, she realised with a chill that the violation might not yet be finished. Chapter 12. Clara pushed open the door to find her sanctuary transformed into a battlefield. Herb jars lay scattered across the floor, their contents mixing in aromatic chaos. Chamomile petals scattered like fallen snow, dried lavender crushed underfoot, precious saffron threads glinting among the debris like spilled gold. Her preparation table had been swept clear, bottles and tinctures smashed against the walls. Even the gilded leaf lay open and disturbed on the counter, its pages rifled through with careless hands. This wasn't random destruction. Someone had been searching for something specific. Marmalade crept close to her ankles. His fur still bristled with alarm. Clara knelt to examine the damage more closely, noting which drawers had been forced open, which shelves had been systematically emptied. Her personal papers from the desk lay scattered, customer records, preparation notes, her careful observations about Beatrice's case. Looking for something in particular? Clara spun toward the voice, her heart hammering against her ribs. A man stepped from behind the curtain that separated her shop from the back room, tall, well-dressed, with dark hair and sharp features that might have been handsome, if not for the cold calculation in his eyes. "Who are you?" Clara demanded, though something in his bearing already suggested the answer. "What are you doing in my shop?" The man straightened his coat with deliberate precision, brushing dust from his sleeves as if he owned the place. "I'm James Weston, and you, Miss Wetherly, have been asking far too many questions about me." Clara felt recognition click into place, like a key turning in a lock, though she hadn't expected Beatrice's supposed fiancé to be a man of such maturity. His lined face and greying temples suggested someone well past 40, perhaps even 50, old enough to be the girl's father. And here he was, standing in her violated shop, surrounded by the wreckage of his desperate search. "Have I?" Clara kept her voice steady, despite the racing of her pulse. "Perhaps that's because your story has some rather glaring inconsistencies." James moved closer, his expensive boots crunching over broken glass. Such as your remarkable ability to vanish from the Athenaeum Club at precisely 10 o'clock, leaving an entire evening unaccounted for. Clara straightened to her full height, refusing to be intimidated in her own domain. "Where did you go after you left the club, Mr. Weston?" "That's none of your business. When a woman dies and you have no proper alibi for the time of her death, it becomes everyone's business." Clara's voice took on the sharp edge she used when correcting dangerous misconceptions about medicinal herbs, especially when that woman was your supposed fiancé. James's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. "Tell me, Mr. Weston, what exactly were you searching for in my shop?" Clara began moving slowly around the counter, keeping distance between them while maintaining eye contact. She was probing now, using his obvious desperation to gauge what he might be hiding. "Evidence of your interference, naturally." James's composure was beginning to crack. "You've been disrupting my affairs with your amateur detective work. I've been seeking the truth about a young woman's death. If that disrupts your affairs, perhaps you should examine why." Clara gestured toward the destruction around them. This level of desperation suggests someone with significant secrets to protect. "Everyone has secrets, Miss Wetherly." "Do they break into shops to protect them?" Clara watched his face carefully, noting how each question made him more agitated. "Tell me about your financial arrangements with Beatrice. I understand you were supposed to pay certain bills on her behalf." James' eyes flashed with something like panic. "My arrangements with Beatrice were private." "Were they? Because her seamstress tells a different story. Bills sent to you, promises made, payments that never materialised." Clara was pressing now, using the little she knew to fish for larger truths. Rather inconsistent with claims of wealth and devotion, wouldn't you say? "You know nothing about my circumstances." "I know enough to recognise when someone is hiding something significant." Clara leaned forward slightly, the way she did when examining a particularly suspicious specimen. "What was Beatrice to you, really? A genuine attachment, or simply a means to an end that proved disappointing?" James lunged forward, But Clara stepped back quickly. "Careful, Mr. Weston. Your behaviour tonight already speaks rather poorly of your character." "My character?" James's voice rose with anger. "You're the one spreading lies and suspicions throughout London. I'm asking questions that should have been asked weeks ago." Clara's voice carried absolute conviction. Questions about alibis with convenient gaps, about promises that were never kept, about what really happened to Beatrice Renly. Beatrice's death was a tragic accident. Was it? Then why are you so desperate to stop people from examining the circumstances? Clara straightened, feeling her confidence return despite the danger. Why break into my shop? Why threaten someone seeking the truth? James stepped closer, his face twisting with frustration. "You meddling woman. You have no idea what you're interfering with. Some matters are better left undisturbed." "For whose benefit?" "For everyone's sake, including your own." James's voice dropped to a threatening whisper. "Some truths carry dangerous consequences, Miss Wetherly. Beatrice learned that lesson too late." Clara felt ice water in her veins. "Is that a confession?" "It's a warning." James moved closer, backing her toward the counter. "Stop investigating me. Stop asking questions about my whereabouts. Stop interfering with my affairs. Or you might find yourself facing the same unfortunate circumstances that befell poor Beatrice." "You're threatening me." "I'm advising you to mind your own business before accidents start happening to nosy shopkeepers, as well as their predecessors." James' eyes glittered with malice. "And if I refuse?" James lunged forward, grabbing her arms with bruising force. Clara gasped, startled not just by the attack, but by the unexpected strength in his grip. For all his greying hair and lined face, his hands held the power of a much younger man. "Then you'll discover that some people don't tolerate interference." Marmalade yowled and launched himself at James's legs, claws extended. The cat's sudden attack sent James staggering backward, cursing as Marmalade's claws found purchase in expensive fabric. "Get off!" James tried to shake the cat loose, his grip on Clara loosening. Clara wrenched herself free just as the shop bell chimed cheerfully. "Miss Wetherly," Mrs. Penfield's familiar voice called out. "Are you in, dear? I wanted to discuss the arrangements for... Oh, my goodness." James shot a venomous look at Clara, then bolted toward the back room. The sound of the rear door slamming echoed through the shop as Mrs. Penfield stood frozen in the doorway, taking in the destruction and Clara's dishevelled appearance. "My dear child," Mrs. Penfield rushed forward, her sharp eyes assessing the damage. "What on earth happened here? Was that man? Should I call for the constable?" Clara sank into her grandmother's chair, her legs suddenly unsteady. Marmalade leaped onto her lap, purring with fierce satisfaction, a scrap of black wool still caught in his claws. "Mrs. Penfield," Clara managed, her voice not quite steady. "Could you please send word to Inspector Redgrave? Tell him it's urgent. Tell him..." She looked around at her violated sanctuary, at the evidence of James Weston's desperation. "Tell him I've just had a very illuminating conversation with our prime suspect." Mrs. Penfield's eyes sharpened with understanding. "At once, my dear. I'll send word immediately." As Mrs. Penfield bustled off to summon help, Clara sat surrounded by the wreckage of her shop, stroking Marmalade's fur and thinking. James Weston was guilty of something, certainly assault, and his threat suggested much worse. But his words had been carefully chosen, speaking of accidents and circumstances, rather than direct admissions. The questions multiplied like weeds in untended soil. What had he been searching for? What secrets was he so desperate to protect? And most troubling of all, his threat that she might face the same unfortunate circumstances, as Beatrice certainly suggested he knew exactly what had happened to her that night. Clara looked down at the scrap of black wool in Marmalade's claws. Evidence, proof of James's presence, his violence, and his guilt. His threat that she might face the same unfortunate circumstances, as Beatrice left little doubt in Clara's mind. James Weston had killed his fiancée, and he was prepared to kill again to protect his secret.
Marmalade's observations, in which my territory was violated, and I took appropriate action. The invader had left his stench everywhere. Desperation and expensive soap, revolting combination. I'd marked him properly with my claws, but now his scent contaminated my favourite napping spots. Unacceptable. I began my territorial reclamation immediately. The scattered chamomile needed proper inspection. I sniffed each petal carefully, then knocked the dustpan out of Clara's hands when the smell proved inadequate. She'd swept up perfectly good catnip with the rubbish. Clearly she needed supervision. "Marmalade, I'm trying to clean," she protested as I investigated a particularly interesting pile of spilled herbs. I ignored her. The fennel seeds had rolled under my food dish. Obviously they belonged there now. I batted one across the floor with scientific precision. It skittered satisfyingly into the corner where I could hunt it later. Clara muttered something about the mess getting worse instead of better. Humans understood so little about proper territory maintenance. The real problem was that overturned chair. It had no business lying on its side when it should be upright for proper climbing purposes. The legs jutted out at wrong angles, disrupting the natural order of furniture. I wound around Clara's legs, purring meaningfully, until she understood and righted it. Better. I leapt up to inspect my domain and discovered something alarming. My favourite sleeping spot on the gilded leaf had been disturbed. The book lay open to entirely the wrong page. How was I supposed to nap on herbal remedies when clearly the tarot section provided superior cushioning? I walked across the pages deliberately, my paws leaving muddy prints. Clara noticed immediately. "Oh, Marmalade, your paws." She reached for a cloth, then stopped. A single card had stuck to my front paw, the moon. I shook it off with considerable dignity. Clara picked up the card, staring at it with the peculiar intensity humans displayed when they thought too hard about obvious things. "Hidden enemies," she murmured to herself, then glanced around the shop. "But he threatened me directly, grandmother. James Weston is hardly hidden." I sneezed. Humans always complicated simple matters. The man had invaded our territory. I'd driven him off. End of problem. But Clara insisted on fretting about it instead of appreciating my excellent defensive work. The temperature dropped suddenly, the sort of chill that meant the ghost was rearranging things again. The scent of lavender water drifted past my whiskers, making them twitch. I'd grown accustomed to Genevieve's theatrical tendencies over the years, though her timing remained questionable. A single fennel seed rolled across the floor toward my paw. I pounced on it immediately because hunting practice was never wasted. Clara tucked the card back into the book and returned to her cleaning. I settled into my proper position on the windowsill, keeping watch over the street while grooming my still impressive claws. Footsteps approached, heavy boots, familiar cologne. The tall human with silver buttons returned, smelling of authority and barely contained fury. Excellent. Now Clara would have someone else to fuss over her inadequate security arrangements, while I focused on more important matters, like determining whether that fennel seed under the counter was worth another hunting expedition. Some priorities were simply more important than human drama.
Inspector Redgrave's arrival was announced by his thunderous footsteps on the shop's threshold. He took in the destruction with a single sweeping glance before his gaze fixed on Clara, with an intensity that made her suddenly aware of her torn sleeve and dishevelled hair. "Are you hurt?" His voice was clipped, professional, but Clara caught the underlying fury. Number shaken, but unharmed. Clara rose from her chair, Marmalade still in her arms. Thanks to Mrs. Penfield's timing and Marmalade's defensive skills. Redgrave's jaw tightened as he examined the ransacked shop, his hands clenched into fists. "A gentleman who lays hands on a lady," he said with barely controlled rage, "is no gentleman at all. I will find James Weston and see him charged with assault." "What did he want?" Redgrave continued, his voice sharp with anger. "To stop my investigation, to silence my questions about his whereabouts and his lack of proper explanation for them." Clara held up the torn fabric. "Marmalade provided the evidence of his presence." Redgrave moved through the destroyed space with professional efficiency, noting details, assessing the scene. Did he find what he was looking for? I don't think so. He seemed frustrated, desperate. Clara paused, remembering the cold calculation in James's eyes. Inspector, he threatened that I might face the same unfortunate circumstances as Beatrice. He's clearly responsible for what happened to her that night. That's serious enough for assault and threatening charges, Redgrave said grimly. But Clara, even with Weston's attack on you tonight, it doesn't change the facts about Isaac Thorne. Clara looked up sharply. What do you mean? We've had a breakthrough in the case today. A witness came forward, Mr. Hartwell, who lives near Thorne's lodgings. He saw Thorne returning very late Tuesday night, past midnight, with torn clothing and scratches on his face. Clara felt her heart sink. That doesn't prove... When we searched Thorne's rooms this afternoon, we found his coat, badly torn, as if from a struggle, and Thorne himself has visible bruises and scratches that he refuses to explain. Redgrave's voice carried absolute conviction. Combined with the public argument, the love letter found in her rooms, the lack of alibi, and now physical evidence of the fight that night, we have an ironclad case. But Inspector, Clara protested, you know Isaac was reportedly seen in Shoreditch that night. Perhaps he was injured there. Allegedly seen, Redgrave corrected, by unreliable witnesses in establishments of questionable repute. We have no proof he was actually there, and even if he was, it doesn't account for the entire evening. Clara's mind raced. If Beatrice fought back, surely there would be evidence of that. Scratches under her fingernails, torn clothing. Redgrave's expression grew uncomfortable. The fall caused considerable damage. Any such evidence would be difficult to distinguish from injuries sustained in the fall itself. Clara pressed her lips together, studying his face. The new evidence was genuinely damning, but something still felt wrong. Isaac's silence, his protection of someone, it spoke to nobility, not guilt. Inspector, she said finally, I'd like to see the complete case file. Redgrave's eyebrows rose. Clara, that's highly irregular. After tonight's attack, after proving that your investigation needed to examine Mr. Weston more thoroughly, I think you owe me that much. Clara straightened to her full height. You said we would work together. I want to see all the evidence, the letter, the witness statements, everything. The evidence against Thorne is overwhelming. Then showing it to me should only confirm your case. Clara's voice carried quiet determination. Unless you're concerned that a closer examination might reveal something you've missed. For a long moment, Redgrave was silent, clearly torn between protocol and Clara's proven insights. Finally, he nodded reluctantly. Very well. Tomorrow morning we'll review the complete file together. But Clara, his voice grew serious, I believe you'll find that whatever James Weston's crimes, Isaac Thorne remains our killer. Clara felt a mixture of satisfaction and apprehension. She would finally see all the evidence, but what if it truly did prove Isaac's guilt beyond any doubt? We shall see, Inspector, she said quietly. We shall see. Chapter 13. The fog hung thick over London that morning, rolling off the Thames like grey wool and settling into every corner of the city. Clara pulled her dark cloak closer as she navigated the crowded streets towards Scotland Yard, her boots clicking against cobblestones slick with moisture. The familiar sounds of the awakening city, horse hooves on stone, vendors calling their wares, the distant whistle of a train, seemed muffled and strange in the heavy air. Clara arrived at Scotland Yard to find Inspector Redgrave's office in a state of controlled chaos. The institutional atmosphere of the building always made Clara conscious of her position. A merchant-class woman in a gentleman's domain of authority, her herbal shop credentials meaning little in these halls of masculine power. Maps of London covered his desk, marked with red pins and scrawled notes. Reports lay scattered across every surface, and the man himself stood with his back to the door, studying a large chart of the city's hotels and boarding houses. Any word on James Weston? Clara asked without preamble. Redgrave turned, and she noted the tension in his shoulders, the fine lines around his eyes that spoke of a sleepless night. Vanished like morning mist. We've checked every respectable establishment in London. Hotels, boarding houses, gentlemen's clubs. Either he's fled the city entirely, or he's found somewhere remarkably clever to hide. Or, Clara said, settling into the chair across from his desk without invitation, He's exactly what he appears to be, a coward who runs when cornered. A coward who threatened your life, Redgrave reminded her, his voice carrying that particular edge it acquired when discussing threats to her safety. Indeed, but Inspector, I've been thinking about something all night. Clara leaned forward, her hands folded in her lap. After James Weston's threats last evening, I'm more convinced than ever that he killed Beatrice. But that means Isaac Thorne is innocent, and your new evidence against him must have another explanation. Redgrave resumed his seat, giving her his full attention. The physical evidence against Thorne is overwhelming, Clara. The torn clothing, the scratches, the witness who saw him return late that night, could all be explained by circumstances having nothing to do with Beatrice's murder. Clara leaned forward earnestly. James Weston as good as confessed to me last night. We need to examine the evidence to see how it points to him, not Isaac. Go on. James Weston threatened my life because I was exposing his connection to Beatrice's death. Those aren't the actions of an innocent man, Inspector. Clara met his gaze, steadily. I think we need to examine the evidence with fresh eyes, looking for proof of James's guilt rather than Isaac's. Redgrave was quiet for a long moment, his fingers drumming against the desk in a rhythm that had become familiar to Clara over their weeks of reluctant cooperation. Very well, though I warn you, even after last night's attack, the evidence against Thorne remains compelling. Then perhaps a fresh perspective will reveal how that evidence has been misinterpreted. Clara met his gaze steadily. I'm convinced the real clues point to James, not Isaac. I never overlook anything, Redgrave said, with the confidence of a man accustomed to being right. Of course not. You simply accept convenient explanations without probing deeper. Clara's tone remained perfectly pleasant, rather like accepting James Weston's club alibi without questioning the rather significant gaps in his evening. Point taken. Redgrave's lips twitched with what might have been amusement, though I should mention that the constable responsible for accepting Weston's alibi so readily has been thoroughly educated about proper verification procedures. How reassuring. Clara's eyes sparkled with mischief, but perhaps your methods could benefit from consulting specialists more frequently. Scientific, systematic examination of evidence without allowing personal bias to influence conclusions. Clara gestured toward the scattered reports. Rather like identifying plants. One must observe all characteristics before determining the species, not simply assume a rose is a rose because it has thorns. Are you suggesting I've been hasty in my conclusions? I'm suggesting that even the most experienced investigators benefit from consulting with specialists when the evidence requires particular expertise. Clara's voice carried gentle mockery. After all, you wouldn't diagnose a fever without consulting a physician, would you? And you consider yourself a specialist in murder? I consider myself a specialist in observation, analysis, and the systematic evaluation of symptoms and their causes. Clara straightened in her chair. Rather like diagnosing an illness, one must examine all signs before determining the proper treatment. Shall we proceed with that examination, Inspector? Redgrave gathered the files with the deliberate precision that marked all his movements. Very well. The initial report, then. Beatrice Renly, found dead Wednesday morning at the foot of the stairs in her lodgings, death believed to have occurred Tuesday night. Clara listened as he read through the clinical details, but her attention sharpened when he reached the physical evidence. The love letter found in her rooms. May I see it? Redgrave handed her the carefully preserved document. Clara studied the handwriting with the same intensity she brought to examining botanical specimens, noting the graceful loops, the delicate crossing of T's, the emotional flourishes that spoke of genuine feeling. No man wrote this, she said with absolute certainty. What makes you so confident? Look at the letter formation, the way the writer shapes her vowels, the spacing between words. This is a woman's hand, Inspector. I'd stake my reputation on it. Clara held the letter up to catch the light. Moreover, it's the handwriting of a woman who received careful education in penmanship. These aren't the rough strokes of someone who learned to write for purely practical purposes. Redgrave frowned, studying the letter over her shoulder. Clara caught the faint scent of his cologne, something with bergamot that suited him far better than she cared to acknowledge. If a woman wrote this letter, he said slowly, then Isaac Thorne didn't write it. But Clara, you've been arguing that James Weston killed Beatrice. Surely you don't believe a woman capable of overpowering her and pushing her down those stairs? Clara's jaw tightened. You're quite right, Inspector. I do believe James Weston killed Beatrice, but that doesn't mean we should ignore evidence that Isaac didn't write this letter. She set the document down carefully. Don't you see? If Isaac didn't write this letter, then the evidence against him becomes even more circumstantial. The letter was simply found among Beatrice's belongings, and when you saw it was signed I with Isaac as your prime suspect, you naturally assumed he wrote it. Redgrave frowned, studying the letter again. So, you're suggesting we've been operating under a false assumption about the letter's authorship? Precisely. This letter proves that some woman had strong feelings about Beatrice, feelings intense enough to put into writing. We need to know who wrote this letter so we can prove it wasn't Isaac. Clara's voice grew more certain. Once we establish that Isaac didn't write it, the case against him becomes significantly weaker. Redgrave nodded slowly. If we can prove Isaac didn't write this letter, it would certainly weaken the case against him considerably. He consulted his notes again. Let me review the physical evidence. Dr. Patterson noted bruising on her arms, consistent with a struggle. Some scratches, but those could have occurred during the fall. Nothing particularly unusual for someone who tumbled down a staircase. Clara frowned, studying the letter once more. Inspector, if a woman wrote this letter, shouldn't we examine the physical evidence more carefully? Perhaps there are details that might support or contradict the assumption that a man killed Beatrice. I'd like to see the body myself. Redgrave's eyebrows rose. Clara, that's hardly necessary. It's entirely necessary. We've just established that our assumptions about this letter were wrong. I want to see if our assumptions about the physical evidence might be wrong as well. Clara stood, gathering her reticule with brisk efficiency. Shall we proceed to the morgue, Inspector? You're certain you want to do this? I'm certain that sitting in this office making assumptions won't solve anything. Clara paused at the door. Unless you prefer to continue accepting second-hand reports rather than examining the evidence first-hand. Redgrave's jaw tightened with what Clara had learned to recognise as his response to being challenged. Very well. But if you find the experience distressing, I'll be sure to inform you immediately. Clara's tone suggested she found his concern both unnecessary and slightly patronising. Shall we go? The morgue at Scotland Yard occupied the building's basement, a realm of cold stone and colder purpose that smelled of carbolic acid and something else Clara preferred not to identify. Dr. Patterson, a thin man with precise movements and careful eyes, received them with professional courtesy and immediate recognition. Miss Wetherly, he said with a respectful nod, an honour to meet you properly. I took over this position after Dr. Morris's departure from service. Clara felt the familiar chill that accompanied any mention of Dr. Morris, the previous medical examiner whose involvement in her recent case had left lasting scars. The memory of those dark weeks still haunted her quiet moments, though she'd learned to mask her reaction in professional settings. Dr. Patterson has been exemplary in rebuilding trust in this office, Redgrave said diplomatically. Of course. Patterson's tone suggested he'd learned not to question Scotland Yard's methods too closely. The deceased is here. Beatrice Renly looked smaller in death than Clara had expected. The golden hair Mrs. Penfield had described lay dull and lifeless around a face that might once have been beautiful, but now bore the waxy pallor of the deceased. Clara approached the body with clinical detachment, noting details that might have significance. The bruising on her arms, she said, examining the marks carefully. These are quite distinct. Consistent with being grabbed during a struggle, Patterson confirmed. Clara studied the bruises more closely, particularly the clearest mark on Beatrice's left forearm. Inspector, look at this. Does this appear to be the size of Isaac Thorne's hand? Redgrave moved closer, and Clara was acutely aware of his presence beside her, the warmth of his body in the cold room, the careful way he examined the evidence. It's smaller than I would have expected. Precisely. Clara traced the air above the bruise without touching the skin. This handprint is far too small to belong to Isaac Thorne, or to James Weston, for that matter. You're suggesting... I'm not suggesting anything yet. I'm observing. Clara continued her examination, noting other details. Dr. Patterson, her lips are quite blue. Was that noted in your report? Patterson consulted his notes with the slightly defensive air of a man whose thoroughness was being questioned. Yes, though it's hardly unusual. Head trauma often affects breathing patterns. The brain injury causes respiratory irregularities that eventually lead to cessation. Clara nodded, filing the information away for later consideration. The blue lips troubled her for reasons she couldn't quite articulate, but she'd learned to trust such instincts. Dr. Patterson, she said finally, in your professional opinion, are these injuries consistent with a violent struggle between Miss Wrenley and a man of Isaac Thorne's size and strength? Patterson considered the question carefully. The bruising suggests she was grabbed forcefully, yes, but the size... He frowned. Actually, now that you mention it, the handprint does seem rather small for a man of Mr. Thorne's build. Clara stared at the bruises, her mind reeling. James Weston had seemed so obvious, so clearly guilty. His threats, his lies, his convenient disappearance. She'd been so certain, so smugly confident in her deductions. But if these marks were too small for Isaac, they were certainly too small for James as well. Had she been as wrong as Redgrave, as blinded by her own assumptions? The thought was deeply unsettling. Clara prided herself on careful observation, systematic analysis, yet here she stood, confronted with physical evidence that contradicted everything she'd believed about this case. If not James, then who? And what did that say about her abilities as an investigator? Clara and Redgrave exchanged glances. In that look, Clara saw her own shaken certainty reflected, the uncomfortable realisation that both of them had been pursuing the wrong path entirely. "Inspector," Clara said quietly, her voice less steady than usual, "I believe we need to reconsider our assumptions about who killed Beatrice Wrenley." Back in Redgrave's office, they sat surrounded by evidence that now seemed to tell a completely different story. Clara arranged the letter, the medical report, and the witness statements in a neat row before them. "Let me summarise what we know for certain," she said, falling into the analytical tone that helped her organise complex information. A neighbour heard women arguing the night Beatrice died. A love letter written in a woman's hand was found at the scene. The physical evidence suggests Beatrice was grabbed by someone with hands considerably smaller than Isaac Thorne's. And yet we have Isaac returning home late that night with torn clothing and evidence of a fight, Redgrave pointed out. That can't be coincidental. No, it can't, but it doesn't necessarily mean he fought with Beatrice. Clara leaned back in her chair, her mind working through possibilities. What if Isaac's injuries are simply coincidental? What if he was involved in an entirely unrelated altercation that same evening? Even as she said it, Clara had little faith in coincidences, but the physical evidence demanded they consider all possibilities. Then who killed her? Someone who could approach her without causing alarm. Someone who would be served tea rather than shown the door. Someone whose presence wouldn't seem threatening until it was too late. Clara met his gaze. "A woman, Inspector. We're looking for a woman." The words hung in the air between them, carrying the weight of overturned assumptions and investigations that would need to begin anew. Redgrave ran a hand through his hair, disturbing its careful arrangement in a gesture Clara found unexpectedly endearing. "If you're right," he said slowly, "then we've been pursuing the wrong suspects entirely." "Not entirely. James Weston is still guilty of fraud and assault. Isaac Thorne is still hiding something significant. But the person who killed Beatrice..." Clara paused, considering. She could be hiding in plain sight, dismissed because we assumed violence required masculine strength. So where do we begin? Clara smiled with the satisfaction of someone who had already considered that question thoroughly. "We begin by confirming our theory. We need to speak with Ivy Beaumont again. If she wrote that letter, she can tell us so directly. And then..." Clara's expression grew thoughtful. "Then we need to reconsider every woman who had contact with Beatrice in the days before her death." "That could be a considerable list." "Indeed. But Inspector, Clara's eyes sparkled with anticipation, we have resources Scotland Yard lacks. Women notice things about other women that men miss entirely. They observe details, remember conversations, recognise patterns of behaviour that might seem insignificant to masculine investigation. You're proposing to involve civilians in a murder investigation. I'm proposing to consult with people whose expertise in feminine behaviour far exceeds that of the Metropolitan Police. Clara gathered her reticule with brisk efficiency. The ladies of Bloomsbury, Inspector. Shall we visit Miss Talbot? I'm quite eager to confirm our theory. As they prepared to leave Scotland Yard, Clara caught Redgrave studying her with an expression she couldn't quite interpret. Surprise, perhaps, at how dramatically she'd shifted the investigation's direction, or admiration for insights he hadn't considered. Clara, he said as they reached the entrance, your methods may be unconventional, but they're proving remarkably illuminating. Why, Inspector, Clara replied with mock surprise. Was that almost a compliment? It was an acknowledgement of superior detective work. How very gracious of you. Clara's smile turned genuine, though I notice you're adapting to unconventional methods rather well yourself. They walked through London's busy streets toward Ivy Beaumont's modest lodgings, their conversation shifting between the case and the sort of easy banter that had developed between them over weeks of reluctant cooperation. Clara enjoyed Redgrave's dry humour more than she cared to admit, just as she'd come to appreciate his willingness to admit when he was wrong. Ivy received them with obvious anxiety, her hands twisting in her lap as they explained their purpose. Clara showed her the letter with gentle directness. Miss Talbot, we need you to confirm whether you wrote this. Ivy's face crumpled as she recognised her own handwriting. I did write it. I was so angry, so hurt by her dismissal. I poured all my feelings into that letter, and... She looked up with tear-filled eyes. I sent it to her in a moment of weakness. I regretted it immediately, but it was too late. When did you send it? Redgrave asked. The day after she dismissed me. I was so hurt, so angry. Ivy's voice grew smaller. I wanted her to know how much pain she'd caused me, but I never meant... I would never have hurt her physically. Never! Clara and Redgrave exchanged glances. So Ivy had written and sent the letter in anger, which explained how it ended up among Beatrice's belongings, but raised new questions about the timing. Miss Talbot, Clara said gently, after you sent the letter, did you have any further contact with Miss Renly? Ivy nodded reluctantly. She came to see me once, after receiving my letter. She seemed upset about something. Not just my letter, but something else that was troubling her. She was agitated, distracted. We argued again, and she left quite angry. When was this? The day before she died. Another piece of the puzzle, Clara thought. Beatrice had been agitated about something significant enough to seek out the companion she'd dismissed. But what? They left Ivy's lodgings with more questions than answers, walking through the gathering dust toward home. Clara's mind churned through possibilities, examining each new detail for significance. Clara glanced over her shoulder for the third time in as many blocks. A figure in a dark coat, perhaps the same one she'd noticed lingering outside the registry office earlier, seemed to be keeping a consistent distance behind them. She told herself it was coincidence. London was full of dark coats and silent walkers. Still. Inspector, she said as they turned onto a quieter street, I keep thinking about that tea service. 2 cups, both used, suggesting a civil conversation. What manner of woman could approach Beatrice without causing alarm, even after dark? Someone she knew, someone she trusted, or at least someone whose presence wouldn't seem threatening. Precisely, but also someone with a compelling reason to... Clara stopped abruptly, her hand closing on Redgrave's arm. What is it? Someone's following us. Clara kept her voice low, casual. Don't turn around, but I've noticed the same figure maintaining distance behind us for several blocks. Redgrave's muscles tensed under her touch, though his pace remained unchanged. How long? Since we left Miss Talbot's lodgings, possibly before. Clara felt a familiar chill of unease. Inspector, I believe someone has been watching our investigation with considerable interest, and this isn't the first time. Right. Redgrave's voice carried the sharp authority Clara had learned, meant he was shifting into professional mode. At the next corner, I want you to continue straight while I double back. Don't look behind you. Don't change your pace. Absolutely not. If someone has been following us, they're following both of us. I'm not walking alone into... Clara, this isn't a matter for discussion. You're quite right. It isn't. Clara's tone brooked no argument. We continue together, and if you wish to confront our shadow, we do so together. I've had quite enough of people making decisions about my safety without consulting me. Before Redgrave could respond, Clara called out in a clear, carrying voice, I say, you there. Yes, you in the dark cloak. Might we have a word? The figure behind them startled visibly, then began moving more quickly. Redgrave cursed under his breath and started after them, Clara keeping pace beside him, despite his obvious desire to leave her safely behind. There! Clara pointed as their pursuer rounded a corner ahead. Don't let them escape. They reached the corner just in time to see their quarry slip into a narrow alley. Redgrave approached cautiously, Clara close behind, both of them breathing hard from the pursuit. Police! Redgrave called out. Show yourself! A figure emerged from the shadows at the alley's far end and stopped abruptly as something snagged. Clara heard the distinctive sound of fabric tearing, saw a dark hat tumble to the ground, and watched in amazement as long, dark hair spilled free. It's a woman, Clara breathed. The figure looked back once, and Clara caught a glimpse of a pale face in the shadows before their pursuer scrambled over a low wall and disappeared into the maze of London's back streets. Redgrave reached the spot where she'd vanished, but the trail ended at a series of interconnected courtyards that offered a dozen escape routes. He returned to Clara carrying the abandoned hat, a man's dark bowler of decent quality. She's gone, he said grimly. But Clara, you were right. Someone has been watching our investigation, someone who clearly has significant reason to fear what we might discover. Clara took the bowler, examining it for any distinguishing features. The hat was well made, but common, offering no obvious clues to its owner's identity. Someone clever enough to disguise herself as a man to follow us undetected. Someone who knows we've realised we're looking for a woman, Redgrave added grimly. They stood in the alley's entrance, Clara's mind spinning with questions. They'd clearly seen a woman. The long hair spilling free when her hat fell was unmistakable. But was this the female killer they were now seeking, or some other woman with reasons to monitor their investigation? You should have told me you were being followed, Redgrave said, his voice low and angry. Clara turned to him, surprised. And what would you have done? Locked me in the cellar? This isn't clever anymore, Clara. It's reckless. She squared her shoulders. So is letting an innocent man hang. Redgrave's jaw flexed, his eyes searching hers. You think this is easy for me? Watching you put yourself in danger time and again, knowing I can't stop you? You can't. Nor should you try. They stared at one another, the fog pressing in around them like a third presence. Then Clara turned and began walking. After a beat, Redgrave followed. Inspector, Clara said quietly, we need to find answers. As they walked home through streets that now seemed full of shadows, Clara's mind raced through the implications. Well, at least this means Isaac can be released immediately. We know he didn't kill her. Redgrave's expression grew grim. It's not that simple, Clara. What do you mean? The physical evidence clearly shows. The magistrate won't accept we think it was a woman as grounds for dismissal, Redgrave said, his voice heavy with frustration. We need proof, a name, evidence, a confession, something concrete. Clara stopped walking. You mean Isaac stays in prison, even though we know he's innocent? Unless we can present compelling evidence of another suspect by trial, Isaac Thorne goes before the jury with the existing case, and juries don't like mysteries, Clara. They prefer clear answers to uncomfortable questions. Even wrong ones. Especially wrong ones. Redgrave's jaw tightened. My superiors aren't pleased that I'm questioning a closed case. We have 1 week to find the real killer. Or... or an innocent man hangs. Clara's voice was quiet but fierce. Precisely. Clara felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders like a shroud. Tomorrow, I think it's time to call upon some rather specialised consultants. Oh? Clara smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. Inspector, you're about to discover that the ladies of Bloomsbury possess an intelligence network that would make Scotland Yard envious. And if there's a woman in this neighbourhood with murderous secrets, they'll know exactly who she is. Chapter 14. I need the ladies. Mrs. Penfield looked up from her embroidery, her sharp eyes immediately reading something significant in Clara's expression. The simple words carried weight that seemed to settle into the room's corners like dust. All of them? Mrs. Penfield asked, setting down her needlework with deliberate care. All of them? The older woman rose without further question, moving to her writing desk with the efficient grace of someone who understood that certain requests required no explanation. Her steel grey curls caught the lamplight as she reached for her pen. When? This afternoon, at the shop. Clara pulled her shawl closer, feeling the weight of decision settling around her shoulders. Tell them it's urgent. Tell them. She paused, searching for words that would convey the gravity without revealing too much. Tell them we have work to do. As Mrs. Penfield began writing the first summons, Clara found herself thinking of her grandmother's voice, the way Genevieve had always known when decisive action was required. Shall I mention that Inspector Redgrave might be involved? Mrs. Penfield asked, her pen poised over cream-coloured paper. No. Clara's response was immediate, instinctive. Not yet. This is women's work, Mrs. Penfield, the sort of investigation that requires insights men simply cannot provide. Ah. Mrs. Penfield's eyes gleamed with understanding as she sealed the first note with practised efficiency. That sort of problem. The die was cast now. Whatever came next, there would be no turning back. The ladies assembled in Clara's private sitting room above Hawthorne and Wetherly, like conspirators gathering for revolution. Mrs. Penfield arrived first, her steel grey curls perfectly arranged despite the haste of the summons. Mrs. Winters followed, still brushing flour from her apron, her practical manner intact but her eyes bright with curiosity. Miss Collins appeared precisely on time, her wire-rimmed spectacles slightly askew from hurrying, her young face flushed with the excitement of being called upon for her expertise. At 32, she carried herself with the determined confidence of someone proving herself in a man's profession. Mrs. Turner entered last, her silver-topped walking stick clicking against the floorboards as she took in the scene with the composed authority of a woman accustomed to being consulted on serious matters. Clara had prepared the room with deliberate care. Her grandmother's best china sat ready for tea, and 3 tarot cards lay face up on the small table between the chairs. The Tower, Justice Reversed, and the High Priestess. The cards seemed to pulse with significance in the candlelight, their symbolic weight adding gravity to the gathering. The atmosphere felt charged, ritualistic, intimate, as if the very air held secrets waiting to be spoken. Marmalade prowled the edges of the room like a self-appointed chaperone, his amber eyes assessing each arrival with feline judgment. He sniffed suspiciously at Mrs. Turner's hem, apparently finding her cologne acceptable, then batted playfully at Miss Collins' reticule before she could protest. With great ceremony, he claimed the windowsill as his throne, settling into a position that allowed optimal surveillance of the proceedings. As Clara poured tea, he suddenly darted forward, swiped a sprig of dried lavender from her preparation tray, and deposited it in front of Mrs. Winters like a formal offering. The ladies chuckled at his antics, but Clara noted the deliberate nature of his movements. "Ladies," Clara began, her voice carrying a weight that immediately commanded attention. She gestured toward the cards on the table. "I've called you here because everything we thought we knew about Beatrice Renly's murder has changed." Mrs. Penfield leaned forward slightly. "Changed how, dear?" "James Weston broke into my shop last night. He threatened me, said I might face the same unfortunate circumstances as Beatrice if I didn't stop investigating." Clara's voice remained steady despite the memory. "He's now vanished entirely. Scotland Yard has searched every respectable establishment in London, but he's disappeared like smoke." Good heavens, Mrs. Turner murmured, her grip tightening on her walking stick. But that's not all. Clara paused, letting the weight of her next words settle. Inspector Redgrave and I examined the physical evidence more carefully. The letter found at the scene that Scotland Yard assumed Isaac wrote. It was actually written by Ivy Beaumont, Beatrice's former companion, in a moment of hurt after her dismissal. And there was a bruise on Beatrice's arm, a clear handprint that is far too small to belong to any man. Miss Collins' eyes sharpened behind her spectacles. You're saying a woman killed her? I'm saying the evidence points that way, yes. Clara met each of their gazes in turn, and last night, as Inspector Redgrave and I walked home from our investigation, we were followed. When we confronted our pursuer, a man's bowler hat fell off, revealing long dark hair before she escaped. Mrs. Winters set down her teacup with deliberate precision. So we're looking for a female killer who's been watching your investigation. Precisely. And we're also trying to locate James Weston, who clearly knows more about Beatrice's death than he's admitted. Clara gestured toward the cards again. Each of you sees more than the men around you suspect. You notice things they miss, remember details they dismiss, have access to information they can't obtain. That's what makes you invaluable. And that's why I need you. As she spoke, a sudden draught stirred a candle's flame beside her, making the shadows ripple briefly across the walls. The scent of lavender water drifted through the room, barely perceptible but unmistakably present. I've already investigated several women who had connections to Beatrice, Clara continued, her voice taking on the methodical tone she used when organising complex information. Ivy Beaumont, her former companion, who wrote the letter out of heartbreak but has a solid alibi at the Opera House. Nora Talbot, the seamstress who was dismissed and owed wages, but her anger seemed more wounded pride than murderous rage. Mrs. Littledown, the landlady who was owed rent, but her hands shake too much to overpower a younger woman. She paused, meeting each of their gazes. I dismissed them all, but perhaps I was too hasty. Perhaps there are details I missed, connections I didn't see. Marmalade watched intently, his ears flicking at each name spoken, as if memorising the roster of Clara's conspirators. His tail twitched once, twice, then settled into watchful stillness. The response was immediate and decisive, each woman leaning forward with the focused attention of someone whose expertise had finally been properly valued. Right then, Mrs. Winters said, setting down her teacup with brisk efficiency. My nephew Timothy works various positions around the gentlemen's clubs. He can make inquiries about James Weston's associates, who he spoke with regularly, who might know his habits, or where he'd go to ground. Miss Collins straightened in her chair, adjusting her spectacles with determined precision. I'll search the registry for any properties, businesses, or legal connections tied to Weston. I know those filing systems better than anyone, and there are records the men in the office never bother to check properly. If he owns property under his name, or has business partnerships, there might be places he could hide that Scotland Yard hasn't considered. Excellent, Clara said, making notes. Mrs. Turner, I discovered that Beatrice was regularly sending money to a doctor, Harrison in Kent, for her elderly aunt's medical care. Would your medical connections be able to verify if this is legitimate? The older woman tapped her silver-topped walking stick thoughtfully against the floor. Certainly. I have connections throughout London's medical community, and they often know their colleagues in the surrounding counties. I'll make inquiries about this doctor, Harrison, and confirm whether he's actually treating an elderly woman related to Beatrice. That's brilliant, Clara said, her excitement growing. And Mrs. Penfield? I'll work the neighbourhood networks, Mrs. Penfield replied, with the satisfaction of someone whose gossip channels were about to prove their worth. If there were other women in Beatrice's life we haven't considered, perhaps through charitable work or social connections we've missed, someone will have noticed. Women always notice other women, my dear, especially when there's tension involved. Clara looked around the circle of determined faces, feeling a surge of confidence she hadn't experienced since this investigation began. Ladies, I believe this network of yours might prove more efficient than Scotland Yard itself. Naturally, Mrs. Penfield said with a smile that held decades of accumulated feminine wisdom. We've been solving problems men created long before they invented official procedures to muddle things up. Speaking of Scotland Yard, Miss Collins said with a mischievous glint behind her spectacles, I couldn't help but notice that Inspector Redgrave is quite distinguished looking. Mrs. Winters chuckled. Distinguished? My dear, the man is positively handsome. Those eyes alone could make a woman forget her own name. Those hazel eyes with green flecks, Clara thought involuntarily, remembering how they seemed to see straight through her careful composure. The way they soften when he's concerned, or flash with that dry humour when he's trying not to smile. And so protective of our Clara, Mrs. Turner added with a knowing smile, the way he hovers whenever there's the slightest hint of danger. Clara felt heat creep up her neck as she recalled his hand on her elbow guiding her away from harm, the solid warmth of his presence beside her in dangerous moments. Inspector Redgrave is simply thorough in his professional duties. Professional duties, Mrs. Penfield repeated, with obvious amusement. Is that what we're calling it? My dear child, your grandmother would have been absolutely delighted by this development. Delighted and utterly shameless about it, Clara thought, knowing exactly how Genevieve would have orchestrated accidental encounters and found excuses to invite him for tea. And those mysterious teacups that keep appearing whenever he visits. Clara frowned slightly, a chill of realisation creeping over her. What development? Clara asked, though she suspected she didn't want to know. Genevieve always said you needed someone who could match your intelligence and appreciate your unconventional nature, Mrs. Penfield continued warmly. A handsome son of an earl who treats you as an equal partner? She would have been plotting ways to throw you together at every opportunity. Mrs. Penfield? Clara protested, her cheeks burning as she tried not to think about how Graham's voice dropped when he spoke her name, or the way his carefully controlled exterior sometimes cracked to reveal something warmer underneath. I'm 27, hardly the prime age for such considerations. Besides, I quite enjoy my independence and running my shop as I please. Men just complicate everything. Even if this particular man makes her pulse quicken in the most inconvenient ways. Oh, my dear, Mrs. Turner said gently, 27 is hardly ancient, and the right man doesn't complicate things. He makes them infinitely more interesting. Clara cleared her throat, fighting down her blush. Well, I'm certain Inspector Redgrave would be mortified to know he's the subject of such thorough analysis. But speaking of thorough analysis, we need to consider every angle in Isaac's case. Of course, dear, Mrs. Penfield said, though her eyes still twinkled with mischief. Poor Isaac needs all the help we can provide. Speaking of Isaac, Miss Collins said, settling back in her chair, did you know he has a sister? Lives with Mrs. Bloom, I believe. Poor thing has such a nervous disposition. At that moment, Marmalade abruptly jumped into Miss Collins' lap, light, deliberate, disarming. The women chuckled and reached to stroke his ears, but Clara noticed something else. His tail flicked twice, then stilled with unusual precision. A sister? Mrs. Winters asked, scratching behind Marmalade's ears. I don't think I've ever seen her about the neighbourhood. That's just it, Mrs. Turner added thoughtfully. She's quite housebound from what I understand. Fainting spells, they say. Doesn't go out at all anymore. Clara went still. A sister. Nervous, reclusive, hidden away in Mrs. Bloom's house. She felt the chill of possibility coil beneath her ribs. What if Isaac's sister wasn't the one he was protecting, but the one he was protecting the world from? Her mind flashed to the oxymel, the tincture she'd crafted weeks ago. Lemon balm, skullcap, California poppy, a sedative, but mild. Enough to soothe tremors, enough to calm someone. Recovering. Recovering from what? She wasn't ready to draw conclusions yet, but a new thread had appeared, and Clara intended to follow it carefully. How unfortunate for her, Clara managed, her voice carefully neutral. Such conditions can be quite isolating. Clara exchanged a glance with Marmalade, whose amber eyes seemed unusually alert. Something about his behaviour struck her as significant, though she couldn't say why. Her first instinct was to share this information with Inspector Redgrave immediately. A hidden sister could explain Isaac's protective silence. But something held her back. until she understood more about this mysterious woman and her condition, until she knew whether her suspicions about the oxymel had any merit, it seemed wiser to keep this particular detail to herself. Chapter 15.
Marmalade's observations, in which my human fails at punctuality, and I am forced to take action. Clara had tossed and turned all night, whispering, muttering, dreaming of things that made her jaw tighten and her toes twitch under the quilt. She muttered Ruth at least twice, which, as far as I'm concerned, is not the name of a cat and therefore irrelevant. Unfortunately, this fitful performance had led to a grievous lapse in her morning obligations, namely, breakfast. It was well past the proper hour for tuna. I had tried all the usual techniques, pacing near her ear, gentle yowling, dragging my tail across her face like a velvet banner of consequence, but nothing had worked. I was left with only one option: sit on her head, which I did, firmly. With a startled gasp and a flail of limbs, Clara jolted upright beneath me. "Marmalade," she groaned, pushing at my fur. "It's barely dawn." Incorrect. It was past tea time, past herbal prep time, well past tuna o'clock. I hopped to the floor and meowed pointedly. Humans. You let them think for a few chapters and they forget the basics, and frankly, someone in this house had to lounge around all day. That was my job, not hers.
Clara shuffled to the stove, still blinking sleep from her eyes, and lit the kettle. "Yes, yes," she muttered as she opened the cupboard. "Tuna first, tea second." Marmalade accepted his due with dignified restraint. He was not vindictive, only punctual. As the tea steeped, Clara moved to her apothecary drawer and began pulling ingredients: lemon balm, skullcap, tulsi, California poppy. She opened her small mortar with a click. Not a blend for sleep exactly, at least not the kind taken at bedtime. She ran a thumb over the label, frowning. This wasn't for insomnia, she whispered to Marmalade. It was for something else. Her mind ticked backward. Isaac in Shoreditch, slipping through alleys too dangerous for someone with nothing to lose. The opium dens. A sister, nervous, hidden, absent. Clara held the bottle a little tighter. She didn't have the full picture yet, but she was beginning to see the outline. Clara moved with sudden decision, pouring the oxymel into a clean bottle and wrapping it carefully in brown paper. The morning light caught the amber liquid as she held it up, and she could almost see the pattern forming. Pieces of a puzzle that had been scattered, but were finally beginning to find their proper places. "Recovery," she murmured to herself, securing the cork with wax. "Not prevention. Recovery." Marmalade had settled into his post-breakfast composure, watching her preparations from his position near the stove. When Clara reached for her shawl and reticule, he moved toward the door with obvious intent. "Not this time," Clara told him firmly. "This conversation requires delicacy, and you have all the subtlety of a brass band." Marmalade's tail twitched once, but he made no further move to follow, as Clara stepped into the crisp morning air. The walk to Mrs. Bloom's townhouse seemed both too long and too short. Long enough for Clara to rehearse what she would say, short enough that she arrived before she felt truly prepared. The narrow brick building stood quiet, its windows reflecting nothing but sky and the bare branches of the trees across the street. Clara climbed the front steps and knocked, the sound echoing more loudly than she'd intended in the still air. Almost immediately, she heard footsteps hurrying toward the door. Mrs. Bloom answered so quickly that Clara wondered if she'd been watching from the window. The older woman's face was etched with anxious lines, her eyes red-rimmed with sleepless worry, and her greying hair had escaped its usual careful arrangement. "Miss Wetherly," she exclaimed, her voice carrying both hope and desperation. "Oh, thank goodness you've come. Has there been a development? Some news about poor Isaac?" Her hands twisted in her apron, the fabric already wrinkled from similar nervous gestures. "1 week, Miss Wetherly. He only has 1 week left, and I..." Her voice broke slightly. Clara stepped across the threshold, her expression serious. "There has been a development, Mrs. Bloom, but I need your help, and I need Ruth's help as well." The older woman went very still. The colour drained from her face as if Clara had struck her. "How do you..." She shuddered, her voice dropping to a whisper. How do you know about Ruth? Clara stepped closer, her voice gentle but firm. Mrs. Bloom, I'm not here to expose Ruth or drag her before Scotland Yard, but if I'm going to help Isaac, truly help him, I need to understand what really happened that night. I need you to trust me with the truth. For a long moment, the two women stood in the narrow hallway, the weight of unspoken secrets heavy between them. Then Mrs. Bloom seemed to crumble, her careful composure finally giving way to exhaustion and fear. I know Ruth is here. I know she's unwell. And I know Isaac would walk to the gallows rather than expose her. Mrs. Bloom's shoulders fell. The mask slipped. She nodded once. He brought her back from Shoreditch the night Beatrice died. Clara pressed harder. I need to see her. She's fragile. I won't harm her, but I need the truth, whatever she remembers. Mrs. Bloom studied Clara's face for a long moment, searching for something. Sincerity, perhaps, or the promise of discretion. Whatever she found there seemed to satisfy her, because she finally nodded and gestured toward the narrow staircase that led to the upper floors. She stays in the back room, Mrs. Bloom said quietly as they climbed, away from the street noise, away from curious eyes. The stairs creaked under their weight, each step announcing their approach. At the landing, Mrs. Bloom paused before a closed door, her hand hovering over the handle. She's been through so much, she whispered. Please, be gentle. The room was small but carefully tended. Sunlight filtered through gauze curtains, casting soft patterns on the worn wooden floor. The air carried the mingled scents of ink and dried herbs. Lavender sachets hung from hooks near the window, while bottles of what looked like medicinal preparations lined a small shelf. A narrow bed occupied one corner, its coverlet pulled tight, as if the occupant clung to whatever small sense of order she could maintain. Ruth sat by the window in a simple wooden chair, her dark hair falling in a loose braid over one shoulder. She was painfully thin, her clothes hanging loose on her frame, but her hands moved with steady purpose as she worked on a sketch. The morning light caught the delicate bones of her wrists, making her appear almost translucent. The drawing on her lap stopped Clara in her tracks. Isaac, unmistakably Isaac, rendered in careful detail, seated in a chair, his back to a fireplace, his eyes fixed on some darkness beyond the window. Every line spoke of exhaustion and vigilance in equal measure. The drawing wasn't a fantasy or invention. It was too detailed, too intimate. Isaac's posture in the sketch says everything. His shoulders slumped, his hands clasped tightly in his lap, body angled toward Ruth like a barrier between her and whatever waited in the night. Ruth looked up as they entered, her large eyes holding a mixture of wariness and curiosity. She had been beautiful once, Clara realised, and still was in a fragile, haunted way. But there was an alertness there too, an intelligence that addiction hadn't managed to claim. "Ruth, dear," Mrs. Bloom said softly, moving to her side. "This is Miss Clara Wetherly. She's the woman I told you about, the one who's been trying to help Isaac." Ruth's grip tightened on her sketch, her knuckles showing white. "Help Isaac?" Clara approached slowly, careful not to make any sudden movements. "Miss Thorne, I run a botanical shop in Bloomsbury. I've been investigating the charges against your brother because I believe he's innocent." "Everyone says he killed that woman," Ruth whispered, her voice barely audible. "They say he's going to..." She couldn't finish the sentence. Mrs. Bloom knelt beside Ruth's chair, taking one of her thin hands. "Miss Wetherly thinks she can prove Isaac didn't do it, but she needs to understand what really happened that night. The night Miss Wrenley died." Ruth's eyes darted between Clara and Mrs. Bloom, like a cornered animal seeking escape. "I don't remember much from that time. My mind it wasn't clear." Clara settled into a chair across from Ruth, making herself small and non-threatening. "I understand. Sometimes our memories protect us by becoming unclear during difficult times, but even fragments might help. Ruth, dear, Miss Wetherly is trying to understand what happened the night Miss Wrenley died. She believes Isaac is innocent." "Mrs. Bloom," Clara said gently, "I should explain. The remedy I prepared for you weeks ago, the oxymel with California poppy, I realise now it wasn't for simple nervousness. The ingredients I chose are specifically helpful for someone recovering from..." dependence on stronger substances. Her face went pale, and Ruth's grip tightened on her sketch. "I'm not here to judge," Clara continued, addressing Ruth directly. "I've prepared similar remedies for other women facing similar struggles. You're not alone in this." Ruth studied Clara's face for a long moment. "You know." "I know you've been through something terrible," Clara said carefully. "I know you're working very hard to recover. And I know Isaac loves you enough to protect you, even if it costs him everything." Ruth's eyes filled with tears. "He's always protected me, even when I didn't deserve it." "You deserve protection," Clara said firmly. "You deserve care and healing and someone who believes you're worth saving." Ruth wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "What do you want to know?" "I need to understand what happened the night Miss Wrenley died," Clara said gently. "Anything you remember, even small fragments, might help Isaac. Can you tell me anything about that night?" Ruth was quiet for a moment, gathering courage. Then she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "I was in Shoreditch that night, in a place I shouldn't have been." She looked down at the sketch in her lap, touching it with trembling fingers. I think this memory is from that night, but I can't be certain." Her voice grew smaller. "I can't trust what I remember from then, but I have this image of Isaac sitting there, watching over me, and I remember waking up in my room here, safe." She hesitated. "But I don't remember how I got from there to here." "That's all right," Clara said. "Tell me what you do remember, even if you're not certain it's real." Mrs. Bloom squeezed Ruth's hand. "Isaac was frantic when you didn't come home. He went looking for you." "He found me," Ruth said, her voice growing steadier. "I think he found me and brought me home. But I don't remember the journey. I only remember waking up here, safe, and seeing him there." She pointed to the window, watching to make sure nothing could hurt me. "Do you remember what time this was?" Clara asked. "Time?" Ruth looked confused. "No, days and nights blurred together then. I couldn't tell you if it was evening or morning or..." She paused, eyes growing distant, then her brow furrowed. "There was shouting. I remember that. A man's voice. Isaac's, I think. Angry. And another one. Louder. Slurred. I think. There was a fight. Someone pushed me. I hit the ground, but not hard. Then, Isaac was there. I think he helped me up. And then I woke up here." Clara's breath caught. It matched the bruises, the torn coat, the tension in Isaac's silence. It all aligned, just not in the way the yard had assumed. Clara felt her heart break a little. It wasn't enough for the court, but it was enough for her. She'd come ready to confront a suspect, but what she found was a ghost still breathing. And now she owed Ruth something far more difficult than accusation. Protection. This wasn't the face of a killer's accomplice. It was the face of someone still trying to climb out of her own wreckage. Clara had seen women like this before. Too many. Too often. They didn't need justice. They needed safety. And someone to believe them. "Ruth," Clara said softly, "you're very brave to tell me this. And you're helping Isaac by being honest." "Am I?" Ruth's voice was full of hope and fear. "Can this really help him?" Clara hesitated, then chose honesty. "It helps me understand that Isaac was being a good brother that night. It doesn't prove his innocence to a court, but it proves it to me." Ruth nodded slowly. "He's always been good to me, even when I made terrible choices." As Clara prepared to leave, she withdrew the wrapped bottle from her reticule and placed it on the small table beside Ruth's chair, next to a neat stack of other sketches and a well-worn prayer book. "What is it?" Ruth asked. "Something to help with the healing," Clara said, "for when the memories become too heavy." Ruth picked up the bottle, cradling it carefully. "Will Isaac really be all right? Will what I told you help him?" Clara looked at Ruth, really looked at her, this young woman who was clearly struggling with something difficult, who was fighting to piece together fragmented memories, who had found the courage to speak truthfully, despite her obvious shame, about where she'd been that night. "You've helped more than you know," Clara said softly, "and I think you're stronger than you realise." They descended the staircase together, steps heavy with the weight of secrets finally shared. In the small parlour below, she gestured for Clara to sit, then moved to close the door firmly behind them. "Please, Miss Wetherly," Mrs. Bloom said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Find the truth, but don't drag her into it." Clara looked at the older woman's desperate face, seeing years of accumulated worry etched in every line. "I understand your concern. I'll be as careful as I can." Mrs. Bloom sank into a chair across from Clara, her hands trembling as she folded them in her lap. "You don't understand. Ruth, she's been through more than any young woman should have to bear." "Tell me," Clara said gently. Mrs. Bloom was quiet for a long moment, gathering her courage. Then the words came in a rush, as if holding them back any longer would break something inside her. "She was married 3 years ago to a man named David Blackwood. He seemed proper, respectable family, steady income, good prospects." Mrs. Bloom's voice grew bitter. Isaac thought it was a wonderful match, encouraged Ruth to accept his proposal, said Blackwood would take good care of her. Clara felt a chill of understanding, but he didn't. He was a monster. Mrs. Bloom's hands clenched into fists. Oh, he was charming enough in public, but behind closed doors. Ruth tried to hide the bruises, made excuses for the broken ribs, the black eyes, said she was clumsy, prone to accidents. And Isaac? Didn't know, not at first. Ruth was so ashamed, and Blackwood was clever about it. Always injuries that could be explained away, always in places that wouldn't show in company. Mrs. Bloom wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. By the time Isaac realised what was happening, Ruth was already... She struggled with the words. She lost a child. The beating was so severe that... Clara closed her eyes, feeling sick. Dear God. That's when Isaac finally saw the truth. He went to confront Blackwood, but the coward had already fled, took what money he could from Ruth's dowry, and disappeared into the night. Mrs. Bloom's voice grew fierce. Isaac brought Ruth home, but she was broken, in body and spirit. The laudanum started as medicine for the pain, but it became the only way she could bear the memories. Isaac blames himself completely, she continued, her voice breaking. Says if he hadn't encouraged the match, if he'd been more careful, more protective, he thinks Ruth's suffering is his fault, that he failed her when she needed him most. Clara understood now. The desperate protectiveness, the willingness to die rather than expose Ruth to scrutiny. Isaac wasn't just being noble, he was trying to atone for what he saw as his greatest failure. He thinks if he couldn't protect her then, at least he can protect her secret now, even if it costs him everything. He doesn't realise... Her voice broke entirely. He doesn't realise that losing him would destroy her completely. He's the only person left who believes she's worth saving. Clara sat in the heavy silence that followed, processing the weight of what she'd learned. Isaac's silence wasn't just protective, it was penance. And in his desperation to shield Ruth from shame, he was blind to the fact that his death would be the cruelest blow of all. "Mrs. Bloom," Clara said finally, "I promise you this. I will do everything in my power to save Isaac, not just for his sake, but for Ruth's. She needs him alive, not martyred." Mrs. Bloom nodded through her tears. "Please, Miss Wetherly, find whoever really killed that poor woman. Isaac and Ruth have suffered enough." As Clara prepared to leave, she placed a gentle hand on Mrs. Bloom's shoulder. "They have, and if I have anything to say about it, their suffering ends now." Chapter 16. "And the handwriting on all these documents is identical," Miss Collins was saying, her spectacles glinting as she leaned forward over her leather portfolio. "He's been using false identities for years." Clara set down her teacup with deliberate care, studying the addresses Harriet had copied in her precise script. 3 in Suffolk, 2 in Whitechapel, 1 in Bermondsey. That's quite an operation. "Indeed," Mrs. Penfield said, her steel grey curls catching the afternoon light, But wait until you hear what I discovered about our mysterious watcher." She leaned forward with the particular satisfaction of someone whose gossip channels had delivered precisely what was needed. "My dear, we've uncovered far more than anyone expected." Before she could elaborate, an authoritative knock echoed from the shop below, 3 precise raps that Clara immediately recognised. "Inspector Redgrave," she said, rising quickly. "I wasn't expecting—" "Go ahead, dear," Mrs. Turner said with an amused smile. "We'll wait, though I suspect our handsome inspector might benefit from hearing what we've learned." Clara hurried down the narrow stairs, unlocking the shop door to find Redgrave standing on her threshold with an expression that mixed professional concern with something more personal. "Inspector," she said, noting the tension in his shoulders. "This is unexpected." "I couldn't stop thinking about that woman who was watching us yesterday," he said without preamble. "Have you noticed anything suspicious? Anyone lingering near the shop?" "Actually," Clara said, stepping back to allow him entry, "you've arrived at the perfect moment. The ladies have been conducting their own investigation, and their findings are illuminating." Redgrave's eyebrows rose slightly. "The ladies?" "My specialised consultants," Clara said with a small smile. "Would you care to meet them properly? I believe their intelligence might prove valuable to your official investigation." She led him up the stairs, where the assembled women turned toward them, with expressions ranging from delighted anticipation to barely concealed matchmaking satisfaction. "Ladies," Clara announced, "Inspector Redgrave. Inspector, allow me to present Mrs. Penfield, Mrs. Winters, Miss Collins, and Mrs. Turner, the most effective intelligence network in London." "Oh my!" Mrs. Penfield rose gracefully. "Inspector, you become more handsome each time I see you." "Such broad shoulders," Mrs. Winters added approvingly, "perfect for protecting our Clara during these dangerous times." Miss Collins giggled behind her spectacles. "Clara talks about you constantly, Inspector." "Your grandmother would have thoroughly approved, dear," Mrs. Turner said to Clara, with a meaningful look, then addressed Redgrave directly. "She always said Clara needed someone who could match her intelligence while appreciating her unconventional nature." Heat crept up Clara's neck as she watched Redgrave's face turn an increasingly deeper shade of red. "Dear God, they're going to drive him away entirely," she thought desperately. "Professional boundaries, ladies." We discussed professional boundaries. "Ladies, it's an honour to meet you all properly," Redgrave managed, attempting to maintain what remained of his professional dignity. "Ladies, please," Clara interjected, though she couldn't quite suppress her own smile at his obvious discomfort. The poor man looked as though he wanted to disappear through the floorboards. "The inspector has important work to do." "Indeed we do." Mrs. Penfield settled back into her chair with obvious satisfaction. "Shall we share our findings, Inspector?" Redgrave moved to an empty chair, pulling out his notebook, with the careful precision that marked all his professional interactions. "I'd be very interested to hear what you've discovered." Miss Collins opened her leather portfolio with the confidence of someone who had uncovered significant information. "I began with the registry records, as you suggested, Miss Wetherly. No James Weston exists anywhere, in London's official records. Not in property ownership, business licences, marriage certificates, nothing." "That's highly suspicious for a man claiming to be a gentleman of means," Redgrave noted, writing carefully. "But here's what's truly interesting," Harriet continued, her eyes bright behind her spectacles. "I found multiple properties registered under similar names: J. Marshall, James Wilson, J. Hollingsworth, all with identical handwriting. He's been using false identities for years, Inspector. This isn't his first fraud." Redgrave looked up sharply. "Do you have the addresses for these properties? He could be hiding in any of them." "I copied them all," Harriet said with satisfaction, handing him a neatly written list. 3 in Southwark, 2 in Whitechapel, 1 in Bermondsey. "Excellent work, Miss Collins." Redgrave studied the addresses with professional interest. "This gives us concrete leads to pursue." Mrs. Winters leaned forward. "My nephew Timothy has been making inquiries at the gentlemen's clubs and other establishments. No one has seen Weston in days. He's vanished completely from his usual social circles. But Timothy also heard something interesting at the parish office." "Oh," Clara prompted. Beatrice was asking specific questions about marriage records just days before her death, particularly about men who'd married multiple times under different names. The ladies exchanged meaningful glances. Why would she be researching that? Mrs. Penfield asked, her voice sharp with interest. Unless she suspected something about her fiancé, Mrs. Turner said thoughtfully. Precisely what I was thinking, Mrs. Winters replied. It suggests she was investigating James herself. Redgrave made more notes. If Miss Wrenley discovered Weston was a fraud, that certainly provides him with motive for murder. Clara felt a chill of realisation. But, Inspector, we've established that a woman killed Beatrice. What if Weston isn't working alone? What if he has a female accomplice? The ladies exchanged alarmed glances at this possibility. A woman protecting his interests, Mrs. Winters said slowly. Someone with her own reasons to ensure his schemes succeed. That would explain the systematic surveillance, Redgrave said grimly. 2 people coordinating to monitor threats to their operation. Mrs. Turner straightened in her chair, clearly eager to share her own findings. Speaking of systematic behaviour, I made inquiries about those payments to Dr. Harrison in Kent. They're completely legitimate. He's been treating an elderly woman named Sarah Hartwell for chronic ailments. The payments match exactly with medical expenses for someone requiring regular care. So the payments were legitimate medical expenses, Clara said with relief. Beatrice was genuinely supporting her elderly aunt. Correct. The charitable nature of her payments confirms what we suspected about her financial struggles. Mrs. Turner's expression grew thoughtful, though Dr. Harrison did mention that the payments stopped abruptly last month. Around the time Beatrice died? Redgrave asked. Precisely. Mrs. Penfield set down her teacup with deliberate ceremony. But here's our most significant discovery. I found 3 separate women who've seen the same strange lady watching this street, always when Clara was away investigating. Clara felt a chill of recognition. The woman who followed us? Quite possibly. But there's more. Mrs. Penfield's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of delivering crucial intelligence. 2 of my sources also noticed a proper lady visiting Beatrice's lodging several times in the week before her death. Long dark hair, middle years, well dressed. They didn't recognise her, but she seemed to know her way around. Redgrave looked up from his notes. Could it be the same woman? I believe so, Mrs. Penfield replied. Someone has been watching both Beatrice and Clara. Someone with a significant interest in this investigation. That's extremely concerning, Redgrave said. His protective instincts clearly activated. A woman who was monitoring Miss Wrenley before her death and is now watching Miss Wetherly. Suggests we're dealing with someone far more dangerous than we initially realised, Clara finished quietly. And it suggests that Weston and this mystery woman could be working together. The room fell silent as the implications settled around them. What had begun as a simple murder investigation had transformed into something far more complex. A web of identity fraud, systematic surveillance, and calculated deception that stretched back years. Ladies, Redgrave said finally, his voice carrying genuine respect, your intelligence network has uncovered connections that Scotland Yard completely missed. This information is invaluable. Mrs. Penfield beamed with satisfaction. We've always said women notice things men overlook, Inspector. Indeed you do. Redgrave closed his notebook with careful precision. Though I'm deeply concerned about the danger this mysterious woman represents. She's clearly been monitoring the investigation from the beginning. Which means she knows we're getting close to something important, Clara said. Exactly. Redgrave's expression grew grim. And that makes everyone in this room a potential target. Mrs. Winters straightened with determination. Then we'll simply have to be more careful, won't we? And more thorough. With respect, ladies, Redgrave said gently, this investigation has become far more dangerous than any of us anticipated. We're no longer dealing with a simple domestic murder, but with someone who's been conducting systematic surveillance and fraud across multiple identities. All the more reason to solve it quickly, Mrs. Turner said with quiet authority, before this person strikes again. As the gravity of their discovery settled over the room, Clara felt both satisfaction and growing unease. The ladies had proven their intelligence network superior to official police methods, but they'd also uncovered evidence of a threat far more sophisticated than anyone had imagined. The mysterious woman watching from the shadows was no longer an abstract concern. She was an active participant in whatever conspiracy had led to Beatrice's death, and now she knew they were closing in on the truth. The ladies filed out with knowing looks and satisfied expressions, each carrying their assignments with the quiet confidence of professionals whose expertise had finally been properly recognised. "We'll continue our surveillance, dear," Mrs. Penfield said at the door. "That woman won't slip past us again." Redgrave watched them depart with an expression that mixed professional admiration with obvious concern. As the last footstep faded on the stairs below, he turned to Clara with the sort of focused attention that made her acutely aware they were now alone. "Your network is remarkably efficient," he said, closing his notebook with careful precision. Clara moved to clear the tea service. "They're more capable than anyone gives them credit for. And they're not alone." Redgrave nodded once, but his brow remained furrowed. "Clara!" She cut in before the warning could come. "I have information about Isaac that could save his life, but I need your help to verify it." He set down his notebook. "What kind of information?" "A reliable source confirms Isaac was injured in a fight the night Beatrice died, but not with her. It happened in Shoreditch. If you can find witnesses, it would prove he wasn't at her lodgings." Redgrave's eyes sharpened. "Your source?" "Someone who trusted me. I won't jeopardise that. But I can tell you the bruises and torn coat weren't from attacking Beatrice. They were from protecting someone." He absorbed that, then nodded. "That tracks. If we can confirm the altercation, we shift the timeline and the theory." "Exactly. And you have the reach to find those witnesses. I don't." Redgrave hesitated. Clara knew why. "Inspector, I'll stay here. Shop locked. The ladies watching the street. You know I'm cautious." He met her gaze. "You'll really stay put?" "I'll be the picture of proper feminine caution." He sighed, reaching for his hat. "Fletcher will post outside shortly. If anything seems off, promise me." "I'll send word. Immediately." He paused at the top of the stairs. "And Clara, just be careful. All right?" Heat rose in her cheeks. "I will." When the door shut behind him and his steps faded down the fog-draped street, Clara turned back to her desk. 6 days until Isaac faced the gallows, and somewhere in London, a killer was watching.
Marmalade's observations, in which nervous humans drop important things, and I provide timely assistance. The shaky woman was back. She'd been lurking across the street for ages, fidgeting with her gloves like prey that couldn't decide whether to run or hide. Annoying behaviour. If you're going to lurk, at least do it properly. She waited until all the chattering ladies left. Good, they'd been far too loud for a proper afternoon nap. And until the tall human with the stern face disappeared into the fog. Then she crept toward our door like she was approaching a snake. I'd smelled this woman before. Lavender water, yes, but underneath something sour that made my whiskers twitch. Fear, sweat, guilt. The sort of bitter scent that clung to humans when they'd done something stupid and couldn't stop thinking about it. Not dangerous, just pathetic. I padded downstairs to see what fresh nonsense she'd bring to my territory. Humans were always tracking mud and problems across my clean floors. Clara rushed to the door, clearly expecting someone else. "Yes, Inspector. Did you forget something?" Pause. Disappointment. The careful voice humans used when caught off guard. "Oh, I thought you were... Never mind. How can I help you today, Mrs. Marsh?" The woman shuffled inside without proper invitation. Rude, her hands trembled as she touched my counter, leaving damp fingerprints on the wood, more mess to clean. "I do hope I'm not intruding, dear," she said in that high, tight voice humans used when they were lying. "Such lovely ladies you had earlier, and Inspector Redgrave, such a dedicated man, fishing for information, badly, like a dog trying to catch fish, lots of splashing, no skill." She wandered around asking pointless questions about discretion and investigations, while her hands shook worse than autumn leaves. The woman reeked of nervous sweat now, and her breathing was too fast. If she were a cat, I'd be worried about hairballs. Clara was being polite but cautious. Good instincts. Though she was missing the obvious, this woman wasn't here for herbs. She kept glancing at the door like she expected someone to follow her in. When Clara started mixing chamomile, waste of good herbs on someone this worked up, the woman fumbled with her little bag. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely work the clasp. I could open that clasp with my teeth if I wanted to. The bag slipped from her shaking fingers just as I decided the counter needed investigating. Perfect timing, really. I may have given the bag a helpful swat as it fell, purely to prevent it from hitting my clean counter too hard, you understand. The bag tumbled, spilling contents everywhere. Coins rolled, papers scattered, and something small bounced toward Clara. "Oh my goodness, wretched animal," the woman gasped, lunging forward. Wretched? How rude. I'd just prevented her from making an even bigger mess, and this was the thanks I received? Humans. No appreciation whatsoever. Clara was faster than shaky hands. Her fingers closed around whatever had fallen out before the woman could snatch it back. I settled back to observe the results. Sometimes the best way to solve human problems was to be in exactly the right place when they made inevitable mistakes.
Clara's breath caught. She lifted the miniature, studying the small watercolour portrait within the delicate gold frame. Despite its modest size, no larger than her palm, the painting showed remarkable detail. A young couple posed formally together, the woman with distinctive golden hair arranged in an elaborate style that spoke of an earlier decade. Her features were delicate and refined, with something familiar about the shape of her face and the tilt of her chin that made Clara's pulse quicken. But it was the man beside her that made recognition dawn with startling clarity. Dark hair, sharp cheekbones, and an overall bearing that Clara had seen before. The same face that had stared at her with cold fury when James Weston had threatened her in this very shop, though painted here perhaps 15 or 20 years younger. The clothing styles and hair arrangements in the miniature confirmed Clara's assessment. This portrait had been painted years ago, perhaps 2 decades past. "This couple," Clara said, her voice carefully neutral, despite the racing of her pulse. "The woman—" She looked up at Mrs. Marsh, then back at the portrait, recognition dawning. "Mrs. Marsh, this is you, isn't it? A much younger you." She paused, studying the man beside the younger Mrs. Marsh in the portrait. "This looks a great deal like James Weston." Mrs. Marsh's composure shattered like fragile porcelain. Her hands reached toward the miniature with desperate, grasping movements, her breathing becoming rapid and shallow. "Does it?" she stammered, the words tumbling out in a panicked rush. "I wouldn't know. I've never met Mr. Weston. Many people have resemblances, you know. Meaningless coincidences. My late husband, he died 15 years ago. Just a resemblance, nothing more. People always say people look like other people when they don't really..." "But," Clara said gently, studying the woman's panicked expression, "if this gentleman in the portrait with you is truly your late husband, and he merely resembles Mr. Weston by coincidence, why do you seem so distressed?" The woman's control cracked entirely. She lunged forward, snatching the miniature from Clara's hands with shaking fingers, clutching it against her chest as if it were a lifeline. "I'm not distressed," she whispered, though her voice broke on the words. It's painful, you see. Memories of my dear departed husband. 15 years he's been gone, and seeing his face again." But Clara could see the lie written in every line of her face. This wasn't the grief of a widow remembering her beloved spouse. This was the terror of someone whose carefully guarded secret had been exposed. "Mrs. Marsh," Clara said quietly, "what was your husband's name?" "Please," she backed toward the door, fumbling to return the miniature to her reticule with trembling hands. "Please, just some things are better left buried, Miss Wetherly. Some truths destroy more than they heal." She was fleeing now, gathering her belongings with the frantic movements of someone whose carefully constructed world was collapsing around her. Coins scattered to the floor, papers crumpled in her desperate grip. "Edward's engagement," she whispered, more to herself than to Clara. "His future can't have complications." As she reached the threshold, she turned back one final time, her face streaked with unshed tears. "Some secrets protect the innocent," she said, her voice raw with desperation. "Please, Miss Wetherly, let sleeping dogs lie." Then she was gone, hurrying down the street with unsteady steps. Clara stood at the window, watching Mrs. Marsh's retreating figure. The woman had been carrying a portrait of herself with a man who looked remarkably like James Weston, painted years ago, when they were both much younger. If she had been married to James Weston, what did that make his engagement to Beatrice? And what lengths might a mother go to protect her son from such a scandal? Clara moved to her writing desk. They were looking for a female killer, surely not Mrs. Marsh. But Clara couldn't eliminate the possibility entirely. A woman desperate to protect her family's future might do anything. She picked up her pen. Harriet could help find marriage records, discover who Mrs. Marsh had really been married to, and when. If James Weston was using a false name, or if he'd abandoned a wife and child years ago, there would be documentation. Whatever the woman was hiding, the truth would be found in official records, and Harriet Collins knew exactly where to look. She'd promised Redgrave she'd stay the picture of proper feminine caution. And she had been, until now. But, with the evidence quite literally falling into her lap, she couldn't afford to wait. Harriet might still be at the records office. If she left immediately, she could make it before closing. Clara locked the front door behind her with a snap. "Forgive me, Inspector," she muttered under her breath, "but some promises are meant to be negotiated." Chapter 17. Agnes Marshall married James Hollingsworth 23 years ago, Harriet Collins said without preamble, sliding the marriage certificate across her desk. The certificate is properly witnessed and filed. Clara studied the document in the registry office's fading evening light. So, her family name was Marshall. Exactly. When she married, she became Agnes Hollingsworth, but she's been using Marsh, neither her married name nor her family name. Clara leaned forward. "But are you certain this Agnes Marshall is the same woman as Mrs. Marsh? It could be coincidence." "That's what I thought initially," Harriet interrupted, producing another document with obvious satisfaction. "Until I found this. Edward Hollingsworth's birth certificate, dated 22 years ago. Mother, Agnes Marshall. Father, James Hollingsworth." Clara stared at the birth certificate. Edward Marsh is Edward Hollingsworth. Same name, same age as Mrs. Marsh's son. "That cannot be coincidence," Clara said, the pieces clicking into place. "And James Hollingsworth?" "Disappeared 15 years ago," Harriet finished. "But here's the crucial part. I found Agnes's petition for presumption of death, filed 8 years ago after the required 7-year waiting period." Presumption of death? The legal process when someone vanishes without trace. Agnes followed proper procedure, filed after 7 years of no contact, provided testimony that James had abandoned his family without word or explanation. Harriet leaned forward with the satisfaction of thorough research. The court granted her legal widow status 8 years ago. Clara felt pieces clicking into place with terrible clarity. But no actual death certificate? None. No burial record. No witnesses to death. No medical documentation. Just gone. Harriet's voice dropped to a whisper in the empty records room. "Miss Wetherly, Agnes Marshall became a legal widow through presumption of death. But if James Hollingsworth is alive and calling himself James Weston, then his engagement to Miss Renly would have constituted bigamy," Clara said softly, "and Agnes, Mrs. Marsh, had every reason to stop that marriage." The woman who had carried that miniature wasn't simply a keeper of old secrets. She was James' abandoned wife, legally widowed, but now facing the return of a husband whose new marriage would expose her family to scandal and destroy her son's carefully built future. "There's more," Harriet said, producing another set of documents. "I searched James Hollingsworth's financial records from before his disappearance. Property ownership, business interests, bank accounts, all activity stopped abruptly 15 years ago. Not gradually, as from illness, but suddenly. As if he simply walked away from his entire life. And now he's returned under a false name, courting another woman, putting Agnes's carefully rebuilt life at risk, Clara said quietly. Harriet folded the documents with careful finality. This gives Mrs. Marsh compelling motive for murder, Clara finished. Harriet looked troubled. But Miss Wetherly, do you truly believe Mrs. Marsh could have murdered Beatrice? She seems such a proper lady. Clara rose from her chair, her expression grave. If she was just a mother trying to protect her child, I can surely understand that. But we cannot allow an innocent man to hang for it. Clara stepped out of the registry office into the evening air, her mind racing with the implications of Harriet's discoveries. The streets bustled with workers heading home, and Clara quickly spotted what she needed, a boy of perhaps 12, sweeping the steps of the building next door. You there? Clara called, approaching him with purpose. What's your name, lad? Tommy, miss, he replied, looking up and taking in her respectable appearance. Tommy, are you free to run an urgent message? Clara was already retrieving coins from her reticule. The lad's eyes brightened at the sight of the coins. Aye, miss. Where to? Scotland Yard. You must find Inspector Redgrave, tall gentleman with dark hair, works with the detective branch. Clara pressed coins into his palm. Tell him Miss Wetherly needs him at 23 Bedford Place immediately. It concerns the Renly murder case. And it cannot wait. Tommy's eyes widened at the mention of murder, but the coins in his hand spoke louder than any fear. Inspector Redgrave, 23 Bedford Place. Miss Wetherly, murder case. Got it, miss. Run as fast as you can. There's another sixpence if you can find him within the quarter hour. Clara was already turning toward Bedford Place as she spoke. Tommy doffed his cap and darted into the mist, his footsteps quick and sure on the wet cobblestones. Clara watched him disappear around a corner, then pulled her cloak closer and set off in the opposite direction. The evening air carried the scent of coal smoke and approaching rain as she navigated the streets toward Mrs. Marsh's address. Somewhere behind her, Tommy was racing through London to summon Redgrave. Somewhere ahead lay the confrontation that would either save Isaac Thorne or damn them all. Clara quickened her pace. Time was critical, and she could only hope that Redgrave would arrive before Mrs. Marsh realised the truth had been discovered. Bedford Place proved to be a quiet street of modest but well-maintained townhouses, the sort of respectable address that spoke of careful economy rather than wealth. Clara found number 23 easily enough, a narrow 3-storey building with freshly painted shutters and a brass door knocker polished to a bright gleam. Warm light glowed in the first-floor windows, and Clara could see the shadow of movement within. Normal domestic life continuing behind those walls, unaware that truth was approaching, with determined footsteps. Clara paused on the front step, gathering her thoughts. Inside this house lived a woman who had spent 15 years rebuilding her life after abandonment, creating respectability and security for herself and her son. A woman who had followed proper legal channels to become a widow, who attended charity events and worried about her son's promising future. A woman who had also, Clara was convinced, killed Beatrice Renly to protect that carefully constructed life. The evidence was damning. Motive to prevent a bigamous union, opportunity to visit Miss Renly without arousing suspicion, and the physical proof of small hands that matched the bruises on Beatrice's arms. Mrs. Marsh had been desperate enough to lie about the miniature, desperate enough to flee Clara's questions. And now Clara needed her to confess, not solely to clear Isaac's name, but to grasp what had truly transpired that night. Had Mrs. Marsh planned murder, or had desperation led to tragedy? Clara thought of Isaac in his cell, counting down the days to his execution, of Mrs. Bloom's faith that somehow the truth would emerge, of the tea service at Beatrice's lodgings that suggested a companionable visit. She lifted her hand to the brass knocker. Behind her, the evening settled into quiet darkness, broken only by the distant sound of carriage wheels on cobblestones. Somewhere in London, Tommy was delivering his message to Scotland Yard. Somewhere, Redgrave was receiving word that Clara had found their killer. But first, she needed Mrs. Marsh to tell her the truth. Clara knocked firmly on the door. Chapter 18. The door opened before Clara could knock a second time. Mrs. Marsh stood framed in the entrance, her face pale as parchment in the gaslight. For a moment, neither woman spoke. Then Mrs. Marsh stepped back with the resigned air of someone who had been expecting this reckoning for far too long. "Miss Wetherly." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "I wondered when you would come." Clara studied the woman before her, the careful composure cracking like old paint, the trembling hands that couldn't quite hide behind silk gloves, the shadows beneath her eyes that spoke of sleepless nights and guilty secrets. "Then you know why I'm here," Clara said, stepping into the entrance hall. Mrs. Marsh closed the door with deliberate precision, the soft click echoing like a judgment in the narrow space. "Mary has gone to market," she said, gesturing toward the narrow staircase that led to the upper floors. "Perhaps we might be more comfortable in my private sitting room upstairs. We won't be disturbed there." Clara followed Mrs. Marsh up the steep, narrow stairs, noting how the woman gripped the banister with white knuckles, how each step seemed to require tremendous effort. The upstairs sitting room was small, but comfortable, with 2 chairs positioned near a tall window that overlooked the street. A modest writing desk sat against one wall, and a small side table held a simple tea service. In the upstairs sitting room, Mrs. Marsh moved to the window, her back rigid with tension. Clara remained near the doorway, noting how the woman's fingers worried at her gloves, how the carefully applied powder couldn't quite hide the exhaustion in her face. "You've been watching me," Clara said quietly. "Following my investigation, you knew I would eventually discover the truth." Mrs. Marsh turned from the window, and Clara saw something break in her expression, a wall crumbling that had been held in place by sheer will. "I know you know," she said quietly, sinking into a chair without looking at Clara. "I've been watching you piece it together. I can't..." Her voice broke slightly. "I can't let that boy hang for what I did." Clara felt her heart constrict at the admission, but she forced herself to remain calm. She moved to the tea service that sat on the small side table, her hand steady, despite her racing pulse. "Perhaps you'd like some tea," she said, beginning to pour, "and perhaps you'd like to tell me exactly what happened that night." Mrs. Marsh looked up with surprise. You're going to serve me tea?" "I think we both need a moment to steady ourselves." Clara moved to her reticule and withdrew the documents she'd gathered, the marriage certificate, Edward's birth record, the evidence that had led her here. She spread them carefully on the small side table beside the tea service, then handed her a delicate china cup. "And I think you need to tell someone the truth. All of it." "I know about James Hollingsworth," she said quietly. "I know about your marriage to James Hollingsworth 23 years ago." Mrs. Marsh stared down at the documents, as if they might provide answers to questions she'd been afraid to ask herself. "Where shall I begin?" she whispered. Clara settled into the chair across from her as Mrs. Marsh cradled the teacup in both hands, silent for a long while. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely audible. "I spotted James in London weeks ago," she began, her words coming in broken pieces. "After 15 years of telling myself he was truly dead, I saw him walking down Regent Street as bold as brass. I thought I was seeing ghosts." Clara said nothing, letting the silence draw out the truth. "I followed him." Mrs. Marsh's laugh was bitter. "Like some common spy, I watched him court that poor girl, watched him lie to her about his circumstances, his background. When I realised what he was planning, to marry again while still legally bound to me, I panicked. Did you confront him?" Mrs. Marsh shook her head, her face twisting with remembered fear. "I tried. He found me watching his lodgings one afternoon. James, he threatened to expose my lies and life to the world, ruin Edward's future, if I interfered with his plans." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "He said Edward would learn the truth about his father, that he was alive, that he was a fraud, that everything I'd built for us was founded on deception." Clara felt a chill at the calculated cruelty in James's threat. "So you went to Beatrice instead?" "Yes." Mrs. Marsh set down her teacup. "I went to warn the poor woman. I showed her the miniature, proof of what he truly was, evidence that he'd been married before, that he had a son he'd abandoned." "How did she react?" "She was grateful at first. Said she'd suspected something wasn't right about his stories." Mrs. Marsh's expression grew troubled, but then she became quite excited, said she would use the miniature to corner James publicly, force him to confess his deceptions to everyone. Clara's pulse quickened, but you needed the miniature back. It was the only evidence linking me to James, if Beatrice exposed him publicly with that portrait. Mrs. Marsh shuddered. James would know I'd betrayed him. He'd destroy Edward's reputation out of spite. My son's engagement, his promising future. Everything would be ruined. So you returned to retrieve it. The next evening, Tuesday night, Mrs. Marsh's voice grew smaller with each word. I begged her to understand. Told her she could expose James without involving me or Edward. But she wouldn't listen. Mrs. Marsh rose abruptly, moving to the window where she gripped the sill with white knuckles. She was so angry, ranting and raving about how I'd deceived her, how she'd been made a fool. She said I was as bad as James, using her to protect my own secrets while letting her walk into a bigamous marriage. What happened then? She turned to storm away from me, shouting that she would tell everyone the truth about James, about me, about the miniature. Mrs. Marsh's voice broke entirely. She was at the top of the stairs, still ranting, and she tripped on the top step and started to fall. I grabbed her arm as hard as I could, but it was no use. I lost my grip, and she went down the stairs. The confession hung in the air between them like a physical presence. Clara could see it all. The desperate argument, the moment of tragic accident, the terrible aftermath. It was an accident, Mrs. Marsh whispered, her face streaked with tears. I was trying to help her, to warn her. I never meant any harm to come to the girl, and I wanted to go to the police, especially after that poor boy Isaac was arrested. But James threatened you again? He said he'd destroy me, that I'd go to prison because I just let Beatrice die at the bottom of the stairs like that. Mrs. Marsh turned from the window, her face a mask of anguish. He said no one would believe it was an accident, that everyone would think I'd pushed her deliberately to get the miniature back. Clara felt no triumph in the confession, only sorrow. For Beatrice, for Ruth, and even now for the woman sobbing beside her. She studied Mrs. Marsh's face, seeing genuine grief and guilt there, but something nagged at her, a detail that didn't quite fit. Mrs. Marsh, she said carefully, how did James know that Beatrice died at the bottom of the stairs? Agnes stared at Clara, confusion replacing grief in her tear-streaked face. I don't know what you mean. Clara's mind raced, remembering the neighbour who had seen a man leaving the building that night. Mrs. Marsh, did you tell James you went to Beatrice's apartment that night? Agnes looked even more confused. Well, no, why would I? He'd already threatened me not to interfere. The horrible realisation dawned on Clara, like ice water in her veins. She leaned forward, her voice urgent. Then how did James know that Beatrice died at the bottom of the stairs? I don't understand. You said James told you that you just let Beatrice die at the bottom of the stairs. But Mrs. Marsh, if you didn't tell him you were there, how could he possibly know she died at the bottom of the stairs? Clara's voice grew heavy with terrible certainty. How could he know any of what happened unless... Agnes's face went white as understanding struck her. Unless he was there. Exactly. Clara rose from her chair, pacing to the window as the full horror of it became clear. James must have been there that night too, after you left. The teacup slipped from her trembling hands, shattering against the polished floorboards. You mean when I ran away, she was still... I think so. When you left Beatrice at the bottom of those stairs, was she moving? Making any sound? Mrs. Marsh closed her eyes, remembering. I don't know. She wasn't moving. There was so much blood, and her neck was at such an odd angle. I was so frightened. I thought she was dead, and I panicked. I just ran. Clara nodded grimly. But James knew she died there. He knew details about that night that he could only know if he'd been present. She turned back to face Mrs. Marsh. What if Beatrice was still alive when you left? Unconscious, badly injured, but alive. Agnes stared at her, horror dawning in her eyes. And James found her there. A neighbour saw a man leaving the building that night. What if that was James? What if he came to check on Beatrice? perhaps to ensure she wouldn't expose him, and found her injured at the bottom of the stairs. The implications hung heavy in the air between them. Mrs. Marsh's voice was barely a whisper. What would he have done? Clara's expression was grim. A man like James? Facing exposure, bankruptcy, the ruin of all his schemes, with Beatrice injured and helpless. She met Mrs. Marsh's horrified gaze. I don't think he would have called for help. Mrs. Marsh's face crumpled with fresh horror. Oh, God. What if she was still alive when I left? What if I could have saved her? Her voice rose with anguish. I ran away. I left her there, injured and helpless, and I ran away like a coward. Clara knelt beside her chair, but offered no false comfort. We don't know what would have happened if you'd stayed. We don't know if she could have been saved. But I didn't even try. Mrs. Marsh's guilt had transformed into something even more terrible, the knowledge that her cowardice might have cost Beatrice her life. I was so frightened, so worried about Edward and myself, that I left a dying woman at the bottom of those stairs. You thought she was already dead, Clara said gently. But I should have made certain. I should have called for help, fetched a doctor. Mrs. Marsh buried her face in her hands. Instead, I fled to protect myself, and now she's truly dead, whether from the fall or from being left there helpless. For several minutes, the only sound in the upstairs parlour was Mrs. Marsh's quiet weeping and the steady tick of a small clock on the writing desk. Outside, London continued its evening business, unaware that in this modest upstairs room, a terrible truth about a young woman's death had finally begun to emerge. What happens now? Mrs. Marsh asked finally, her voice small and lost. Clara was about to answer when a soft sound from below made both women freeze. The front door had just opened with a quiet click. Mrs. Marsh's face drained of all colour. Mary wouldn't return this soon, she whispered. Heavy footsteps crossed the entrance hall. Slow, assured, each one waited with uninvited authority. If this had been Inspector Redgrave, he would have announced himself. Whoever was below was moving through Mrs. Marsh's home, as if they had every right to be there. Then came the sound that made her blood turn to ice. The weighted steps began climbing the stairs. Each movement was deliberate, unhurried, as if the visitor had all the time in the world. These were not the light steps of a lady in slippers, but the heavy tread of a man's boots. Clara moved instinctively toward Mrs. Marsh's chair as the approach grew closer, each creak of the old wooden stairs marking their unknown visitor's ascent. The footsteps paused outside their door. Then, with heart-stopping slowness, the door handle began to turn. Chapter 19. The parlour door opened slowly, deliberately, and James Hollingsworth stepped into the room with the quiet confidence of a man who had been expecting this moment. His eyes took in the scene with cold calculation. Mrs. Marsh's tear-stained face, Clara sitting across from her, with registry documents spread on the small side table between them, the shattered teacup scattered across the wooden floor. Agnes? His cultured voice carried no surprise, only a weary sort of disappointment. I knew you'd be here eventually. We need to discuss. He stopped short as his gaze fixed on Clara. Well, this is rather inconvenient. Clara rose slowly from her chair, her hand moving instinctively toward her reticule. Every muscle in her body tensed as she recognised the man who had threatened her in her own shop, who had ransacked her sanctuary, who had shown her exactly what sort of violence he was capable of. Mr. Weston, she said, her voice steady despite the racing of her heart. Or should I say, Mr. Hollingsworth. James stepped fully into the room, closing the door behind him with deliberate precision. The soft click echoed in the sudden silence like the fall of an executioner's blade. You should say nothing at all, he replied, his cultured tones turning cold as winter fog. Though I suppose it's rather too late for that now, isn't it? Mrs. Marsh found her voice, though it emerged as barely more than a whisper. James, please. Miss Wetherly was just... Destroying both our lives, James interrupted, his gaze never leaving Clara's face. His voice carried the sort of controlled fury that spoke of violence barely held in check. I told you what would happen if you interfered with my arrangements, Agnes. I warned you about the consequences. Clara kept her voice carefully controlled, though her mind was already calculating distances, to the door, to the window, to anything that might serve as a weapon. The upstairs parlour suddenly felt impossibly small, the walls pressing closer with each word James spoke. "The police are looking for you, James," she said, taking a deliberate step back from the door, away from the stairs that waited just beyond, "and failing to find me, as you can see." James moved closer, his movements predatory and sure. Each step was calculated, designed to cut off her escape routes. "I've been watching this house, waiting for Agnes to lose her nerve. I knew she would eventually." His smile held no warmth. She always was weak. "She was protecting her son," Clara said, continuing to back away from the staircase, toward the window. "Our son," James corrected with cold precision, "though Edward will never know that now." His eyes glittered with malicious intent as he surveyed them both. "Because neither of you will be around to tell him." Mrs. Marsh gasped, her face going white with terror. "James, you can't—" "Can't what? Protect myself?" James's voice rose slightly, the controlled facade beginning to crack. "I've worked too hard to build my new identity to let a meddling shopkeeper and a hysterical woman destroy it." He surveyed them both, with the detached interest of a man planning a particularly complex business transaction. "It will be quite tragic, really. Agnes, overcome with guilt about poor Beatrice's tumble down the stairs, suffers the same tragic fate. And Miss Wetherly, trying to prevent the suicide, unfortunately gets caught up in the struggle." Clara felt ice water in her veins as she understood his plan, with horrible clarity. The stairs. He was going to recreate Beatrice's death, push them down Mrs. Marsh's narrow staircase, and make it appear as suicide and tragic accident. She began backing away from the parlour entrance, toward the window, putting as much distance as possible between herself and those deadly stairs. If she could keep him talking, keep him away from the staircase. "You abandoned her," Clara said, her voice steady, despite her racing heart. "Beatrice was still alive when you left her there." James' expression shifted, something predatory gleaming in his eyes. "Beatrice was a complication that solved itself," he said, following her movements with deliberate steps, "though I must admit she was remarkably persistent even after her little tumble." He moved closer, and Clara could see the calculation in his eyes, the same cold assessment he'd shown in her shop, but now with the added confidence of a man who believed he held all the advantages. "Still conscious when I found her," James continued conversationally, as if discussing the weather. "Still ranting about my deception and how she was going to expose me to the world. Really, Agnes, you should have made sure she was properly silenced before you fled." Clara's mind raced. He'd just admitted Beatrice was conscious after the fall, and that he'd been there to hear her threats. "What did you do?" Mrs. Marsh whispered, from her position by the window, horror dawning in her voice. James turned his cold smile toward her. "What any reasonable man would do when faced with exposure and ruin. I ensured she couldn't carry out her threats." His voice dropped to something almost conversational. "She was already dying, Agnes. I simply hastened the inevitable." The casual way he spoke of murder made Clara's skin crawl. This wasn't a man struggling with guilt or remorse. This was someone who viewed human lives as obstacles to be removed when convenient. "Inspector Redgrave knows about you," Clara said, her voice growing stronger as anger replaced fear. "About your real identity, about your pattern of fraud across 3 counties. Inspector Redgrave can prove nothing without witnesses." James' smile turned chilling as he took another step forward, forcing Clara further from the door. "And there won't be any." Clara glanced toward Mrs. Marsh, who stood frozen by the window, paralysed by the revelation of what James had truly done. The woman who had accidentally caused one death could not be responsible for preventing another. This was Clara's fight. "You made one mistake," Clara said, continuing to edge away from the staircase, but running out of room to manoeuvre in the small parlour. "Only one?" James asked with mock curiosity, clearly enjoying the cat and mouse game. "You came back. You should have stayed hidden." Clara's hand moved carefully toward her reticule, praying he wouldn't notice the movement. "Inspector Redgrave has been watching this house." For the first time, uncertainty flickered across James's features. "You're lying." "Am I? How else do you think I found Mrs. Marsh?" Clara's fingers found the small leather pouch she'd carried since Shoreditch, the cayenne pepper that had saved her once before. "He's been tracking your movements, James. Watching your old connections. He knows you'd come here eventually." James' eyes narrowed, and Clara saw the exact moment he decided she was bluffing. His expression hardened, and he lunged toward her with sudden, violent intent. Clara threw the contents of the leather pouch directly into his face. The fine cayenne pepper exploded in a burning cloud, and James staggered backward, his eyes streaming and his breathing harsh from the pepper. He wiped frantically at his face, blinking rapidly as his vision began to clear. "You'll pay for that," he snarled, his voice hoarse, but his movements already becoming more coordinated. The cayenne had given Clara precious seconds, but she could see him recovering his sight far too quickly. James shook his head sharply, clearing the last of the tears, and took a determined step toward her. His eyes were red and watering, but the murderous intent in them was unmistakable. At that moment, the front door bursting open with tremendous force. "Metropolitan Police!" Redgrave's voice boomed through the building, carrying the full authority of Scotland Yard. Footsteps thundered up the stairs, 2 at a time. James, his eyes still red and watering, spun toward the door as the sound of Redgrave's voice echoed up the stairs. Realising he was trapped in the upstairs parlour with no escape route, he made a desperate lunge toward the window. Redgrave appeared in the parlour doorway like an avenging angel, his coat billowing behind him, and his eyes taking in the scene with professional fury. 2 constables flanked him, their truncheons already drawn. "James Weston," Redgrave said with deadly calm, producing iron shackles from his coat. "You're under arrest for fraud, assault, and threatening witnesses." "And murder," Clara added firmly. Redgrave's head snapped toward her. "Murder?" "He just confessed, Inspector. He admitted he found Beatrice conscious after her fall and killed her to prevent her from exposing him." The constables moved with practised efficiency, hauling the still gasping James to his feet, despite his protests and struggling. His expensive clothing was now dishevelled, his face streaked with tears and pepper residue, and his arrogant confidence had evaporated entirely. As the constables secured him in shackles, James managed to rasp through his damaged throat. "You have no proof of anything." "Don't we?" Clara stepped forward, her voice carrying absolute conviction. He described exactly how he found her conscious and hastened the inevitable. He said he ensured she couldn't carry out her threats because she was still ranting about exposing him. She turned to face James directly. Her earlier fear now transformed into righteous anger. "Those were your exact words, that you found her dying and simply made certain she couldn't speak again." Redgrave's brow furrowed. "Exposing him for what exactly?" Clara took a steadying breath. "Inspector, James Weston is not who he claims to be. His real name is James Hollingsworth, and he was married to Mrs. Marsh 23 years ago. He abandoned her and their son Edward 15 years ago, letting them believe he was dead." Redgrave's eyes widened as he looked toward Mrs. Marsh, who stood frozen by the window. "Mrs. Marsh, is this true?" Mrs. Marsh nodded miserably. "James is Edward's father. When I saw him in London courting Miss Wrenley, I realised he meant to marry her while still legally bound to me. It would have been bigamy." Her voice grew desperate. "Edward is engaged to a respectable young woman from a good family, Inspector. He knows nothing of his father's true nature, or that James is even alive. If this scandal becomes public, if people learn his father is a fraud and a bigamist, it will destroy his engagement, his reputation, his entire future. Everything I've worked to build for him will be ruined." "I went to warn Miss Wrenley," Mrs. Marsh continued, her voice barely audible. "I showed her a miniature portrait that proved James was already married, but she threatened to expose him publicly using the evidence I'd given her." Redgrave's expression grew grim as the pieces fell into place. "So, you went to retrieve the miniature?" "That Tuesday night," Mrs. Marsh whispered, her voice breaking with each word. "We argued, and she fell down the stairs. It was an accident, Inspector. I tried to catch her, but—" Her voice broke entirely as tears streamed down her face. "I thought she was dead, so I fled. She pressed her hands to her mouth, struggling to compose herself. "I'm so sorry. I only wanted to help her, to protect her from James's deception. I never meant for any harm to come to that poor girl. Never. If I could take it back, if I could have saved her..." She dissolved into sobs, unable to continue. Clara stepped forward. "But James found her there afterward, Inspector. Mrs. Marsh never told him she'd gone to see Beatrice, yet somehow he knew she'd died at the bottom of the stairs. The only way he could know that is if he'd been there himself. And when he found Beatrice conscious but injured," Clara continued, "he saw an opportunity to silence the threat to his bigamous marriage permanently. He admitted it to us just now, that he ensured she couldn't carry out her threats." Redgrave's eyes sharpened with the focus of a predator scenting blood. "Is that so, Mr. Weston?" "She's lying," James snarled, but his voice lacked conviction. The pepper had left him hoarse, and the pain in his eyes made his words come out as little more than a croak. "We have Miss Wetherly's sworn testimony as witness to your direct confession," Redgrave said with cold satisfaction. "Combined with your threats against her life and your own admission about being present when Miss Wrenley died, I believe the Crown will find quite sufficient evidence for a murder charge." Redgrave paused, studying James with new understanding. "And it appears we'll be adding charges of fraud and attempted bigamy as well." As the constables prepared to lead James away, Redgrave stepped closer to the captured man. "James Weston, or Hollingsworth, whichever name you prefer, you are charged with the wilful murder of Miss Beatrice Wrenley, with fraud, with assault upon Miss Wetherly, and with threatening the lives of witnesses. You will be tried for these crimes under the full weight of English law." James struggled against his restraints, his composure finally cracking completely. "This isn't over," he shouted, his voice breaking with rage and desperation. "Yes," Redgrave said firmly, stepping between James and the two women. "It is. Take him away," he ordered curtly. As the constables hauled their prisoner toward the door, James's eyes burned with hatred despite their obvious pain, but he said nothing more. The sound of the constable's boots on the stairs gradually faded, leaving the parlour in sudden, overwhelming silence. Clara sank into the remaining chair, her legs suddenly unsteady as the full weight of what had just happened settled over her like a heavy blanket. Redgrave studied Clara for a moment, as if weighing something unsaid. Then softly, "Next time, Miss Wetherly, wait for the cavalry." Clara allowed herself the faintest smile. "Next time, Inspector, send the cavalry faster." Redgrave's eyebrows rose. "I beg your pardon. I sent word hours ago that it was urgent. I was beginning to think you'd decided to ignore my message entirely." "Your message reached me at Scotland Yard, and I came as quickly as I could." Redgrave's tone grew defensive. "Though I notice you didn't wait for my arrival before confronting a suspected murderer. Perhaps if you hadn't been off chasing leads in Shoreditch, while the real killer was here, you might have arrived sooner," Clara shot back. "Ah, yes, Shoreditch." Redgrave's expression grew pointed. "Where you sent me to investigate Isaac's alleged whereabouts. Did you forget that was your suggestion? Did you find anything useful there?" "As a matter of fact, no. The trail went cold rather quickly." Redgrave's jaw tightened, which might have been avoided if we'd both focused our efforts here, instead of chasing shadows across London. "Oh!" Clara felt heat rise in her cheeks. "Well, I didn't exactly expect him to appear at the door tonight. And yet here we are, with you having thrown spices in a killer's face like some sort of culinary vigilante." Redgrave's lips twitched, despite his stern tone. Clara's eyes narrowed. "Are you making light of this situation, Inspector?" "I'm expressing admiration for your resourcefulness," Redgrave said, his expression growing more serious, "though I do wish you'd shown more caution." Caution seemed rather secondary when he was threatening to recreate Beatrice's fall down the stairs. Redgrave's face darkened. Mrs. Marsh spoke for the first time since James's arrival, her voice small and lost. "What will happen to Edward? And to me?" Redgrave's expression softened with unexpected gentleness. "Mrs. Marsh, your testimony will be crucial in convicting James for murder. As for the accident, you attempted to save Miss Wrenley during the fall, and in your shock at believing her dead, you fled in panic. Given the circumstances and your cooperation now, I see no need for charges." He paused, ensuring she understood. James Hollingsworth will be tried under the name James Weston for his crimes in London. His true identity and his connection to your family need not become public knowledge. Your son's future remains protected, and you have nothing to fear from the law. Relief flooded Mrs. Marsh's features, and for the first time since Clara had arrived, she looked as though a terrible weight had been lifted from her shoulders. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you both." Clara looked around the destroyed parlour, scattered documents, broken china, overturned furniture, and felt a strange sense of completion. Justice for Beatrice, freedom for Isaac, protection for Edward, and James Hollingsworth finally facing the consequences of his crimes. "Inspector," she said quietly, "what happens now?" Redgrave was quiet for a moment, his gaze moving between Clara and Mrs. Marsh. "Now Isaac Thorne will be released immediately. The real killer has confessed, and an innocent man can finally go home." He paused, frowning slightly. "Though there's one thing I still don't understand. Why would an innocent man refuse to defend himself so completely? Isaac wouldn't even give us an alibi." Clara patted his shoulder gently, a gesture that would have shocked her a month ago, but now felt perfectly natural. "Come now, Inspector. That explanation will require a great deal of tea, or something stronger." As the evening fog began to drift past the parlour windows, Clara felt the last pieces of the terrible puzzle finally settle into place. The truth had been found, justice would be served, and the shadows that had haunted Bloomsbury for weeks were finally beginning to lift. Chapter 20. The shop had settled into its familiar evening quiet, herbs casting long shadows in the lamplight when the soft knock came at the door. Clara looked up from her ledger, surprised. She wasn't expecting anyone, and respectable visitors didn't call at this hour. Through the glass, she could see Inspector Redgrave's silhouette, but something was different about his posture, less rigid, more relaxed. In his hands, he carried what appeared to be a wrapped bundle. "Inspector?" Clara opened the door, noting how the gaslight caught the silver at his temples. "Is everything all right?" "Perfectly fine," he said, and she was struck by how different his voice sounded when not weighted with official business. "I thought you might be tired of cooking after everything that's happened. I brought dinner." Clara blinked in surprise as he held up the bundle. Newspaper-wrapped fish and chips from the pub down the street, the aroma of fried cod and vinegar drifting through the evening air. "That's very thoughtful," she said, stepping aside to let him in, "though I should warn you, Marmalade has very strong opinions about fish." As if summoned by the mention of his name, the orange cat appeared from behind the counter, nose twitching with obvious interest, his amber eyes fixed immediately on Redgrave's bundle with the sort of predatory focus usually reserved for mice. "I see I've brought a bribe," Redgrave observed with amusement. Clara led him to the small table behind the counter where she sometimes took her solitary meals. As Redgrave settled into the chair across from her, a subtle scent of lavender seemed to drift through the room, sweet and familiar. "That's lovely," Redgrave commented, unwrapping the fish. "Lavender?" Clara paused, glancing around the shop. She hadn't been working with lavender today. "Yes, the scent does linger in old buildings." As they ate, Clara marvelled at how different this felt from their usual encounters. No urgent mysteries, no life or death revelations, just two people sharing a simple meal. Redgrave had removed his formal coat, his shirt sleeves rolled back slightly, and she could see ink stains on his fingers that spoke of long hours bent over reports. "You know," Clara said, breaking off a piece of fish, "I never thanked you properly. For believing me about James, for arriving when you did." "You defended yourself quite effectively before I got there," Redgrave replied, "though I admit culinary vigilante may become your permanent title at Scotland Yard." Clara laughed, and the sound seemed to make the candles on the nearby shelf flicker and dance, their flames suddenly burning brighter despite the absence of any draught. Redgrave glanced toward the candles, his brow furrowing slightly. Interesting how old buildings seem to have their own atmosphere. "Sometimes I think this place has more atmosphere than most," Clara said quietly, then hesitated. The intimacy of the moment, the way Redgrave was looking at her with genuine interest rather than professional assessment, made her want to share something she'd never told anyone. "Inspector, do you think it's possible for people we've lost to somehow remain with us?" His expression grew gentle, though she could see the scepticism in his eyes. "You were very close to your grandmother, weren't you? Grief can linger in unexpected ways. The mind has remarkable ways of preserving what we need most." "I know how it sounds," Clara continued, emboldened by his careful tone. "But sometimes I swear I can smell her lavender water, feel her presence. She always believed in things beyond what we can see, and I—" She trailed off, feeling foolish. As if in response to her words, the scent of lavender strengthened noticeably, no longer subtle, but unmistakably present. One of the candles suddenly flared higher, its flame dancing in a pattern that defied the still air of the closed shop. Redgrave's fork paused halfway to his mouth. He sat perfectly still for a moment, his analytical mind clearly working to find a rational explanation for what his senses were telling him. The scent was too specific, too strong to dismiss, and the candle's behaviour too deliberate to blame on draughts. "That scent," he said carefully, his voice carrying a note of genuine puzzlement. "It's quite distinct, isn't it?" Clara watched his face, seeing the exact moment when his certainty wavered. He didn't believe in ghosts. She could see that in his expression, but he couldn't deny what was happening around them. "Yes," she said softly, "it is." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, both lost in their own thoughts, when Marmalade decided he'd been patient long enough. With the fluid grace of a creature who had never been denied anything in his life, he leaped onto the table and sat down directly in front of Redgrave's plate. "Marmalade," Clara scolded, but Redgrave just chuckled. "I think he's making his position clear," he said, as the cat began delicately picking at a piece of fish with one paw, "though I have to admire his technique." Rather than shooing the cat away, Redgrave broke off a small piece of fish and placed it directly in front of Marmalade. The cat sniffed it once, then began eating, with dignified satisfaction. Marmalade, apparently approving of this civilised response, began to purr, a deep, rumbling sound that filled the quiet shop. "He doesn't usually take to strangers," Clara observed, watching in amazement as Marmalade settled himself more comfortably, now sprawled across a third of the table like a furry tablecloth. "Perhaps he's decided I'm not a stranger anymore," Redgrave said, reaching out to scratch behind Marmalade's ears. The cat's purr intensified, and he pushed his head against Redgrave's hand with obvious approval. Something warm unfurled in her chest at the sight. There was something deeply satisfying about watching these two important beings in her life find their way to acceptance of each other. "You know," Redgrave said, still stroking Marmalade's fur, "there's another case that's come to my attention. Rather interesting circumstances involving—" "What sort of circumstances?" Clara interrupted, her eyes brightening with immediate interest. She leaned forward, suddenly alert in a way that made Redgrave smile. "Well, it seems a wealthy widow in Mayfair has been receiving threatening letters, and her prized roses keep dying under mysterious circumstances. The local constable thinks it's merely—" "Roses dying mysteriously?" Clara's mind was already racing through possibilities. What sort of roses? How exactly are they dying? Are there any patterns to the timing? Any connection to the letters? Redgrave held up a hand, his smile widening at her obvious enthusiasm. "Tomorrow's mystery will hold," he said gently. "Tonight, let's just eat." Clara paused, caught between her natural curiosity and the unexpected warmth in his voice. Around them, the shop seemed to settle into contentment, the candles burning steadily, the scent of lavender fading to a pleasant background note, and Marmalade purring like a small, satisfied engine. "You're right," she said, relaxing back into her chair. "Tonight we eat." At that moment, a sharp knock echoed through the shop, followed by a familiar voice calling through the door. "Miss Wetherly, I do hope we're not calling too late, but Isaac insisted we come tonight." Clara's eyes widened in alarm. "That's Mrs. Bloom," she whispered, suddenly acutely aware of how this scene would appear to visitors. She and Redgrave sharing an intimate dinner, Marmalade sprawled between them like a furry chaperone, fish bones and vinegar-soaked paper scattered across the table. Redgrave, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of discovery, simply stood and reached for his coat. "Shall I let them in?" Yes, of course," Clara stammered, trying to smooth her hair and wondering if there was any way to make this look less like what it was. Redgrave opened the door to reveal Mrs. Bloom, flanked by Isaac, and a young woman Clara recognised as Ruth, pale but steady on her feet, her eyes clear and alert in a way that spoke of genuine recovery. "Inspector Redgrave?" Mrs. Bloom's eyebrows shot toward her hairline as she took in the scene behind him. The intimate table setting, the obvious remains of a shared meal, Clara's flustered expression. How unexpected. "Mrs. Bloom," Redgrave replied with perfect composure, as if entertaining lady suspects in their shops was perfectly normal behaviour for Scotland Yard inspectors. "Please, come in." Isaac stepped forward, his hat in his hands and his expression carrying the weight of a man who had much to say but little practice saying it. "Miss Wetherly, Inspector, I hope we're not intruding. We wanted to thank you properly." "Of course you're not intruding," Clara said, though she could feel heat rising in her cheeks. "Please, sit down. I'll put the kettle on." Ruth spoke for the first time, her voice soft but clear. "I brought these for you, Miss Wetherly." She held out a small bundle of wildflowers, simple daisies and clover that she must have gathered from Hyde Park. "I know they're not much, but Isaac said you liked simple things." Clara accepted the flowers with genuine pleasure, touched by the gesture. "They're perfect. Thank you." As the group settled into an awkward arrangement around the small space, Mrs. Bloom eyeing the dinner remains with obvious curiosity, Isaac standing stiffly near the counter, Ruth perched on the edge of a chair. Marmalade surveyed the newcomers with obvious displeasure, his tail twitching in a way that suggested his evening had been thoroughly disrupted. "I wanted you to know," Isaac said, his voice gaining strength, "that I understand why you had to ask the questions you did, why you couldn't just accept my silence." He looked directly at Redgrave. "And I'm grateful that you listened when the truth finally came out. A man protecting his family's dignity is nothing to apologise for," Redgrave replied simply. Ruth's eyes filled with tears, but she held her composure. "I know what my difficulties cost him. What they nearly cost him. Miss Wetherly, the medicine you prepared, the discretion you showed, I won't forget it." Mrs. Bloom, meanwhile, had been conducting her own investigation of the dinner scene. "Inspector," she said with the sort of pointed innocence that Clara recognised as dangerous, "how lovely that you could join Miss Wetherly for dinner." "The inspector was kind enough to bring food," Clara said quickly, as if explaining would somehow make the situation less intimate. "After everything that's happened, I hadn't been cooking much." "Of course," Mrs. Bloom said, her tone suggesting she understood perfectly and would be sharing this understanding with several neighbours before the week was out. Isaac, oblivious to the undercurrents, continued with his thanks. "Miss Wetherly, I found work at the docks. Good work, steady pay. And Ruth ... He looked at his sister with obvious pride. "Ruth has been helping Mrs. Patterson with her garden. She has a gift with growing things." "That's wonderful news," Clara said, genuinely pleased. The sight of Ruth's clear eyes and steady hands was better than any tonic she could have prepared. "We won't keep you long," Mrs. Bloom said, though her eyes continued to dart between Clara and Redgrave with obvious speculation. "I simply wanted Isaac to express his gratitude properly, and for you to see Ruth looking so well." "I'm very glad you came," Clara said, and meant it. As the group prepared to leave, Mrs. Bloom paused at the door. "Inspector," she said sweetly, "do make a habit of visiting the neighbourhood. Such a comfort to know Scotland Yard takes such a personal interest in our local affairs." Redgrave's lips twitched, with what might have been amusement. "Good evening, Mrs. Bloom." After the door closed behind them, Clara and Redgrave looked at each other across the disrupted shop. Marmalade had returned to his position on the table, methodically cleaning his whiskers with the satisfaction of a cat who had successfully supervised multiple social interactions. "Well," Clara said finally, "I believe Mrs. Bloom has formed some very definite opinions about this evening." "I believe you're right," Redgrave replied, settling back into his chair as if nothing had happened. though I noticed she didn't seem particularly scandalised. No, Clara agreed, somewhat surprised. She seemed almost pleased. Perhaps she thinks you could use the company. Clara looked at him across the table, this man who had arrived with dinner and stayed for conversation, who had treated her cat with gentle humour and her ghostly grandmother with respectful scepticism, who spoke of future mysteries as if their partnership was simply a given. Well, Clara said with a mischievous smile, I suppose sharing fish and chips with a gentleman after hours is rather scandalous behaviour. Inspector Redgrave. Graham, he said quietly, not quite meeting her eyes as he reached for his coat. When we're not working, that is. If you prefer. Clara felt something flutter in her chest at the unexpected intimacy of his given name. Graham, she repeated softly, testing how it felt. I think I would prefer that. He paused in fastening his coat, and for a moment their eyes met across the small space. Then Marmalade, apparently deciding the evening's entertainment was concluded, rose from his sprawled position and leaped down from the table with a solid thump that knocked over Clara's empty teacup, sending it clattering against the saucer. I should go, Graham said, though he made no immediate move toward the door. Thank you for this, for dinner. Thank you for bringing it, Clara replied, and for the company. Outside, the fog was beginning to lift from London streets, and inside, Hawthorne and Wetherly, the evening settled into a comfortable peace that felt like the beginning of something rather than the end.
Marmalade's final observations, in which fish is properly shared and my humans finally show sense. The tall human has departed, leaving behind excellent fish scraps and the lingering smell of his bergamot nonsense. More importantly, he's finally learned proper tribute protocols. About time. His previous visits, arriving empty-handed like some common vagrant, had been deeply insulting. Tonight's fish offering demonstrated he's educable. When I positioned myself at his plate, he immediately provided adequate portions without the usual human dithering about table manners. Clara's protests were ignored with appropriate dignity. I supervised their entire meal from my strategic position. Humans require constant oversight during social negotiations. Left to themselves, they'd spend months circling each other like confused mice. Their whispered conversation involved much meaningful staring and peculiar voice changes. Mating rituals, obviously, though remarkably inefficient compared to proper feline courtship. The humans are gone. Clara's humming now as she tidies up, wearing that satisfied expression that means her evening proceeded acceptably. She's left fish remnants within easy reach, which suggests proper gratitude for my supervisory services. The shop feels right again. Territory secure, intruders eliminated, my Clara adequately supervised. The tall human may stay, provided he continues bringing fish. Somewhere out there another mystery lurks. When it arrives, I'll be ready. After all, these humans clearly need me. Fish, excellent. Romance, adequately supervised, standards maintained as usual.
We hoped you enjoyed Death in the Stairwell, written by Zia Bellamy and narrated by Isadora Blythe.